A notification screen popped up with the words Tower of Trials. The floor 100 trial was loading, accompanied by the appearance of several angels. Below was the silhouette of a man, along with a lightning sickle. Talk about being persistent as a leech. Struggling won't do you any good. I'm warning you now. Below was the silhouette of a man, along with a lightning sickle. Talk about being persistent as a leech. Struggling won't do you any good. I'm warning you now. Below was the silhouette of a man, along with a lightning sickle. Talk about being persistent as a leech. Struggling won't do you any good. I'm warning you now. What's the point of the player ranking war anyway? Jinagod is going to take first place regardless. I heard Jinnu plays completely free to play. How the hell is he that good? The level of the number 1 Jinagod is truly on another tier. Word is he broke the time attack record in the daily dungeon again this time. Is Jinagod hacking the game? How could he take down the chaotic magic dragon in just 47 seconds? Don't insult him. It might actually be faster to just become one of Jinagod's summons. That's where I set transcendent records and became a legend in the game. A few comments from the 5 Emperors of the Heavens appeared on the screen. A player conquering up to floor 70 of the Tower of Trials. White Heaven, yo, is big bro Jinna busy. He must be busy conquering floor 99, right? Reading this, Jinnu couldn't help but mutter to himself. I already cleared floor 99. Why is that? Is there a problem? Jinnu thought to himself. That's right. Jinnu was a character who made the rankers bow their heads in respect. But sorry, I'm busy right now. A somewhat bitter smile was on his face at this moment. Just clearing this last game, and I'm deleting it. A somewhat bitter smile was on his face at this moment. Just clearing this last game, and I'm deleting it. Being so addicted to games for 10 years that I dropped out of college, lacking even a stable job like everyone else. On the outside, my parents didn't say anything, but they must have been deeply worried in their hearts. So I decided to scrap this trash game and turn my life around. I'm already 24. I need to live a proper life. So with the goal of turning his life around, Jinnu's gaze turned serious to give Jinagod a truly perfect ending. The angels high up were preparing for a simultaneous attack. I'm just going to clear this last game and delete it right away. Only now did Jinnu prepare to counterattack. The summon board, a list of summons, appeared. Inventory, the 5 Emperors of the Heavens on one side, kept discussing. A player conquering up to floor 70 of the Tower of Trials. White Heaven, looks like Big Bro is really busy. 5 Emperors of the Heavens, the second-ranked player Rachel. She usually doesn't look at the summon board. Let's just wait a bit and see. The summon used was the ultimate skill White Whale, followed by a system notification line. White Whale has been summoned. The comment section was constantly buzzing with discussions. 5 Emperors of the Heavens, the second-ranked player Rachel. But if the 100th floor is cleared this time, the angels launch an attack once again. Below is a comment from the 5 Emperors of the Heavens. The second-ranked player Rachel has hit exactly 10 years, right? Jinnu was completely focused on the battle ahead, quickly putting up a wall to block those attacks. Jinnu's face was extremely tense, and the comment section grew noisier and noisier. 5 Emperors of the Heavens. Jinagod is crazy, so insane. Great. I can't quit this game because I want to watch the floor 100 clear. Meanwhile, the angels kept launching relentless attacks. Jinnu's face didn't show any emotion. However, every single move was unleashed with absolute decisiveness. Jinnu was still using the White Whale summon on his end, a look of confidence gracing his face now. More lines of text kept popping up in the comment section. 5 Emperors of the Heavens. Jury, it truly lives up to the name Jinagod, a player conquering up to floor 70 of the White Heaven Tower of Trials. But a light appearing from behind forced Jinnu to turn his head. Did everyone read the notification board? Standing right in front of him now was a colossal monster. 5 Emperors of the Heavens Moscow. Is clearing floor 100 supposed to open up a new world? It attacked almost instantaneously. Jinnu's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. However, he still swiftly summoned the Azure Dragon. As soon as the Azure Dragon appeared, it used its water element ability to counter that monster. Meanwhile, people on the outside were still discussing this battle. 5 Emperors of the Heavens, a player conquering up to floor 70 of the Tower of Trials. White Heaven. Is the game structure going to change? What does that mean? 5 Emperors of the Heavens, the second-ranked player, Rachel. It's probably just written for fun. Even the developers probably didn't think anyone could clear floor 100. Space was violently distorted in the blink of an eye. Jinu's eyes widened as he witnessed the massive scale of the battle. 5 Emperors of the Heavens, a player conquering up to floor 70 of the Tower of Trials. White heaven, what if the world really changes? A declaration was made accordingly, and reality turned into the world of a summoner. An earth-shattering explosion occurred the very next second. Jinu's screen displayed the text. Tower of Trials floor 100 successfully cleared. Unable to hold back his excitement, Jinu shouted at the top of his lungs, "I cleared it." Pedestrians couldn't help but look at him with judging eyes. It was finally a success, and they even muttered, "What's up with him? He must be crazy." However, Jinu was the only one who understood perfectly. Finally, Jinagod conquered all 100 floors. Now, goodbye to this game. He started wanting to show off. Great, before deleting the game, I definitely have to brag to the other players. Out of nowhere, the people around him suddenly wore shocked expressions. Then Jinu was also drawn by a blinding light. In the sky right now was a massive notification board. Tower of Trials floor 100 successfully cleared. Every single person present couldn't help but exclaim, "What on earth is that?" The next notification line read, "End of beta test." Jinu began to panic. Why was the in-game screen appearing over there? Following the notification, an influx of red papers poured down. A few people quickly grabbed them. What is this? A notification appeared. Please tear the summoning script. They just felt intrigued by what was happening, or maybe this was some kind of event. Let's try tearing it. And then they immediately tore that red paper. Jinu, standing right next to them, didn't have time to stop it. Don't do it. If you tear it. The red paper was ripped cleanly in half. It exploded instantly, giving the user quite a fright. Another notification appeared. A new world has opened. Jinu was so horrified that his face went completely pale witnessing this scene. Flocks of monsters landed out of nowhere. And while he was busy talking to himself, a car almost hit him. This can't be happening. Only when a light flashed from behind did Jinu realize something was wrong. A loud noise rang out, followed by the panic of the surrounding people. They surrounded Jinu and yelled, "Someone got hit by a car here. Somebody help him." He lay on the ground all by himself, his head bleeding profusely. 119, hurry up and call 119. In his heart, Jinu was thinking, damn it, this piece of shit game. The phone on the ground had long since cracked. No telling how much time had passed. The sound of the news echoed in the hospital room. Next up on the news, amid the official kickoff of the International Players League, South Korea once again left a disappointing result, landing at the bottom of the rankings. Jinu's hand twitched slightly at this moment. Regarding this, the association asserted the need to mobilize more high-level summons. But some experts argue that the national budget wasn't enough to cover those expenses. This gave his mother quite a start. She almost dropped her knife to the ground. Honey, go call the doctor quick." Their voices were filled with clear relief. Jinu is awake. The sky outside was still strangely blue. Inside the hospital room, Jinu's father and mother were explaining what had happened. His eyes widened in absolute shock. As soon as I woke up, I was hit with some incredibly shocking news. First, 3 years had passed since the day of my accident. Second, the game landscape turning into reality that I saw before passing out. The door swung open and a pebble golem walked in. This was his dad's summon, Pebble Golem. Only at this moment could Jinu confirm that it wasn't a dream. Jinu's dad continued to explain, "It helps me stack goods at the express delivery warehouse. It really gets the job done." He stared blankly at it. That E-rank summon belongs to my dad? And the third piece of shocking news. The TV was broadcasting a news segment about Rachel. In light of the situation, players around the world simultaneously asserted, "To conquer the Tower of Trials, we must find South Korea's Jinagod at all costs." This declaration raised a massive wave of speculation among the public. Rachel, the #1 player in the world. We, the 5 Emperors, are still waiting for him. If he appears, that will be the moment the world shakes once again. The truth was that the entire world was searching for Jinagod, who was none other than myself. He looked at the image of the girl being shown on the TV and thought, Besides, there's no mistaking that name. He confidently identified the girl's identity as Rachel of the 5 Emperors of the Heavens. Would you like to start the tutorial? Yes/no. Jinu's mother suddenly spoke up. Jinu, I know you're very surprised. You don't need to start the tutorial right away. Just rest up first. However, he hastily dismissed it. No, Mom. He flashed a smile and explained further. I need to adapt quickly too. My body feels much better, so don't worry, Mom. Meanwhile, his mind had already calculated everything clearly. Even though he had nothing to his name right now and didn't know how the world had transformed. But what was so hard about it? When it came to this game specifically, he was confident he'd become one of the top players in the world. What happened after that was incredibly straightforward. After being discharged from the hospital and returning home, Jinu was now sitting in front of a screen. I began to research this world where the game BOS had become a reality. The information searched ranged from duels and dungeon expeditions to the Tower of Trials. Every system in the game was now manifesting right in real life. After that, he concluded that now that 3 years had passed, people seemed to have gradually adapted to living alongside summons. Jinu muttered to himself as he stood up from his seat. Even so, there's no way they understand them as thoroughly as I do. And then he excitedly operated the system board. Well then, it's about time. Notification boards kept popping up. Would you like to open your inventory? Nothing there. Shall we get started? The tutorial phase is now beginning. Very quickly, Jinu moved to another location. Just as I expected, I knew there wouldn't be anyone around here. To think I'd have to find my way to such a deserted place. All because I couldn't predict what kind of summon would appear. A succession of tutorial parts kept appearing. Tutorial reward. Low-grade summoning scroll X2. Warning. Outdoor use is highly recommended. Jinu looked at the red paper in his hand and could only sigh. Now everything felt so real. He muttered to himself, please, just let me summon something decent. Because even for me, Jinu, the man known as the Heaven's Equal, if I have to start with trash summons, I'm pretty much finished. However, BOS was an infamous cursed gacha game with an utterly abysmal drop rate. The stats could be summarized as follows. Low-grade summoning scroll, D1%, E5%, F94%. The ranks stretch from S to F with an extremely low success rate. And from this low-grade summoning scroll, you had to beat a 1% probability just to get a D rank item. He didn't rush to tear it, choosing to pray like a Buddhist instead. God, please, please. I beg you to give me something at least slightly useful. Jinu's face was dead serious. Forget D rank. I'd be satisfied just getting an E rank. As long as it's a useful E rank. Finally, he proceeded to tear the paper. Please, a system notification line appeared. Using low-grade summoning scroll. Jinu read the text cautiously, his mind constantly wondering, is it going to succeed? Come to think of it, how exactly do the summoned entities show up? To his surprise, the paper suddenly exploded. This couldn't help but catch Jinu off guard. What the hell is this? Lines of system information started to appear. Player Jinu has obtained the EX rank Wind Spirit. A golden light along with Jamba was what he received. Jinu's eyes widened in utter disbelief to the point where he muttered, EX rank? A rank like that actually exists. On his end, he was lazily rubbing his eyes. Stunned in surprise, she cried out, what the hell? Then she happily looked at the person in front of her. Oh my God, did I really just get summoned? This is insane. How long has it been since this last happened? Jinu, on the other hand, kept questioning himself. What is this? How can a summon talk? However, he quickly figured it out. Hold on, a name was called out by Jinu just like that. Are you Ramba? Ramba hastily corrected him. No, I am a wind spirit. But she quickly realized it too. Wait, what? The only person who ever called me by that name. Could it be? Ramba's face gradually grew more excited. Don't tell me you're Jinnagod. Then she lunged at Jinu with pure excitement. Jinnagod, do you have any idea how much I missed you? Jinu just calmly replied, of course. In his mind, he was constantly calculating. I remember now. The E-rank summon wind spirit. Then again, if one knows how to exploit the hidden mechanics and equips the right runes, the result would be her becoming a god-tier unit with exponential attack speed scaling. Since we have been together for a long time since I was a rookie, I even gave her the nickname Ramba. Wasn't she removed from the game in a patch during the first year, though? He looked at the information board in front of him and thought, what was the reason again? Was her use restricted because they discovered a severe, game-breaking exploit? Do they know how pissed I was when they deleted a summon I spent a whole year raising? What the hell is going on here anyway? The information itself read, Summoning Tier 1 Wind Spirit, Fairy Race, S rank currently quarantined. Quarantined due to the discovery of game-breaking balancing factors under specific conditions. Possess skill. Wine pressure increases attack speed by 3% for a single summon target after each staff swing. Jinu's eyes widened, muttering in his head, quarantine status. Only now did Ramba explain through her tears. Suddenly, I was dragged to a very strange place. I was locked up and couldn't even escape. Let's never separate again, okay, Jinu God. Instead of showing sympathy, Jinu roughly pushed her away. Hold on a second. Ramba, a question was voiced by him. Locked up? Who quarantined you? Only now did Ramba realize the slip of the tongue in her words. Well, what was it again? Only now did Ramba realize the slip of the tongue in her words. Well, what was it again? Ramba looked like she had a headache. Ow, it hurts. My head hurts so much I can't remember anything at all. Some bastard definitely placed a restriction on her. Seeing this, Jinu asked back, Really? Then just tell me whatever you do remember. She could only respond seriously. I'm sorry, but I can't reveal much to you. We were quarantined. Originally, no matter how hard players tried to summon us, we couldn't leave. To his surprise, these words left him even more puzzled. By we, are there other summons besides you who are quarantined too? Ramba shared sincerely. Since we weren't locked up in the same room, I don't know who they are, but there are definitely many others. A guess was formulated by Jinu accordingly. Maybe around 10 entities? 10 entities. If it really was 10 entities, he couldn't believe his eyes as he thought. Holy shit, no way. Because the truth was that 10 summons had vanished after being flagged as bugged while I was using them. He started calculating everything. If all those summons were classified as EX rank and quarantined, Ramba chimed in with a comment. I don't know the details too well either. But anyway, Jinagad, it seems like we'll get a chance every time you tear a summoning scroll. It's been a really long time since I felt the call from a low-grade summoning scroll. Looking at the red paper on the ground, Jinu silently commented, Isn't this pretty interesting? Furthermore, do they only react to the scrolls that I tear? His expression turned dead serious. There's no doubt about it. I'm the only one who can summon EX rank items. Then he wondered to himself, could this be an exclusive privilege for the person who conquered floor 100 of the Tower of Trials? Jinu quickly tore the remaining paper, using low-grade summoning scroll. While doing it, he told himself, is every low-grade summoning scroll I tier set to drop an EX rank item? The summon quickly materialized. Player Beck Jinu has obtained the F rank Shaggy Gorilla. Jinu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Guess not. Meanwhile, Ramba looked absolutely delighted. Look, a little gorilla. He thought to himself. F rank? Meaning the EX rank drop rate is completely random too. This absolute piece of trash RNG game. And then he calculated carefully. So as expected, I'll need to tear as many summoning scrolls as possible to increase the rate of getting EX rank items. So as expected, I'll need to tear as many summoning scrolls as possible to increase the rate of getting EX rank items. Once he had established his goal, he spoke up. Ramba. She quickly turned her head and replied, Jinagad. A comment was made accordingly. From now on, drop the name Ju. Just call me Jinu. Ramba asked back, confused why. He didn't rush to explain, only thinking to himself, because thanks to the 5 emperors, the name Ju is already famous all over the world. The risks were being listed out. No matter how superior my knowledge and experience might be, I still can't know how disadvantageous this 3-year gap will be for me. Jinu understood perfectly well that if the information that he held EX rank items got out, I would only become a target of envy and hatred. A noise echoed in the forest, causing some birds to fly away. Jinu couldn't help but feel startled either. What's that? Why all of a sudden? Both Ramba and the gorilla were equally surprised. What? A notification line appeared in front of Jinu, proceeding to the next phase. The information was swiftly clarified. The basic dungeon for beginners has been initialized. Looking at the gate that suddenly appeared, Jinu muttered with a look of surprise. What? Right now, his hands clenched in hesitation. Oh, damn it. Do I really have to go in there? Sure, I've conquered countless dungeons before. But, Jinu quickly concluded, reality is far different from a game. He gritted his teeth. No, I need to calm down first. To be honest, I'm terrified, but I won't have to fight directly. And most importantly, this is just a tutorial dungeon. And then Jinu turned his head to look back at the gate. Player Beck Jinu. Now a system notification line appeared. Please enter. The three of them proceeded inside, just like that. I need to adapt to this changed reality first. Jinu's face couldn't hide his astonishment. The surrounding space changed in the blink of an eye. I just entered a dungeon. Why does it feel a bit creepy here? A system notification line appeared. Player Beck Jinu, you have entered the beginner dungeon. Jinu read it cautiously and calculated in his mind. So it has begun. The rule of engagement was, to participate in dungeon combat, you must form a summon team. A second notification board appeared. The maximum number of summons per team is 5. Below is a choice. Would you like to assign the S-rank Wind Spirit and the F-rank Shaggy Gorilla to Team 1? Yes/no. At this moment, Jinu calculated silently. Normally, to maximize the chances of successfully clearing a dungeon, people would fill their lineup with all 5 summon slots. He recalled his gaming days. Bringing only 2 summons seemed reckless, but with the right strategy, it was entirely doable. Then reflecting on what had happened, I've simulated this thousands, tens of thousands of times already. In his heart, Jinu was calculating. The entire clearing process was already memorized perfectly in my head. The listed selection was the S-rank Wind Spirit and the F-rank Shaggy Gorilla. They would now be automatically summoned. He frowned, evaluating silently in his mind. Let's see, the monsters in a tutorial dungeon will definitely be. To his surprise, Jinu's eyes widened when he heard a growl echoing from behind. A current system notification appeared. A hungry gray wolf is lurking nearby. Defeat the wolf and escape the cave. His face grew more serious. F-rank Gray Wolf. His feet accordingly began to radiate several golden streams of light. It became a protective shield for Jinu. A protective shield has been generated for the player. He continued to calculate cautiously, so the system protecting the player from the boss applies perfectly. But since this is reality, suddenly, a red notification board appeared. Warning. You will die if you are attacked by a summon without an active protective shield. If I fail, it won't just end with a game over screen. The gray wolf carried a threatening expression and slowly advanced forward. Only now did Jinu command, Gorilla. However, the way it moved left him incredibly disappointed. Jinu went pale as he made a comment. He's way too slow. However, that didn't affect his mood for too long. But I already anticipated this much. Ramba, she received the order and dashed forward. Here, the skill used was wind pressure, swinging the staff to increase the attack speed of the summon. The gorilla was quickly buffed. It was temporarily dazed by this, but quickly regained its momentum and powerfully charged forward. On one side, Jinu commented with satisfaction, Awesome, that's my Ramba. The gray wolf also aggressively lunged forward. In his heart, Jinu was thinking, was that thing really this big in the game? It looks way more terrifying in person. He was confident in his lineup. There's no way the Shaggy Gorilla actually loses, right? Jinu's train of thought continued based on the data he knew. That was completely impossible, but nevertheless, he still cautiously considered other possibilities. If there's a 1 in a million chance, reality might throw an unforeseen variable. A bloody scene unfolded right before his eyes. The gray wolf managed to bite into the gorilla. It just lost its balance and fell down. Jinu immediately yelled out. Ramba, she shouted back. Ow, I already swung it as hard as I could. Wind enveloped and supported the gorilla's attack. The tide of battle turned in just a single punch. The gray wolf fell flat on the ground. Jinu had only been waiting for that moment and immediately commanded. That's it. Ramba swiftly delivered the next blow. The gorilla, under her support, grew even more powerful. He punched the gray wolf straight in the gut, then unleashed a non-stop barrage of strikes. The surrounding area was reduced to nothing but a thick cloud of white dust. Jinu and Ramba both stared wide-eyed, completely stunned by the sight. They looked down at the dead gray wolf lying motionless on the ground. Right then, the gorilla roared, and Ramba cheered enthusiastically. We won. A bunch of system notifications popped up all at once. Dungeon cleared. Reward: low-grade strength core X2. Jinnu finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. I actually survived. As the afternoon rolled around, a voice called out in amusement, "Thanks. See you next time." Some cash was neatly tucked away inside an envelope. Jean couldn't hide her excitement. "This is awesome. Did I seriously just make 200,001 today?" That was Jean, Jinnu's younger sister. Speaking of which, 3 years ago when the world turned upside down, I picked up a new job as a rune farming player, mostly running low-tier dungeons. My job was to turn a profit by selling runes to players with potential. Jin's train of thought continued. After my brother got into an accident and our family's financial situation went downhill, I decided to become a player, hoping for a miracle. While running a dungeon, a mid-tier summoner skill book actually dropped. And from that book, with a drop rate of a mere 1%, I ended up with a C-rank summon. She glanced subtly at the bag slung over her shoulder. I got really lucky thanks to this C-rank night elf, and I've been able to bring in a steady income just by farming runes. The phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was her older brother, Jinnu. "Is Jinnu calling?" Jean quickly picked up. "Hey, Jinnu, did you get discharged from the hospital already?" Jinnu's urgent voice came through from the other end of the line. "Yeah, I'm out. But Jean, Dad told me you've been selling runes." That comment rubbed her the wrong way. "Selling runes? Please call me a rune farming player. How could you use such a crude term?" Her shouting made Jinnu rush to appease her. "You're scaring me." Fine, all right. Rune farming. Anyway, do you know where the general hub is?" "Dad said you knew." Hearing this, Jean couldn't help but be taken aback. "The general hub? That place," she explained in a softer tone. "Of course it's located in the player zone. Truth is, when the Towers of Trials started appearing all over the world, people needed a space to manage everything related to their summons. That's how the player zones came to be. To add to that, it wasn't just a variety of dungeons. The general hub, the enhancement center, and plenty of other facilities were all set up right around the tower, so everything could be handled in one spot. The two of them quickly agreed to meet up at a cafe. Jean frowned, kicking off the conversation. "You know how Jamsel Tower and Houndy Tower turn into Towers of Trials, right?" She laid it out at a steady pace. "The situation varies a lot depending on the country. But here in South Korea, the Towers of Trials only appeared in those two spots. So, the player zones you're looking for are only over there." Hearing this, Jinnu finally replied, "Ah, I see." However, a thoughtful expression remained on his face. Still, if these facilities were meant to support conquering the Tower of Trials, it made perfect sense that they were built nearby. Jean suddenly switched the topic. "By the way, what rank summon did you get earlier?" "Irank," Jinnu calmly replied. "An E rank and an F rank." Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel surprised. "Really? E ranks only have a drop rate of about 5%. Yet, he acted a bit evasive. "Is that so? Guess I got lucky." "Suri, cease. That was a total lie." He followed it up with a favor. "Anyway, I'm going to need you to give me a hand. I want to adapt to this system as fast as possible." He didn't forget to make a promise. "I'll give you some pocket money later." Jean teased him right back. "Even though I make way more money than you do?" "Big brother." Jinnu simply replied gently. "Sis, you never know what the future holds. Who knows? I might just become the greatest player in the world." But she didn't bite at all. "In your dreams," Jean added. "It's easy to brag about becoming the next Rachel or Genos. Jinnu, people like that are the chosen ones." Her tone carried a clear warning. "They're absolute geniuses. People like us can never be like them." Jinnu just quietly muttered, "Is that so?" Next, he stood up while asking for her help. "I got it. So just lead the way for me." A thrilled smile spread across Jinnu's face. He wanted to see with his own eyes what a player zone actually looked like. The place they were heading toward was a highly modern building. The building they were walking to stood out immensely. On the way there, Jinnu couldn't help but feel curious. "Appa, you said you just pulled a summon. What did you get?" Jinnu calmly replied, "A wind sprite." Hearing this, Her curiosity piqued even further, and she asked, "A wind sprite? I've never heard of that one before. Show me." However, he flatly refused. "What? No way. Why do you want to see it so badly?" This rejection annoyed Ajin. "Cheapskate. Why not? It's not like we're strangers. It won't hurt to show me." Hearing this, Jinu threw out a counter-proposal. "Then show me yours first." Ajin was caught off guard. "Mine." She proudly brought out her summon. "All right, just don't pass out from shock." Her expression made him pretty curious, too. What on earth did she have that made her so confident? The creature that materialized was a C-rank dark elf. Jinu froze completely on the spot. His reaction ticked Ajin off so much that she snapped. "What's with the half-assed reaction? You might not know this, Appa, but anything C-rank or above is considered high society material." Hearing her explanation, Jinu just casually responded, "Oh, really?" He continued to observe the elf, thinking to himself, "Give me a break, high society my foot. This is just a C-rank type you'd find roaming dungeons, usually used as mere EXP fodder at the general store." Then Jinu spoke directly to the elf. "Dark elf, can you speak Korean?" "Hello." His actions left the other two bewildered. Ajin gave him a heavily judging look and asked, "What are you even doing?" "Hello. Can you not hear me?" Jinu calmly explained. "What does it look like I'm doing? I'm just saying hi and planning to ask the sum of my sister is so proud to take good care of her." The more she listened, the more speechless she became. Saying hi, my foot. How is a summon supposed to talk? This piece of news caught Jinu completely off guard. They can't talk. In his mind, he flashed back to his very first encounter with Ramba. "Do you have any idea how much I missed you?" Jinu couldn't help but wonder. "But the little Ramba talked right when we first met." He questioned her doubtfully. "Wait, so summons aren't supposed to talk in the first place?" Ajin gave him an even more judging look as she replied, "Whoever said summons could talk?" But Jinu was too busy remembering Ramba's playful nature. "No, I guess that makes sense. But since Ramba talked, I just assumed all humanoid summons could talk now as part of some reality patch. I already knew Ramba was a special case." He even remembered exactly how she spoke. "Jinu, did I do a good job?" At that moment, Jean demanded, "Now show me your summon, Appa." To her surprise, Jinu refused once more, maybe later. His attitude shocked her so much that she raised her voice. "What? Why? I already showed you mine." Jinu repeated himself. "I said I'll show you later. For now, it's best not to draw attention. I need to be really careful when talking to Ramba for a while." He followed it up with a nudge. "Hurry up and lead the way." Even though she was pouting, Ajin complied. Total scammer. "Wait for me." Jinu couldn't hide his amazement as he took in the scene before his eyes. The place they arrived at was packed with people and summons. "Is this seriously Jamsil World?" Ajin walked ahead and explained softly, "Yeah. When the Tower of Trial showed up, the company completely tore down this whole area." The more he heard, the more curious Jinu got. "What?" She frowned and answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Why? Who would want to have fun right next to that gloomy tower? This place isn't the land of dreams and hopes anymore." Jinu widened his eyes and countered, "Doesn't that make it even more thrilling? The land of adventure and thrills." Then Ajin shot back. "What kind of thrill involves dying? Dungeons have literally sprouted right in the middle of Jamsil. Who would come a play here?" Only then did he reluctantly agree. "I guess that's true." Jinu's face turned serious. Dungeons really were terrifying. Still, seeing things from a game appear in real life. He looked toward the path ahead, thinking to himself, "Honestly, it's incredibly exciting." The two of them headed deeper inside. "Is that the market over there? Selling low-grade summon scrolls here. For that summon, I can pay you around this much." "Yes. With this, you can pull up to C rank." "What's the rate?" "Yes. People here could freely trade everything from summon scrolls to runes." Jinu looked around with a thrilled smile on his face. "Man, this brings back memories. Back then, I used to always open summon scrolls and runes with that rich guy, B-Troll. Good job, bro. Just pick whatever you want. This rich guy B-Troll is footing the bill." Meanwhile, Ajin explained as she walked. "See those flyers over there? Pretty much everything you need is right there. So if you need a guide, just head to the info desk." She didn't forget to add, "Plus, Appa, you're still a newbie. So why don't you check out the academy run by the player headquarters over there? She didn't forget to add. Plus, Appa, you're still a newbie. So why don't you check out the academy run by the player headquarters over there? He had already planned out his next moves since I'm going to be camping out here to grind levels anyway. Jean, still worried, asked him, "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" Jinwoo reassured her again. "Go on home first. Thanks for showing me the way." Seeing that, she replied, "You're planning to stay here?" Taking a few steps forward, he replied, "I'm planning to look around by myself for a bit." Hearing this, Jean nodded as if she understood. Got it. However, she was still extremely worried. Appa's been acting so weird lately. It's almost like he's possessed or something. He just woke up not too long ago. Is he really going to be fine? Jean had to tell herself, whatever. He's probably trying really hard to figure everything out. So I guess I should just stand back and watch. She called out loudly after him, "Don't push yourself too hard. Call me if you need help." Jinwoo just gave a short reply before disappearing from her sight. "Got it," she called out loudly after him. "Don't push yourself too hard. Call me if you need help." Jinwoo just gave a short reply before disappearing from her sight. "Got it. No one should be coming around here, right?" Once he made sure the coast was clear, Jinwoo finally began the summoning. Ramba appeared with an excited look on her face. Seeing this, Jinwoo quickly raised his hand and covered Ramba's mouth. This sudden action left her utterly confused. What's going on?" Jinwoo's face was dead serious as he declared, "Ramba, from now on, you're not allowed to talk when we're outside. Got it?" This made no sense to Ramba. "Why?" He instructed her thoroughly. "Because we can't let other people notice you. From now on, you can only talk inside dungeons, understand? If you get it, nod your head." "Good. Well then." After that, he sat down somewhere and started calculating. "Should I organize my thoughts for a bit? I'll need some starting capital to begin grinding dungeons and stuff." Jinwoo's account balance was now clearly displayed on his phone. Staring at that pathetic number, he could only let out a helpless sigh. That's life for you. Jinwoo couldn't help but wonder, can it get any more pathetic than this? Even though I got into an accident, I didn't expect to have only this much in my bank account. Going back to working part-time jobs like before would be a total waste of time. He felt angrier by the second. Damn it. Jinwoo's thoughts kept racing. Someone would probably ask why I don't just ask my parents for help. But that's pure nonsense. Because they're still working 3 jobs at once just to keep this family afloat. Thinking about this, he questioned himself again. And yet here I am, supposed to hold my hand out for money from my parents? If I do that, I'm not even human anymore. I'd be no different from a stray animal. Jinwoo's face was a mix of sadness and fierce determination. Even if I have to start all over from scratch, I can still pull it off. He continued to think about other things. The reason Jinwoo is second to none is because I'm a hardcore free-to-play ranker. Looking at the screen in front of him, Jinwoo began to calculate. Typical gacha game. Heavy pay-to-win elements. I think B-Troll mentioned he threw 300 million won into this. Yet I still held the top rank without spending a single dime. A look of pure determination flashed in his eyes. Just because this is reality now doesn't mean I can't do it, right? Just you wait. I will absolutely make my comeback. To his surprise, a notification suddenly popped up. 500,000 won received. Jinwoo blurted out in utter shock. What the hell? Where did this money randomly come from? Don't tell me this is some kind of new player benefit. Accompanying the transfer notification were 2 messages from Jinwoo's mother. "My dear boy, I heard from Jean that you're already trying to push yourself right after waking up. I know how you are. You probably wouldn't open your mouth to ask for pocket money. So use this amount for now." Reading up to this point, his nose suddenly tingled with tears. Mom. Memories of the time he spent in a coma came flooding back. How she was constantly worried and taking care of him all this time. She probably didn't have any money to spare and went through nothing but hardships. So why'd she do this? Every single word of her heartfelt longing always reached him. "Jinwoo, my son, Mom's right here, so please, open your eyes. Please get healthy again." He quickly wiped away a stray tear while murmuring, "Mom, thank you." He clenched his hands into tight fists, a clear display of his resolve. "Mom, please wait for me. I will absolutely succeed." Jinwoo's face now wore an expression of ironclad determination. He was going to make sure his family could live comfortably. He looked at the status screen in front of him and started budgeting his time. Others have left me in the dust for the past 3 years. If I want to catch up, every single second counts. The first step to becoming the strongest is to act the part. To gather the materials needed for growth, I have to conquer dungeons. Therefore, Jinnu started by purchasing 3 low-grade summon scrolls. First, I need to build a team. The first one, player Beck Jinnu has obtained an F-rank slime summon. And finally, player Beck Jinnu has obtained an E-rank Venom Lizard summon. Observing the 3 creatures that had just appeared, he couldn't help but wonder. I pulled an E-rank? Guess I'm pretty lucky. If you count Ramba as an E-rank, that means in just 5 pulls, I beat that 5% chance twice. Jinnu carefully calculated his next move, plus the performance of this Venom Lizard is actually pretty solid. Taking another look at the overall picture, Jinnu finally made a comment. Alright, this lineup will do for now. Pull summons, equip runes based on the battle situation, and then level them up. In his heart, he thought, in other words, grind runes, hunt monsters, and rip open summon scrolls. That's all there is to the BOS growth system. I can handle that level of grinding any day. He had even planned out the distant future long ago. And if I gather all 10 of those EX rank summons, a full S rank team, or the 100th floor of the Tower Trials, I can easily sweep through anything. So first, I need to look for the remaining EX ranks. Jinnu slowly took a step forward. Alright then, a confident smile appeared on his face. Now, for the final step. Pulling out his phone, Jinnu muttered, first, I need to find a dungeon. The dungeon's location. In his heart, he thought, back when it was a mobile game, I just had to tap on the stage, and that was it. Looks like it won't be as easy as it was in the game. The dungeon's location. In his heart, he thought, back when it was a mobile game, I just had to tap on the stage, and that was it. Looks like it won't be as easy as it was in the game. However, just a second later, his eyes widened. Jinnu shouted out loud, what the hell is this? This loud outburst irritated the people around him. Does this guy think he owns the player's zone or something? Jinnu started reading what was written on his phone screen. Even if you have a summon, that crucial information was presented alongside an image of a horned cat. Today, we're going to learn about entering dungeons. But first, do you all know that just having a summon doesn't mean you're allowed to enter a dungeon? You can't just walk right in. Not to mention, dungeon gates appear randomly regardless of the location, and you can determine a dungeon's difficulty by the energy it radiates. But the regulations have changed, so no matter how easy a dungeon is, can a rookie who wants to enter actually get in? The answer is no, but the regulations have changed, so no matter how easy a dungeon is, can a rookie who wants to enter actually get in? The answer is no. Jinnu sat helplessly on a bench, his face filled with dissatisfaction as he muttered, fate really is a piece of trash. Why do I have to wake up right after the laws changed? Ramba's hand gently touched his shoulder, her face clearly red. Cheer up, Jinnu. This gesture made Jinnu feel a bit relieved. He patted her head and replied, thanks, Ramba. Suddenly, the phone in Jinnu's pocket rang. The person on the other end was none other than Ajin. Hello. She didn't beat around the bush and ask directly, what time are you coming home? Mom's asking what you want for dinner tonight. On this end, Jinnu quickly replied, I can just grab whatever to eat. More importantly, did you know about this? Ajin asked blankly, know about what? At that moment, he answered briefly, the thing about having to register as a player first before you can enter a dungeon. This information made her jump up immediately. Oh right, Jinnu half-jokingly asked back. You didn't hide this from me on purpose, did you? She desperately tried to explain herself. How could I? I seriously just forgot. Then she seriously explained, anyway, that rule is brand new. Because too many people were dying in dungeons, the government had to step in. Hearing this, Jinnu couldn't help but be shocked. That many people died, Ajin continued to explain in great detail. It was a total disaster. Honestly, things got so chaotic that now they actually have staff standing guard right at the entrance. You're absolutely not allowed to sneak in. Ajin continued to explain in great detail. It was a total disaster. Honestly, things got so chaotic that now they actually have staff standing guard right at the entrance. You're absolutely not allowed to sneak in. Ajin continued to explain in great detail. It was a total disaster. Honestly, things got so chaotic that now they actually have staff standing guard right at the entrance. You're absolutely not allowed to sneak in. In truth, Jinwoo understood perfectly well that if everyone let greed blind them and became a player, it would eventually cause a massive fracture in the social system. Jin, on the other end, brought up a different topic. Oh right, Appa, there's also the ranking system. Jinwoo asked back, confused. Ranking system? She explained thoroughly. That system ranks the top 100 players domestically and internationally every year. Number 1 is Rachel Rose. 2 is Hikaru Yoshida. 3 is William Zenas. 4 is Alexandro Veskov. 5 is Dulong Kai. 6 is Olivia Abernathy. 7 is Gareth Bale. 8 is Bettino. Our country didn't even make it onto the global leaderboard. It's truly pathetic. And then she mentioned another name. If the legendary Jinnagod appeared, our country's status would skyrocket. Having his sensitive spot touched, Jinwoo hastily hung up. Right. Anyway, thanks for letting me know. I'm hanging up. Afterward, he stared silently at his phone for a long time, finally making a decision. Since I pretty much wrapped up my preparations for now, let's just call it a day. The pot of food on the stove was boiling furiously at that moment. Jinwoo's parents shared a quiet moment together. Suddenly, a noise made Jinwoo's father look up. Seeing that Jinwoo was completely ready to leave the house, he couldn't help but feel worried. You're up? It's only 6 in the morning. Jinwoo politely replied. Yes, I have to head out early. His mother chimed in at that moment. Jinwoo, you're leaving already? Eat a few rice balls before you go. But Jinwoo politely declined. No, it's all right, Mom. As he was tying his shoelaces, he suddenly paused, then spoke softly, Mom, Dad. A bright smile spread across Jinwoo's face. I'm sorry for only showing you my worst sides all this time, and thank you. After saying those words, he left the house, leaving the two elderly parents with astonished looks on their faces. I'm heading out. At that moment, Jinwoo's father scratched his head and muttered, that boy really knows how to make someone embarrassed. Honey, though, his mother was worried about something else. Will our Jinwoo be okay? Seeing the look on her face, his father gently comforted her. Don't worry. The government has been doing safety training lately. Let's eat breakfast quickly and head out too. Jinwoo's mother looked toward the door and murmured, please stay safe. Jinwoo brought up the fact that this was an era where all of humanity could become players. Besides, among all countries, South Korea had drawn early attention due to its unusually high dungeon mortality rate. The reason for this was incredibly simple. It was a sort of main character syndrome driven by greed. To put it simply, players delusional enough to think they were the protagonists of a fantasy world. Because of this delusion, they recklessly rushed into dungeons and died. It had even become such a serious issue that foreign media speculated it was because too many talented gamers vanished during this period. They analyzed that this was because South Korea, once a gaming powerhouse, still ranked in the top 10 of every leaderboard. How would the body of a man in his 20s be recovered? South Korea, the gaming powerhouse, plummets into the abyss. Jinwoo was absorbing all this information through his phone. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. He didn't expect there would be so many deaths just because of a delusion. In his heart, his thoughts went deeper. It's kind of funny because I've been addicted to this game for 10 years myself. But honestly, it sounds pretty pathetic. But aren't they afraid? In his heart, his thoughts went deeper. It's kind of funny because I've been addicted to this game for 10 years myself. But honestly, it sounds pretty pathetic. But aren't they afraid? Jinwoo stepped forward. He held out his information sheet, accompanied by the words, here is my application. The receptionist quickly replied, all right, you're all registered. At this moment, Jinwoo asked further, excuse me, but how many people will be granted player status? At this moment, Jinwoo asked further, excuse me, but how many people will be granted player status? But in the end, he made up his mind. Jinwoo muttered to himself, if I can't even get past a trivial thing like this. He resolved to himself, how could I ever be called the first heaven? At the cafe where applicants were waiting for their results, a few files were placed on the table with an annoyed comment. I can't believe out of all these people, they only picked 50. Park Chong-suk looked at the stack of papers in front of him and remarked again, if we want to recruit actual talent, we need to pick more. Chong-suk, an examiner from HQ. He muttered to himself, honestly, those old fogies sitting in air-conditioned rooms are dragging everything down. Before he could even finish his train of thought, he was interrupted by an attack. What the hell? The person who walked in spoke sarcastically. "Hey there, Park Chong-suk." Kim Jang took in the scene in front of him and added a challenging remark. "You look pretty relaxed for someone who just wiped out my kids." Chong-suk's face immediately turned furious. "You crazy bastard." He quickly summoned his own creature as well. A party was quickly formed. The people around them who witnessed this scene couldn't help but exclaim, "That's the HQ Martial Alliance over there." Of all the places they could go, they had to come right here. Jinwoo was also drawn to the commotion at that moment. He looked at the tension between the two of them. "What's going on?" Jinwoo's face showed that he wasn't amused by this. What kind of crazy situation is this? The attention of the people around them focused on the tense scene ahead. What suddenly happened? Some of them were even trembling with fear. "What should we do? We're not going to die, right?" Just then, an alliance member popped up. "It's fine. That's Park Chong-suk over there. They call him the Yaksha, the destroyer of the alliance." Jinwoo also turned his gaze toward them. He looked at Kim Jang, a thought flashing through his mind. The alliance, followed by a guess. "Don't tell me they're using summons to commit crimes now." Park Chong-suk barked out an order. "Emergency situation. Don't tell me they're using summons to commit crimes now." Jinwoo quickly followed suit and summoned Ramba. She was still looking around blankly at the moment, trying to see what was happening. The moment her first word started to come out, Jinwoo immediately covered Ramba's mouth. He reminded her in a low voice, "Sorry, but you promised you wouldn't talk outside." On the other side, Kim Jang continued to sneer. "Turns out you're some kind of disciple of justice." Wasting no time, he immediately ordered his red demon to charge and attack. "Let's see how long you can last." Jinwoo hid in a corner, cautiously observing the situation. Getting involved for no reason would just be a headache. And then he made a decision. "For now, I'll just see how they fight." And then he made a decision. "For now, I'll just see how they fight." The fire butterfly continuously shot out fireballs, which crashed onto the ground and triggered explosions. However, Kim Jang's red demon was completely unscathed, which only made him even more arrogant. "Is that all you've got?" On the opposite side, Park Chong-suk was starting to look annoyed. Meanwhile, Jinwoo muttered a comment, unable to believe his eyes. "Man, they're total scrubs." Even Ramba, sitting on his head, shared the same reaction. "Is that supposed to be a fight?" Jinwoo quickly spoke up as she yanked his hair. "That actually hurts, Ramba." The surrounding people started whispering among themselves. "It looks like Park Chong-suk is being pushed back. What if he loses?" Their words were filled with dread. "No way, those guys definitely won't hesitate to kill civilians too." Hearing this, Jinwoo couldn't help but wonder, "What should I do?" He looked at the situation and began to analyze it. "If I step in to help and get dragged into this?" While the red demon was gradually gaining the upper hand, and then he reached a conclusion, "I'll end up dead here before I even get to live a peaceful life." No sooner thought than done. Jinwoo stepped closer and struck up a conversation with Park Chong-suk. "Excuse me." Seeing this, the man tried to stop him. "It's dangerous. Please step back." But he flatly refused. "No. The skill timing on that fire turtle is completely off." Next, he pointed behind them and gave a piece of advice. "Look at the buffers behind that red orc." Jinwoo forced Park Chong-suk to look at the demon in the back. "They're casting a fire resistance buff." Jinwoo forced Park Chong-suk to look at the demon in the back. "They're casting a fire resistance buff." Hearing this, Park Chong-suk thought to himself, "Every time those buffers in the back cast a skill, the orc's body glows red. Is that fire resistance?" He quickly came up with a counter strategy. "If that's the case, then that red demon over there is about to attack." But Park Chong-suk was one step ahead. Right now, Fire Turtle, a powerful pillar of fire, erupted, aiming straight at the red demon. It shrieked in pain, caught completely off guard. Witnessing this, Park Chong-suk couldn't help but shout in pure excitement. "Great! It actually worked." Meanwhile, Kim Jang roared from the other side. "Holy crap! How did you know?" The moment the faint clouds of smoke began to clear was exactly when Park Chong-suk's wood element summon launched its attack. Kim Jang could only watch helplessly as his support demon was struck down. "This is insane." Park Chong-suk's summons seized the opportunity and unleashed a coordinated strike all at once. The red demon took the full force of a fiery rain and burned to ashes. Kim Jang watched them vanish, only able to mutter in terror. How can this be? He grew frightened as he saw Park Chong-suk slowly walking toward him. Wait a minute. There was nothing left but sheer terror on Kim Jang's face now. "I'll turn myself in." I surrender. I was wrong. However, Park Chong-suk's wood element summon had already moved. It bound him tightly, ignoring his pleas. Please spare me. I'll never be a gangster again. Park Chong-suk delivered a cold declaration. Shut your mouth. His voice was low and grim. You know, alliance members are executed on the spot. Kim Jang stared helplessly at the branches wrapping around his body. No, Park Chong-suk coldly stated, right? The command was given, and the summon immediately tightened its grip, turning Kim Jang into an exploding bubble. Only then did the people around them feel somewhat relieved. Is it over? They began to cheer for Park Chong-suk. We won. Park Chong-suk won. You're amazing, man. Park Chong-suk even looked thrilled seeing Kim Jang's demise. That guy got what he deserved. HQ is the best. This level of bloodlust made Jinwoo wonder. Even if he's a criminal harboring this much hatred when a person was just killed right in front of them, this world really isn't the place I used to know anymore. His gaze grew sharper. If I'm not truly determined, it's going to be hard to survive. Meanwhile, Park Chong-suk was slowly walking up to him. Excuse me, young man, he opened politely. Thank you very much for earlier. I am Park Chong-suk, an examiner for the player headquarters, followed by an expression of gratitude. Thanks to you, I was able to capture that terrorist. Jinwoo shook his hand and replied, Don't mention it. Park Chong-suk moved on to another matter. I'd like to send you a reward. May I ask which guild you belong to? Only then did he honestly explain, the thing is I haven't registered with HQ yet. Is that going to be an issue? Hearing this, Park Chong-suk couldn't help but be astonished. What? Out of tens of thousands of summon types, you recognized it in the blink of an eye, and yet you haven't officially registered? Park Chong-suk continued to propose. Do you happen to have your ID card on you then? We just need to verify your identity. Jinwoo quickly replied, Yes. Taking the ID card into his hand, Park Chong-suk politely followed up, Thank you. He briefly explained the procedure. Once the background check is completed, a reward matching the regulations will be issued. Hearing this, Jinwoo gave a short reply. I see. He smiled and turned to leave. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Park Chong-suk's expression changed almost instantly. He pressed the button to make a call, then assigned a task to the person on the other end. It's me. I'll just send you some data. The target of the investigation is none other than Jinwoo. Yes, Beck Jinwoo. Look into him for me. As for Jinwoo himself, he was still completely oblivious to this. Jinwoo went back to the place where he had summoned Ramba. He held out a pastry in front of her. Here, it must have been annoying not being allowed to talk earlier, right? Ramba's eyes sparkled at the sight of food. Watching her enjoy the pastry, Jinwoo could only think to himself, she really is simple-minded. He felt a lot more relieved as he continued to think. I heard some players even argue with their summons. But with Ramba, it's so easy. All it takes is a cream bread to solve everything. Then he calculated other things. Everything should turn out fine, right? Jinwoo was remembering the battle from earlier. I didn't plan on stepping in at first, but if I hadn't, everyone might have died there. When the red demon had almost won, he let out a sigh. The world has changed a lot more than imagined. Jinwoo showed his clear determination. I can't delay hunting any longer. Regarding his targets, next up was to gather summon scrolls as fast as possible and call forth the next summon. Among them, the reason for this choice was because the top priorities were the Spear Master and the Dragon Mage. Over here, Ramba was already completely stuffed. Jinwoo stood up and signaled, all right. A bright smile was on his face. Shall we head out then? Right in the middle of a bustling park, Park Chong-suk exclaimed, What? He hurriedly double-checked. Jinwoo had been hospitalized for 3 whole years due to a car accident. At the same time, Park Chong-suk realized, no wonder he's an unregistered player. Past events came rushing back. Thinking back, 3 years ago was exactly when the world turned upside down. With things that chaotic back then, accidents were bound to happen, so in a way it made sense. The HQ staff member quickly added, Yes, plus he filed his player registration application the moment he was discharged. Hearing this, he gasped, What? In a rush, Park Chong-suk looked over Jinwoo's information line by line. Staring at the screen, he suddenly muttered, Is this for real? What the hell? Staring at the screen, he suddenly muttered, Is this for real? What the hell? Pondering for a moment, Park Chong-suk suddenly proposed, By the way, regarding the examiners assigned for this month, Tell them I will personally step in this time. Don't ask for reasons. The other end quickly replied, yes, I understand. Following that, a dial tone beeped, signaling the end of the call. It left Park Chang-suk deep in thought. Waking up from an accident is one thing, but applying for player registration immediately upon waking means his adaptability must be insanely fast. The more he thought about it, the wider the smile on his face grew. Baek Jinwoo. He might just turn out to be an extraordinary talent. On the flip side, Jinwoo was currently inside a formal building. He slowly took each step, accompanied by a fresh sense of wonder. Jinwoo looked ahead apprehensively. He knew it would be crowded, but seeing this suffocating mass of people, he wondered doubtfully, are all these people here for the training session? Then Jinwoo thought to himself, so I have to beat all these competitors just to become a player. Even so, he remained completely relaxed. That's going to be a piece of cake, since nobody understands the game better than I do. Right at that moment, another rhythmic set of footsteps echoed. Without making them wait any longer, the examiner spoke up. Is everyone here? This made him look over eagerly. It's starting. However, Jinwoo's face quickly froze in shock. Right in front of him, Park Chang-suk clearly announced, I am Park Chang-suk, an examiner from headquarters. I will now begin the training session prior to the written exam. Then, a while later, the sunlight had gradually softened. Jinwoo and Park Chang-suk were meeting up inside a cafe. You're a bit surprised, aren't you? To that question, he replied awkwardly, yeah, well, I didn't expect the examiner to be you. Park Chang-suk smiled on his end. I guess this is what they call fate. How was the training session? However, Jinwoo hesitated again this time. The training session. Recalling earlier, Park Chang-suk had taught them a few things. This is a type that frequently appears on the written exam. Hearing this, Jinwoo was suddenly startled when considering the summon combinations here. His sudden movement accidentally woke up Ramba, who was fast asleep. What the heck? Meanwhile, he was feeling quite indignant. Are you kidding me? Isn't this the combo I popularized back in the day? If you're going to use that, at least ask for my permission first. Even so, he suppressed his annoyance awkwardly. It's not bad, even though I'm a little ticked off. A chuckle escaped Park Chang-suk's side. Glad to hear that. Then he cleared his throat out of nowhere and said, the reason I called you out separately, Mr. Jinwoo, is because of the reward I mentioned last time. Keeping a serious look on his face, Park Chang-suk started to speak. But before we get to that, there's something I need to ask you. Jinwoo replied curiously, what is it? The moment he got a nod, he jumped straight to the question, Mr. Jinwoo, by any chance, were you a gamer before? Hearing that title, he looked genuinely surprised. A gamer? He quickly added, gamer is what people call those who used to play Summoner Wars back in the day. No matter how long they played, as long as they played that game, they're called gamers. Summoner Wars and 70% of the South Korean rankers are gamers. Thanks to that explanation, it finally clicked for Jinwoo. Thinking back, it really was a bit strange for someone who wasn't even an official player yet to know so much about summon buffs. So he admitted it. Yeah, I did play back then. That answer made Park Chang-suk ecstatic. I knew it. Do you mind if I ask how long you played? Faced with this question, Jinwoo felt a bit hesitant. It was a dead game with barely any players left. If he said 10 years, he'd be recognized instantly. After pondering for a moment, he lowered his voice and threw out a number, about a year. But contrary to his worries, Park Chang-suk suddenly got hyped. Are you serious? His over-the-top reaction left Jinwoo bewildered. Yeah, is there a problem? Geez, did I understate it too much? As for Park Chang-suk, he looked like he had just found a literal treasure chest. You actually played that dead game for a whole year? That's insane. On the flip side, Jinwoo was incredibly awkward and couldn't really argue. Then he forced a reply, yeah, it just kind of happened that way. Meanwhile, Park Chang-suk was absolutely thrilled. Most Korean rankers had played for less than half a year, but this guy played for a whole year. But he quickly got back to the main point. Excuse my outburst. I prepared 2 reward options for you. Take whichever one you want. Jinwoo nodded after hearing that. All right, I got it. Just like that, he quickly listed them out. First, I won't just use my authority to grant your player registration right away. Park Chang-suk said with absolute confidence. You will bypass the exam entirely for immediate recruitment, and I'll even guarantee you a position at headquarters. Jinwoo just listened to this while resting his chin on his hand, completely unfazed. And for the second option, Park Chong-suk made sure to emphasize it. A cash reward of 5 million won. He immediately made up his mind. Well, this is an obvious choice. As for Park Chong-suk, he was incredibly smug and laughing to himself. How about that? Not only do you get registered, but you also get a job at HQ, which is harder to get into than a major corporation. Of course, he's going to pick the first one. But Jinu's voice rang out decisively. I'll take the cash. Hearing that, he was completely shocked. What did you say? What? But if you don't take it, getting registered as a player is going to take quite a long time. You know that, right? On the other hand, Jinu still coldly drew the line. I appreciate your concern, but I'll be fine. At the same time, he took the initiative to stand up. I can handle the registration myself, and I don't really have any intention of joining headquarters anyway. I'm busy hunting for summons, so I don't have time to waste. Just like that, he and his summon headed off to take the exam. And it didn't take long before a staff member called out his name, applicant Beck Jinu. He replied, completely ready, yes. Next, she professionally went over the guidelines, just like what he had heard earlier during the practical exam orientation. You just need to clear the daily dungeon. This time, you'll be entering the third dungeon, and the format is participation. Meanwhile, Park Chong-suk was watching them from behind. He was still in utter disbelief. I never would have thought he'd turn it down. Suddenly, Park Chong-suk frowned in suspense. Furthermore, he remembered what happened earlier when a collective gasp echoed out. This is insane. He understands runes and summons on a deeper level than anyone else. The Research Institute staff were absolutely overjoyed. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Thanks to this applicant, Beck Jinu, I realized just how narrow my vision was. Someone else was so moved they were practically tearing up. South Korea finally has a real prodigy. He even went as far as asserting that if everything went smoothly, this guy could easily make it onto the leaderboards. This left Park Chong-suk completely dazed and confused. Is he really that good? Back to the present, his regret only grew. That's the first time I've ever seen those arrogant professors react like that. Should I have offered better terms? Right at that moment, the staff member gestured toward the gate. That concludes the explanation. You may enter now. Jinna took a step closer to the entrance. Carrying a sense of curiosity, he stepped inside along with the gorilla and Ramba. Let's see how this goes. The space transformed instantly. The system's energy wrapped around him in a brilliant golden light. Before long, they were standing in a completely different atmosphere. The dungeon description materialized right in front of his eyes. A room filled with highly toxic slimes. Defeat the slimes and quickly escape the dungeon. Without a second thought, Jinu barked out his first order, Ramba. Ramba immediately sprang into action upon hearing her name. I will start channeling right away. And thanks to this synergy, the gorilla's power kept skyrocketing. The third dungeon was a maze. The structure required defeating slimes while navigating the path, eventually leading to a showdown with the boss. And at the same time, it was a place where beginners wasted all their time getting lost. After finishing his calculations, a slight smirk played on Jinu's lips. He conjured a shield and charged straight ahead. However, the slimes were incredibly slow. Just ignore them and run straight through. Ramba also cheered along. Let's go. Jinu thought to himself, I got lost in this place so many times I'm sick of it, so finding the way is child's play. Armed with that confidence, they headed straight for a door over there. And the moment the door opened, Jinu rushed right through it. If I take this shortcut, it's as good as over. But right at that moment, a barrage of danger warnings started blaring. Jinu, however, looked rather expectant. This is the first real confrontation, isn't it? Standing right in front of him, a massive slime was already waiting. Giant slime. Jinu excitedly ordered the attack. Ramba stood beside him, aggressively casting her spells. Let's turn it up, let's go. The gorilla eagerly charged straight into a head-on clash. It leaped high into the air, preparing to rain down blows on its opponent. The gorilla slammed its fist down with all its might in a violent strike. Its rapid-fire punches left Jinu thoroughly impressed. As expected, there was a good reason why Ramba was considered totally broke. He thought to himself with pride, even an F-tier summon can be useful when its attack speed is buffed to that extent. Watching from the sidelines, Jinu got caught up in the excitement. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if that attack speed buff were applied to a different summon. On the other side, Rambo was enthusiastically cheering for the gorilla. Perfect. So good. Crush it. The system quickly flashed a notification. You have defeated the boss monster. It continued to display the clear time for Jinnu. Dungeon cleared in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. He read the screen and let out a resigned sigh. Man, that's slow. Back when I was Jinnu God, it took me less than a minute, but I guess that's all you can expect from an F tier. It continued to display the clear time for Jinnu. Dungeon cleared in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Jinnu froze, muttering what? The notifications kept popping up one after another. First clear achievement rewards are being delivered. High-grade summon scroll, X3. First clear achievement rewards are being delivered. High-grade summon scroll, X3. Additional rewards are being delivered. Low-grade abrasive, X12. This result completely shattered his expectations. Wait, is this a new South Korean record? Back in a familiar room at HQ, a startled voice rang out. Senior, look at this. The record just changed. The female headquarters employee widened her eyes and walked over to look. What? Where? Her subordinate quickly pointed it out. The third beginner dungeon was cleared in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. The female headquarters employee muttered in sheer disbelief. In just 5 minutes? It was cut down by that much. Did Kong Jian Ho discover a new combination? She also looked at the user's info card. Baek Jinnu, age 20, nationality South Korea, date of birth 20. Abilities. The headquarters employee honestly admitted, I've never heard of this name before. Her subordinate offered a skeptical guess. I don't think he's a ranked player. This hypothesis shocked her even more. So an anonymous player broke the record, and it's the #1 spot at that. The news spread like wildfire all the way to a high-level meeting at headquarters. A staff member whispered in shock. This is absolutely astonishing. Baek Jinnu wasn't the only one she was focused on. Someone else was equally hyped up. In his heart, Park Chong-suk was praising Jinnu to high heaven. There's no doubt about it. He's the real deal. Jinnu is a national treasure. He officially made a firm resolution. No matter what, we have to keep him. At the very least, if our country wants to survive, we must stop him from immigrating and changing his citizenship elsewhere. Park Chong-suk urgently issued directives to his subordinates. Register Jinnu as a player immediately. The female employee asked back in surprise, what? Without even doing a dual test, Park Chong-suk broke it down masterfully. As everyone knows, the time attack is split into domestic and global leaderboards. The #1 spot in South Korea, held by Kong Jian-ho, is 6 minutes and 41 seconds. The #1 spot globally, held by Rachel, is 2 minutes and 25 seconds. He stepped up to convince everyone directly. Jinnu has already shattered the time of South Korea's top player. Does a player duel even mean anything at this point? Park Chong-suk resolutely concluded, I believe those with talent must be granted special privileges. The grand headquarters of the player main office came into view, towering in the distance. Jinnu stood there feeling completely underwhelmed. I can't believe 5 minutes is the top record. Is this really the extent of South Korea's level? A familiar voice called out. Mr. Jinnu. Park Chong-suk welcomed him with a beaming smile. I've been dying to see you. Mr. Baek Jinnu. Seeing him act like that actually felt a bit intimidating and scary. The moment they met, he started rattling off. I saw your time attack record. It was truly incredible. How on earth did you break the South Korean record on your very first try? Park Chong-suk pressed further with excitement. The maze in the third dungeon is insanely complicated, right? Jinnu could only laugh it off and play along superficially. I guess so. He thought to himself awkwardly. This feels like being praised for being a fish that's good at swimming. Park Chong-suk personally handed him a card. First of all, please take this. Jinnu took the card, muttering in surprise, this is... The man eagerly explained right away. This is your player card. You've been granted an exemption to register as a player immediately. Park Chong-suk added with absolute conviction. Because you have nothing left to prove. Mr. Baek Jinnu. Upon receiving the card, Jinnu was thoroughly satisfied as well. This isn't bad at all, is it? Park Chong-suk politely voiced his curiosity. Do you mind if I ask how you managed to break the record? Holding the player card in his hand, Jinnu suddenly hesitated. He carefully weighed his options. If I share what I know right now, South Korea's level will skyrocket in the blink of an eye. Jinwoo was forced to think this through thoroughly. The problem is what happens after that. In the best-case scenario, they'll treat me like a god. And if I'm lucky, I'll enjoy fame and fortune with the government's backing. But I also have to consider the worst-case scenario, where I get kidnapped by bad guys who interrogate me to bleed out everything I know. I already told you everything. On the contrary, I could be forced into compliance and stripped of everything. After deliberating, Jinwoo carefully opened his mouth. First of all, regarding your question just now, he directly confronted Park Chong-suk. You know that's extremely impolite, right? The man understood and took the initiative to apologize. Yes, I apologize. Park Chong-suk followed up bluntly. A gamer strategy is only shared among fellow gamers. That is highly sensitive information. But he still tried to persuade Jinwoo with conviction. But please understand that South Korea is just that desperate for talent right now. Jinwoo silently evaluated the other man's behavior. He transferred the promised money immediately. His personality is decent, and he seems pretty reasonable. An amused smile crossed his face as an idea struck him. What if I try to take advantage of the government? If I play my cards right, I might even grow faster than doing this alone. Therefore, Jinwoo spoke up to respond to the examiner. Park Chong-suk replied nervously, yes. He formally proposed. Let's meet privately. Let's move somewhere else for a bit. The location was a cozy nearby cafe. Park Chong-suk laid his cards on the table, expressing his desire directly. I'll give it to you straight. Please help us. He sincerely emphasized. Our headquarters needs your knowledge, Mr. Jinwoo. Park Chong-suk also disclosed frankly. We did some digging and heard that you were bedridden in the hospital for 3 years. Jinwoo showed a hint of annoyance. You guys did a background check on me? Faced with that, he had no choice but to confess. I'm sorry, but unregistered players with high skills are highly likely to be part of the alliance. Jinwoo called him out with a stern face. Now that I'm registered, there won't be any more investigations, right? Don't ever do that again. Park Chong-suk could only meekly promise right away, yes, sir. Jinwoo's nonchalant attitude also made him suspicious. Normally, whenever the government was mentioned, people would get intimidated and do their best to cooperate. Park Chong-suk silently calculated in his mind. Yet this guy shows absolutely no sign of that. He knows his own worth perfectly well. Jinwoo set his coffee cup down, getting serious about business. First of all, I've actually thought about this too. What do I get out of helping the government's side? Park Chong-suk declared firmly. Cooperation from me. It seems you don't quite understand this yet. Cooperation. He proudly introduced himself to Jinwoo. It's a bit embarrassing to say it myself, but I actually hold a pretty high position within headquarters. Park Chong-suk continued to explain, headquarters examiners are elected by public vote, so if my achievements are good enough, I can secure more votes and climb even higher. Jinwoo vaguely understood the definition. So he's basically like a politician. After explaining, Park Chong-suk expressed his commitment firmly. Therefore, he held his head high and gave a solid guarantee. Within the scope of my authority, I will provide you with all possible support. Jinwoo silently considered it. Sounds a bit unappealing, honestly. The compensation is vague, and since he's a civil servant, he can't just throw public funds around on a whim. In the end, he reached his own decision. If that's the case, Jinwoo tapped his fingers on the table and spoke up seriously. Then let's do this. He made his demand directly, just 1 month. Park Chong-suk couldn't help but be taken aback by such a brief time frame. What? Jinwoo smiled confidently as he explained the condition. Since I just registered, I'll require your support during my growth for exactly 1 month. He laid out the terms clearly. If I find it satisfactory, we can continue our cooperation. If not, I'll return everything I received, or I'll provide you with an amount of information equivalent to that value. Park Chong-suk couldn't help but chuckle at Jinwoo's sheer audacity. So what he's saying right now is that he's going to use me as his personal assistant for a month. He thought to himself with amusement, how cheeky, but I guess I don't have a choice. Then Park Chong-suk extended his hand and accepted generously. All right, deal. Because he was absolutely certain that staying close to this guy would definitely net him more in the long run. Park Chong-suk shook hands with Jinwoo to seal the deal. Let's go with that then. Jinwoo continued his conversation with Park Chong-suk. First off, there's one thing I want to ask. He seriously made a request. Please don't let the news about my new record get out. Jinwoo honestly expressed, I'm worried about my safety. Park Chong-suk suddenly had a question. Excuse me, if it's a matter of your safety, headquarters can. But he quickly realized it. No, Park Chong-suk silently concluded in his heart. How can a headquarters that can't even handle a single gang protect a top-tier talent? He clenched his fists in tension. Jinna knew that too. In the end, Park Chong-suk agreed with him. I understand. I'll do my absolute best to keep this under wraps. He quickly followed up. But over time, some information is bound to leak out anyway. That's unavoidable. Without even listening to the end of the sentence, Jinwoo stood right up. That's good enough. He left decisively. Then I'll take my leave first. Park Chong-suk could only bid him farewell awkwardly. See you next time. In the end, Jinna got what he wanted. Nice, now I've got him keeping his mouth shut. He turned on his phone with excitement, thinking to himself, time to check out the rewards I've just received. Jinna checked the system and was full of praise. He stared blankly, muttering, these rewards are insane. The polish is ordinary, but it actually includes high-grade summon scrolls. The system displayed 2 top-tier rewards. High-grade summon scroll X3, low-grade Polish X2. Jinna nodded in approval. As expected of a first clear achievement reward, which can only be obtained once per player. But then he hesitated. I really want to open them right now, but gambling with just 3 scrolls is a bit. Jinwoo blurted out a whisper. Maybe selling them for cash would actually be better. Suddenly, something crossed his mind. All right, I still have that, don't I? Jinwoo pulled out his phone immediately. The player network, a place that only registered players could access. Most item transactions were conducted through here. He instinctively recalled Park Chong-suk's face, or rather, what that old politician had told him when installing it. At that time, he had insisted emphatically that he absolutely must use it. I highly recommend it. That was why Jinwoo started tapping away to browse. Let's see. After checking the prices, he gasped in utter shock. Jinwoo brought the phone right up to his face as if he couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? He muttered under his breath. Trembling, the high-grade ones cost a whopping 3 million. Jinwoo quickly did the math in shock. So that means I just made 900,000 won after running a dungeon for only 5 minutes? That's completely insane. The capitalist spirit suddenly surged within him. And this is only at this level. As his stats continue to climb, the prospect of immense wealth completely captivated Jinwoo. And he thought to himself, Mom, Dad, and Ajin too. I'm never going to let any of you worry about money ever again. His whole family looked at him happily. My son, Jinwoo, big bro. He began to carefully filter through the items. First, I'll sell off these high-grade summon scrolls, and then I'll use that cash to buy up low-grade summon scrolls. The Drill Sergeant and the Fire Dragon Mage were both totally broken summons capable of taking down even S ranks. Until I managed to summon those two, I'm only opening low-grade scrolls. His shopping cart was fully set up. He was currently listing 3 high-grade summon scrolls for sale. After browsing for a while, Jinwoo noticed something. However, he quickly spotted a major flaw. Low-grade types are usually accumulated just by running dungeons. Why on earth are they priced at a whopping 5,000 won per scroll? And even though the number of sellers far outnumber the buyers, not a single person was listed as selling them any cheaper. A brilliant idea suddenly popped into Jinwoo's head. In times like this, the person on the other end picked up immediately. Hello? The person he called was none other than Ajin. Big bro, what's up? Jinwoo thought to himself with a smirk. It's time to put your good luck to use. The explanation didn't take very long. Ajin quickly filled him in with a tip. Oh, that? Headquarters actually buys those up. Jinwoo asked back, completely puzzled. Headquarters? Why would they buy them? The other end of the line replied, nonchalantly, I heard it's to support rankers or something like that. Pretty much. Ajin helpfully explained the process. They use the state budget to buy up summon scrolls in massive quantities, and the floor price is always locked at 500 won. But they only buy a limited amount each day. She made sure to emphasize one thing. Since people can always sell them to headquarters, nobody is willing to lower their prices. They just hold on to them and wait. Thanks to Ajin, it finally clicked for Jinwoo. So that's why. Ajin quickly added, but it looks like that policy is about to be scrapped soon. He asked in surprise, Why is that? She pointed out directly. It's an outdated policy from the early days, so right now the low-grade scrolls at headquarters doesn't even bother using are literally piling up like a mountain. This was exactly what Jinna needed to hear. Is that true? Thanks for letting me know. I'm hanging up now. He smiled boldly, deciding to take full advantage of this opportunity. So there's an extreme surplus of low-grade scrolls. Huh? The next day at the office, Park Chong-suk radiantly welcomed his key player. Welcome, Mr. Jinnu. Park Chong-suk laughed out loud with excitement. You must have missed me a lot to come back so quickly like this. Jinnu intentionally brushed it off. Yes, something like that. He cordially followed up. Did you need to see me for something? Jinna hesitated for a moment before speaking. Well, actually, he politely stated his request. I was wondering if I could get my hands on some low-grade summon scrolls. Park Chong-suk looked entirely taken aback. What? Not mid-grade or high-grade ones. He still followed up enthusiastically. How many are you planning to take? Jinna went for broke and locked it in right away. As many as possible, sir. Park Chong-suk seriously muttered under his breath. As many as. He carefully thought it over. We receive 50,000 scrolls every single day, so giving him a fraction of that shouldn't be an issue at all. However, Park Chong-suk put up a direct warning first. I can hand them over to you, but if you're planning to resell them for a profit, then... Jinnu casually explained, it's not like that at all. They're just sitting idle in the market anyway. So I figured it'd be better to just use them myself. Hearing this, he understood immediately. So you've already done the math. Completely different from the rest. If someone like him was going out his way to hoard low-grade scrolls like this, he was clearly plotting something very extraordinary. He generously requested, all right then, but I have one condition. Jinna looked surprised. A condition? Only then did Park Chong-suk firmly make his demand. Give me a solid piece of information as a sample. He gave an incredibly reasonable explanation. I am a headquarters representative elected by the people. If I get caught casually handing out skill scrolls purchased with tax dollars, the public will lose faith in me. Park Chong-suk expressed frankly. So if you provide me with information, I'll give you a corresponding amount of low-grade summon scrolls in return. You see, I at least need a bit of safety net for myself. It seemed Jinnu had already anticipated this move. So he won't hand them over for free, huh? He became even more confident. Even better. That means if I give him good information, he'll view it as having equal value. Jinnu readily accepted. Sounds fair to me. He began to reveal a certain detail. First of all, there's something called an achievement chain. Park Chong-suk, as expected, had never heard the term before. An achievement chain? Jinnu continued to clarify. That's right. Currently, the reward for the domestic #1 achievement is set at 3 high-grade scrolls per dungeon. Meaning, when you clear in 6 minutes and 20 seconds, you get high-grade summon scroll X3. He explained thoroughly, but when another player breaks that record, they can claim the reward all over again. For example, with a record of 5 minutes and 32 seconds compared to 6 minutes and 20 seconds, they will receive high-grade summon scroll X3. Taking advantage of this, Jinnu directly suggested a strategy. So if players take turns shaving down the record by just 1 second at a time, they can maximize the total value of the rewards received. You can think of it like a relay race. 5 minutes 31 seconds, then cutting it down to 5 minutes 30 seconds. The more they do this, South Korea's national strength will naturally increase along with it. Park Chong-suk quickly acknowledged this clever method. I see. Actually, that's a method we've used before. Most of the current rankers have already claimed that reward once. He agreed immediately. However, there are still plenty of players who have never received any rewards at all, so I don't think this will cause any problems. Jinnu gave a brief nod. I understand. He continued to disclose. The entirety of the information I'm offering is the complete strategy for the 3rd dungeon. Park Chong-suk enthusiastically clapped his hands with a loud pop. I knew it. He widened his eyes and pressed further. That's the exact method you used this time, isn't it? Jinna felt a little exhausted by all that intensity. No, that's something the 5 emperors used to use. He had already said he remembered all of their names, so he wouldn't believe me anyway. He continued to lay out the execution process. Yes, with this method, anyone who follows it can complete the dungeon in about 3 minutes. Park Chong-suk cheered excitedly. 3 minutes? What on earth is it? Suddenly, Jinnu seriously interrupted him. Before diving deep into that, he quickly held up a hand with 5 fingers extended. Jinwoo began to negotiate the deal. We should decide on a fair price for this information. Aside from the low-grade summon scrolls you promised, I want an additional 50 high-grade summon scrolls. What do you think? Park Chang-suk gasped in absolute shock. Excuse me, but 50 scrolls is 150 million. He remained completely firm, locking it in. To be honest, that price is still a massive steal. Jinwoo bluntly emphasized, this tactic works even in high-level dungeons, not just these starter ones. And the sheer amount of achievement rewards you will rake in from this alone is easily worth billions. Naturally, Park Chang-suk had no counter-argument. That was absolutely true, which was why he finally decided to accept and lock in the deal. Agreed. Naturally, Park Chang-suk had no counter-argument. That was absolutely true, which was why he finally decided to accept and lock in the deal. Agreed. Satisfied with the transaction, Jinwoo smiled reassuringly. You won't regret this deal. The sky was gradually turning into evening when someone's voice called out, Examiner, everyone is gathered. The members of Park Chang-suk's team had assembled. Why did he call an abrupt meeting right at clock-out time? At that moment, a smile was plastered across his face. I called you all here because there's something I want to test out. The young guy standing opposite him felt a surge of excitement upon hearing that. Oh ho, the examiner never calls us in out of the blue like this. So this definitely isn't just some ordinary test, right? Park Chang-suk began a present. Everyone already knows the news that the record for the 3rd dungeon was just broken, right? The listeners all focused intensely on the topic. I did hear about that. I think his name was Jinwoo or something. Park Chang-suk's face was full of absolute confidence as he revealed, this time, I've acquired a killer strategy from overseas. I tested it out on the player Jinwoo, and the results were an absolute masterpiece. Even so, the people across from him looked a bit bewildered. Is that for real? So that's the reason why you announced that this matter shouldn't be leaked outside. They were sharp enough to guess the purpose. So the reason you called us here is... Park Chang-suk didn't hesitate to admit it. Exactly. He made a serious declaration. From this moment on, we will run time trials in the 3rd dungeon, and then begin preparing the lineup by summoning a creature. The key summoned beast to conquer this dungeon is none other than this little guy right here. Looking at that spotted Komodo, the other members were completely puzzled. Isn't that just a spotted Komodo dragon? Because the truth of the matter was that the spotted Komodo was a summon belonging to the spotted lizard species, measuring roughly the size of a grown adult. It possessed high durability and decent attack power. A textbook brawler type. At least, that was the common knowledge that everybody knew. A single one's basic stats would look like this. B-rank spotted Komodo, height 170 centimeters, an all-rounder summon capable of both tanking and dealing damage. However, in reality, because it was a B rank, it wasn't easy to nurture at all. What is this? It's complete garbage. Compared to other B ranks, both its damage output and tanking capabilities were incredibly mediocre, making it a summon that players frequently ignored. However, what players didn't know at all was that the main food source of the spotted Komodo was the giant slime. As long as it was fed right inside the dungeon, it could hunt down giant slimes, creating a night and day difference in performance. Inside a high-rise building at that moment, a barrage of bulletin notifications began flashing one after another. Beginner 3rd dungeon, domestic 1st place, Park Chun-sik. Clear time, 5 minutes 31 seconds. Beginner 3rd dungeon, domestic 1st place, Lee Dong-myeon. Clear time, 5 minutes 29 seconds. Every single participant in the test was utterly thrilled. Examiner, everything you said was completely true. We reached the final boss room in less than 4 minutes. That Komodo dragon's appetite is seriously no joke. This little guy is a literal lifesaver. They quickly arrived at a definitive conclusion. So from now on, we don't have to worry about cleaning up the aftermath anymore. We can even challenge the world record at this rate. Time continued to tick away, and the next day, a Chow News broadcast was flashing on the screen. South Korea continuously breaks records in the 3rd dungeon. Could the headquarters Yiksha, Park Chang-suk, be the mastermind behind this? Below that was another article. Examiner Park Chang-suk gathered valuable information on the cheap from overseas, Will they challenge the world record? Reading up to this point, Park Chang-suk couldn't help but feel thoroughly satisfied. This made everything even more certain. Jinu's value had already far surpassed that of an ordinary first-year gamer. He reached a conclusion himself. All right, I've made up my mind. I'm going to form a specialized team dedicated entirely to Jinu. In Park Chang-suk's hands was a stack of files. As for the profiles of the members laid out on the table, he muttered to himself with excitement. These three should be good to go. Elsewhere, at that very moment, Jinu's hand holding his phone was trembling uncontrollably. An unhideable excitement was plastered all over his face. Has making money always been this incredibly easy? Mr. Park Chang-suk sure is generous. Even Ramba raised her voice. With this much cash, how many cream-filled pastries can we buy? Jinu continued to pull up his status window. On top of that, standing right in front of him was the inventory storage for summon scrolls. Low-grade summon scroll X10000. Reading the screen, he muttered with deep satisfaction. The 10,000 low-grade summon scrolls that the headquarters staff delivered this morning. Huh? A slightly wicked smile crossed Jinu's face. He kept his promise, so I guess I better get my part of the job done too. He casually twisted off the cap of a water bottle, then turned to the person next to him and asked, Ramba, are you ready? She eagerly replied, ready. The water in the bottle was poured out smoothly and gently. Now what they were doing was actually praying right before tearing open the blind bags. Dear God, dear Buddha, dear Allah, dear spirits of heaven and earth, Ramba enthusiastically pleaded. Please let our Jinu summon a top-tier masterpiece. Please. A summoning ritual that she had been practicing since the days of Jinagod. With the procedure finalized, Jinu finally pulled out a summon scroll. All right, let's do this. With unwavering faith, he powerfully ripped the scroll open. The moment for an endless summoning chain had begun. But life always slaps people in the face right at the most critical moments. Jinu collapsed flat on the ground, completely surrounded by a swarm of low-grade summons. I've opened 3,600 scrolls in the span of a single hour. Something decent should have dropped by now, right? Why is it literally all F ranks? Ramba poked a finger into his cheek. You dummy, of course it hasn't yet. She stated seriously, do you honestly think an EX rank let me drops that easily? Only to be met with Jinu's counter-question. Why wouldn't I? Didn't I pull you on my very first try? Hearing that, Ramba explained in simple terms, that was purely a fluke, okay? Then she kindly broke down the probability of pulling one. Eating a single scroll won't do anything, let alone one. It probably takes around 1,000,000 scrolls or so. Jinu couldn't help but be taken aback. What are you even talking about? Seeing this look on his face, Ramba finally realized, Jinu, you seriously don't know anything about the summoning system, do you? Jinu blankly repeated, the summoning system? At this moment, Ramba began to explain, the exact total number of summons is precisely equal to 10% of the player population. 8 billion people equals 800 million summons. There are probably over 800 million horned caterpillars, just like the ones you just pulled out. She pointed directly at his face as she added, but the crucial part is, Ramba's expression turned incredibly grave, because we possess an isolated status. Only one single individual of each type exists in the entire universe. Hearing that, Jinu was so shocked that he cried out, what? What? But this time, she could only shrug her shoulders. I don't know the reason why either. Ramba added without rushing. Like I told you before, the only thing certain right now is that it seems only you can summon isolated EX rank entities. Jinu. He felt his future growing darker by the second. There were tens of thousands of different types of summons, and she was saying that each type had up to 800 million copies out there. Jinu broke into a cold sweat as he calculated the probability. And I have to pull a one-of-a-kind EX rank out of all that. He became a depressed soul almost instantly. Winning the mega lottery back-to-back would be easier than this. Ramba kindly offered a word of comfort. Even so, don't worry too much. Then she added a few more pieces of information. Once a summon has been pulled, it will never appear again, unless you discard it. For example, let's say all 800 million horned caterpillars have been completely summoned. Here's the final friend. I'm the 800 millionth friend. If that happens, horned caterpillars will never show up in any future summons ever again. Hearing that, Jinnu still couldn't help but feel exhausted. Even so, things are still going to be brutal. At this point, Ramba could only agree. True that. Driven to a corner, Jinnu thought about getting reckless. Should I just start opening mid-grade scrolls instead? Fortunately, his remaining shred of sanity stopped him just in time. No, that would be way too inefficient. They're expensive, and there's barely any supply on the market anyway. Standing up, Jinnu muttered under his breath. The win rate is practically zero. Yet he grabbed a scroll and declared at the top of his lungs, the win rate is practically zero. But the echoes of his desperate prayers filled the space anyway. Ramba could only cheer him on enthusiastically. That's the spirit. You can do it. In the afternoon, the sunset sky cast a warm hue over the roof of the house. Jinnu brought his hands up to massage his neck, groaning, I am literally about to die. Ramba lay face down on a pillow and called out, Jinnu, I want cream bread. He sat there dazed, pinching her cheek while deep in thought. Thinking back, I completely blew through 6 months' worth of earnings in the span of just 2 weeks. Ramba screamed in both panic and worry. Those eye bags. Jinnu is seriously pushing the brink of death in more ways than one. Jinnu glanced slightly to one side. He placed both hands on his head, staring up at the ceiling. I even had to rent a room near the player zone just to synthesize these spirits. She softly murmured, cream bread. Either way, I can't just keep freeloading off my parents forever. He sat up, pressing both hands down on the mattress. Then we're heading out to synthesize again today. Wake up, Ramba. She stretched her entire body out, her voice filled with absolute excitement. Cream bread. The synthesis shop, formerly Hotel 20, up until just recently. After the Tower of Trials materialized, other buildings began to transform accordingly as well. For instance, this hotel building suddenly turned into a synthesis shop. I remember the buffet here used to be pretty famous back in the day. Jinnu and Ramba stood in front of a machine. He looked down at the number on his paper ticket, his voice low as he said, Number 125. She flew up beside him to give instructions. Jinnu, you better not screw this up. Make sure you look carefully before dropping him in. Got it. He smiled and replied with absolute certainty, Of course. Jinnu glanced over at the screen and saw that his number had arrived. It's our turn. Let's go in. The two walked inside a room. He spoke to her. I'm counting on you again today, Ramba. She fluttered her wings in response. We got this. The system screen quickly materialized before Jinnu's eyes. The lines of text gradually unveiled. Welcome to the synthesis shop. Please attempt to synthesize your summons. Wind Spirit has been registered. He reached out and pressed the button on the screen. Do you wish to synthesize Wind Spirit? Yes. Information began flooding in continuously. Fire Lizard F rank has been sacrificed and destroyed. Fire Lizard F rank has been sacrificed and destroyed. Fire Lizard F rank has been sacrificed and destroyed. Blue Bat F rank has been sacrificed and destroyed. Blue Bat F rank has been sacrificed and destroyed. Blue Bat F rank has been sacrificed and destroyed. Poison Lizard F rank has been sacrificed and destroyed. Poison Lizard F rank has been sacrificed and destroyed. He watched, completely dizzy from the sight. Man, this really is a ton. The mechanical voice from his system rang out. Synthesis complete. The level of the EX rank Wind Spirit has increased to 21. The intelligence stat of the EX rank Wind Spirit has increased by 2. Jinnu clapped his hands, but his face looked entirely miserable. I've burned through a whopping 140,000 summons, and yet she's only managed to hit level 21. Ramba excitedly rushed to ask, How is it? Do you see how strong I am now, Jinnu? He burst out laughing as he replied, though in his heart he silently thought, Our Ramba is the best, but the max level is 100, so at this rate, who knows when on Earth we'll ever finish. A few days later, inside a massive high-rise building, the sound of clicking keyboards echoed alongside a low humming tune. Park Chong-suk said with a beaming face, Hey, Byong-jin, you look a lot more upbeat than usual today, huh? He could only bow his head in response. Yes, boss. Park Chong-suk flipped through the paperwork while thinking to himself, Now that we've established a talent management team, I'm going to pour all our resources into Jinwoo to lock down this entire region. Park Chang-suk suddenly turned around to ask him, Byung-jin, what is Jinwoo up to right now? He turned his head over and hummed a response. Well, it looks like he's just continuously opening summon scrolls. He picked up even more scrolls again today. Holding the documents in his hand, the older man's expression twisted in mild shock. There's still more? Byung-jin continued to add. He also asked if it would be possible to use the 150 million he just received to purchase even more low-grade summon scrolls. Park Chang-suk lowered the stack of papers to look at him. What did you say? Byung-jin placed a hand on his chin, rolling his eyes elsewhere. He asked if he could buy them below market price. So for now, I told him I'd look into it. But lately, the Bureau of Management has been keeping tabs on us because of these constant bulk acquisitions. What should we do? He lowered his gaze to look down at the stack of papers in his hands and thought to himself, he's reinvesting a massive fortune into low-grade summon scrolls that are inherently unsellable. There's definitely something going on here. Park Chang-suk clenched his fist tightly and spoke up, sell them to him at half price. Hearing this, Byung-jin jumped to his feet in shock. What? Half price? Hearing this, Byung-jin jumped to his feet in shock. What? Half price. Park Chang-suk suddenly smiled with deep meaning. Don't worry too much. Jinwoo could very well become South Korea's hero in the future. And if it's revealed down the line that I went through thick and thin to support him, securing an even higher approval rating will be a complete walk in the park. He slammed his hand down on the desk and spoke. For now, just do exactly as I say. He slammed his hand down on the desk and spoke. For now, just do exactly as I say. The scene shifted, and the sun was blazing outside on the street. Jinwoo sat completely withered in an empty lot, counting scrolls. 1556, 1557, 1558. Ramba asked tiredly. Jinwoo, how much longer do we have to keep doing this? I can't feel my hands anymore. He replied in an emotionless tone. Until either you or I die. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and someone slowly walked over. The person spoke up, catching both of their attention. Hello, she smiled, placing her hands confidently on her hips, and said, Nice to meet you. I'm Ji-ah from headquarters. Jinwoo stood up, scratching his head as he replied, Hey, what brings you all the way out here? Ji-ah extended her hand and explained, I came because I'm here to discuss purchasing the summoning scroll you talked about with the examiner last time. Immediately catching on, he replied, Yes, that's right. As I mentioned before, is there any chance we can renegotiate the price? She placed a hand on her cheek, smiling as she said, Actually, we already had an internal meeting regarding that matter. And after considering your recent contributions, Mr. Beck, Jinwoo, Ji-ah continued with a bright smile, just for this occasion, we've decided to give you a special discount, 50% off. Hearing this, he was completely stunned. Seriously? Director Park Chang-suk is the best. She quickly added, That's right. And furthermore, Jinwoo felt incredibly excited hearing Ji-ah's words. Our team has decided to provide you with an additional 100 million won in support. This comes out of the reward fund for talented managers. She walked over, placing a finger to her lips as a signal. However, you must keep this an absolute secret. He quickly clapped his hands in pure excitement. Oh man, of course. Don't you worry about a thing. Ji-ah leaned close to Jinwoo's ear and whispered, And we hope you understand that this is to build a good relationship between you and our side. Mr. Beck, Jinwoo. He was absolutely thrilled and responded instantly. I completely understand. Having said her piece, she stepped back, preparing to leave. Well, you must be busy, so I'll take my leave now. Jinwoo stood still, watching Ji-ah's receding figure. He smiled, thinking to himself, I can really feel that examiner's goodwill and how much he wants to fully support me. I need to hurry up and summon an EX rank to repay him. As afternoon gradually turned into evening, a completely exhausted Ramba collapsed right onto the pile of papers on the floor. Jinwoo, how much longer are we going to keep doing this? I'll pray just a little bit more. My hands are literally on fire. He answered her blankly. Until we pull a coach and a dragon mage. Ramba cried out, pulling at her own hair as she screamed, I think I'm going crazy from this paper-tearing sound. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. You have received an F rank white snake. I have no other choice. Another notification popped up. You have received an F rank giant beetle. Yet another notification popped up. You have received an F rank giant beetle. Just as Jinwoo tore a paper in half, a blinding light instantly flashed. Please. A loud thunderclap echoed. The paper ripped into 4 pieces and floated high into the air. What the hell is that? Jinwoo instantly recalled the scene from before. This effect was exactly the same as when Rambo appeared. Standing beside him, her eyes widened in awe as she watched. Could it be? Currently using a low-tier summoning scroll. A system notification appeared. Player Beck Jinwoo has received the EX rank summoned beast, Dragon Mage. Ramba excitedly hugged him tight. You did it. You actually did it. Jinwoo was so overjoyed that he burst into tears. Oh my god, I could die happy now. Jinwoo immediately snapped back into focus. Wait, this is no time to rest. We can't stop now. We have to ride this gacha momentum. Standing beside him, she looked completely dazed by his words. Gacha momentum? He reached out and pulled out another scroll. Right at the exact moment it burst into light. Jinwoo aggressively tore it open. When you're on a lucky streak, you've got to press your luck and get even more. Currently using a low-tier summoning scroll. Player Bet Jinwoo has received the EX rank summon beast, Coach. Ramba stared at the system screen in disbelief. Is gacha momentum actually a real thing? Overjoyed, he bit his lip hard. Finally, Jinwoo looked at the figures standing before him and thought to himself, finally, those two are standing there looking at him. I really managed to summon them. Hongyo looked up, scanning his surroundings as he asked, where is this? A system screen immediately popped up. Summon Beast, EX rank Coach has been summoned. Originally, this was a highly unpopular summon beast because it was only an E rank with terrible combat capabilities. Jinwoo excitedly clenched his fist, but his true value lies in the fact that he is a total training maniac. A certified psycho who thinks of nothing but working out. Do you think training is a joke? Possession skill grants massive growth through training, utterly mesmerizing and overwhelming other summoned beasts. Hongyo himself is incredibly weak, and his basic skills are nothing special. Give me 5,000 push-ups. I don't know the meaning of exhaustion, but once he acquires the coach skill through growth, a coach unlocks the hidden potential of other summoned beasts and exponentially boosts their growth rate. The Ramba in his imagination suddenly became terrifying. Ramba, with this skill, I can make other summoned beasts much stronger. This is exactly how I'll always stay ahead of the other rankers. She immediately showed her distaste. I really don't want to get any stronger, Jim. Jinwoo smiled, turning around to wave at him. Hongyo, long time no see. Hearing that, he grimaced. Hongyo? That nickname. Hongyo instantly recognized Jinwoo. Wait, could you be? Jinwoo got. He put his hands on his hips and tilted his chin up confidently as he replied, that's right. He hurriedly dropped to one knee with deep respect. Sir, this is incredible. After being placed in an unknown, isolated state, I thought I would never see you again. Jinwoo just listened silently, deep in thought. Just as I thought. Both Ramba and Hongyo grew exactly the way I raised them. Hongyo bowed his head low, his voice loud and clear. It is truly an honor to meet you again. Pokryong also slowly took a step forward. Lord Jinwoo God, she asked a little shyly, is it really you? Jinwoo God. He was quite surprised, thinking to himself, wow, this is the first time I've ever heard Pokryong's voice. Dérank mage type summoné, Dragon Mage. Summoned Dragon Mage, human race, isolated S rank. She was a magic school dropout, but it turned out that an ancient explosion dragon was sleeping deep within her heart, turning her into a powerful fire damage dealer. Her skills were quite mediocre at first, but what would happen if Hongyo awakened her? Possession skill, Explosive Dragon Wave. Unleashes dragon-shaped flames forward. Predator permanently increases the damage of Explosive Dragon Wave. Every time she defeated an in-game boss enemy with this skill, she acquired an insanely broken skill called Predator. Because without Hongyo, it's impossible to unlock that Predator skill. I'm the only player who can utilize Pokryong to her full potential. Pokryong was incredibly excited upon seeing Jinwoo. Lord Jinwoo God, I really missed you so much. He felt a bit smug, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, me too. an adorably dangerous great dragon. Jinnu composed himself and gave an order. For now, don't say anything when other people are around. And instead of calling me Jinnu God, just call me Jinnu. The two of them immediately complied upon hearing this. Understood. Yes, sir. Understood, Mr. Jinnu. He shoved his hands into his pockets and looked up at the sky. All right, now let's head home and get some sleep. Inside the quiet room, with the curtains half closed, Jinnu lay sprawled out on the bed, completely drained of energy. Below him, the three spirits sat huddled together. Hungyo spoke up to strike up a conversation. It's been a while, hasn't it? Pokryong hastily replied, It really has. He glanced down at Ramba. As for you, should I call you Ramba? Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at Hungyo. You're Hungyo, right? We only met about a month before we were separated. Isn't that right? Since I was already an active summon beast when you were recruited, that makes me your senior. He crossed his arms, looking completely unfazed. If you say so. Suddenly, Hungyo's expression turned noticeably grim. However, that means absolutely nothing to me. I only have one thing to say. With a fierce expression, he leaned down toward the two girls. We are too weak. We still have a long way to go if we want to be of use to him in the future. That's why, even while he's asleep, we must continue to train. Hungyo pointed directly at her. First, Pokryong, sit down and focus on sensing mana. Once I awaken you, I will unlock Predator for you. Pokryong nodded slightly at him. Predator, I understand. Hungyo quickly shot a sharp glare at Ramba. Seeing this, Ramba started trembling violently, a look of pure terror on her face. You need to increase your swing speed, so from now on, you'll be doing physical training with me. Physical training? Ramba cried out in protest. But I'm a spirit. A sharp gleam flashed in Hungyo's eyes. Don't you want to help our master? Ramba stammered in response. Well, of course I do. His eyes immediately locked onto something in the kitchen. Then start swinging that frying pan. Since today is the first day, we'll keep it light with just 5,000 reps. Hearing this, Ramba went into absolute panic. 5,000? Ramba's hand trembled as she desperately reached out toward him. Jinnu. Before she could even call for help, she was picked up by Hungyo like a piece of luggage. Someone please save me. Early in the morning, a gentle breeze blew across the city. Inside the room, a voice rang out. What? You mean you can't give me any more low-tier summoning scrolls? Ji-Ah stood with one hand on her hip, raising the other as she replied. That's right. The office just issued a notice, and it's a direct order from the headquarters director. Park Chong-suk looked a bit worried as he thought to himself. From the director? He's supposed to be incredibly busy, so why on earth is he suddenly meddling in these petty matters? She continued speaking, making his expression grow grimmer by the second. In addition, they're demanding a detailed audit regarding the use of all the low-tier summoning scrolls received up until now. Park Chong-suk grit his teeth and cursed. Damn it, I placed a hand on her chin. It looks like Director Hee-soo had a hand in this. His mind was in a frantic mess as he complained, That bastard always finds a way to oppose my decisions. She crossed her arms and sighed. What should we do now? I've already prepared the audit documents. But if the Bureau cuts off the scroll supply, we won't have anything left to give Jinnu. Park Chong-suk clenched his fist and began calculating. It was almost time to deliver the next batch of goods. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his eyes widened in realization. Park Chong-suk glanced at the phone ringing on the desk. Seeing this, she stepped closer and asked, What is it? He spoke in a stern, firm voice. It seems we won't need to supply him with any more low-tier summoning scrolls after all. Park Chong-suk narrowed his eyes, staring intently at her. More importantly, he didn't say anything else out loud, merely thinking to himself that he needed to settle the score with that bastard Hee-soo. A few text messages popped up on the phone on the desk. I don't need any more low-tier summoning scrolls. I've already gotten what I wanted. Thanks anyway. Scene changes to Mount Gwanak, near Seonbui Station, Gwacheon City, Gyeonggi Province. Jinnu stepped onto the ground and let out a sigh of relief. He raised a hand to block the sunlight shining into his eyes. So this is a regular dungeon. In BOS, there are 4 types of dungeons: the Tower of Trials, Daily Dungeons, Regular Dungeons, and Chaos Dragons. First are the Daily Dungeons, where players can gather specific materials every day. Second is the Tower of Trials. Its difficulty is pure hell compared to a regular dungeon. This is where players go to test their limits. The rewards are extremely generous, but the mortality rate is correspondingly high. Third, Chaos Dragons. That's a raid boss that you have to form a party to even challenge. But since it hasn't been updated yet, I'll save that explanation for later. Except for those 3 types, all other locations are considered regular dungeons. That is exactly where I'm going to enter this time. Jinnu looked at his phone as he walked. In BOS, they're also called tiered dungeons, but in reality, they just spawn completely at random. He stopped in front of a massive mountain. Ahead of Jinnu was a portal along with a no-entry sign. He looked down and scanned the area. After a dungeon is created and a certain amount of time passes, a dungeon break occurs, and monsters will come pouring out. I need to wrap this up quickly. As Jinnu approached, the gatekeeper spoke up. If you're planning on entering the dungeon, I'll need to check your license first. He pulled out his identification card and handed it over. Here. The man took it and gave a quick look. All right, everything clears out. Jinnu didn't say another word and immediately stepped into the portal. Please be careful in there. A flash of light erupted. Jinnu slowly opened his eyes. Violent streaks of lightning began crackling all around him. Violent streaks of lightning crackled all around him. The clashing sound of metal rang out clearly in the quiet space. A massive crowd of people was rushing in, clashing and attacking one another. So this is the current scene, both gloomy and chaotic. A conquest dungeon. The soldiers began shouting loudly. The orcs were advancing, pouring boiling water down on them. Massive orcs kept scaling the walls, throwing the crowd into a panic. They quickly shot it right through the head, sending it crashing down. Back when it was just BOS, it was only a game, so it never felt real. But seeing that, a massive orc rushed forward to strike back. Another person quickly ran over to help up a comrade who had just been knocked down. Healer. We need a healer over here. Jinnu's face darkened as he witnessed the scene. Is this what real war actually looks like? He closed his eyes, reassuring himself. I need to calm down. I just need to do what I always do. A barrier quickly enveloped Jinnu. He shouted out loud, and the 3 spirits materialized all at once. A barrier quickly enveloped Jinnu. He shouted out loud, and the 3 spirits materialized all at once. A system screen appeared. EX rank Wind Spirit has been summoned. EX rank Coach has been summoned. EX rank Dragon Mage has been summoned. Next, 2 more screens popped up. D rank Metallic Spirit has been summoned. D rank Mini Kong has been summoned. Among D rank summons and healers, nobody is better than these guys. Sorry about that. Bong Shuri was sacrificed for Mini Kong. Jinnu looked over at her and commanded, Ramba, buff Hungyo's attack speed. She smiled brightly and acknowledged the order. You got it. He looked over at her next and called out, Pokryong, get ready to provide fire support for Hungyo from the back. She gripped her staff tightly and replied, Yes, sir. Jinnu swung his arm forward. Mini Kong charged straight toward the orc boss. It instantly leaped incredibly high into the air, preparing to strike. The rules of the Orc Conquest Dungeon are simple. A massive explosion erupted, causing the surrounding ground and rocks to shatter into pieces. Mini Kong was currently standing face-to-face with a crowd of giant orcs. As long as we take down the giant orc at the very back, this will all be over. Seeing someone attacking it, the orc raised its weapon high and let out a massive roar. The orc swung down powerfully toward its head, but it raised its arms to block the blow. Ramba stood on the outskirts, continuously buffing their power as they pushed forward. Hungyo just watched silently without saying a word. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the fortress walls. His eyes flashed with light, and with just a few swift sword strikes, he cut down a significant number of orcs. He was on a completely different level compared to how Hungyo was at the beginning of the game. He rubbed his chin and smiled. Well, it looks like this is going to be easier than I thought. The soldiers were overjoyed to see reinforcements arriving. Allies are here. They're insanely strong. Are we actually going to survive this? Mini Kong snarled as it lunged at the giant orcs. Meanwhile, the metallic spirit continuously healed them. HP plus HP plus HP plus. Ramba taunted the orcs while effortlessly dodging the projectiles they threw at her. Boo-hoo, are we getting mad? Jinnu was startled out of his wits, having almost gotten blasted himself. Ramba, stop fooling around. Hearing his voice, she jumped and spun around. My bad, sorry. Hongyo lunged out of nowhere, delivering a powerful punch to the monster. How dare you throw an axe at my master? Only then did Pokryong raise her staff, chanting spells in an incomprehensible language. She conjured up a massive source of fire and controlled it to soar upward. Go! A dragon quickly erupted from inside the staff and lunged outward. Explosive dragon fire. Explosive dragon fire unleashes dragon-shaped flames forward. The orcs shrieked as the intense heat scorched them. Even so, some of them still managed to hold their ground despite being badly burned. Rapid, rhythmic footsteps clattered sharply in the hurried rush. Without a second thought, Hongyo delivered a fatal strike to the monster. The giant orc's head hit the ground and bounced like a ball. A mechanical voice rang out from the system. Dungeon cleared. Ramba excitedly threw her hands up in the air. Awesome sauce. Pokryong's level shot up as well. The EX rank Dragon Mage has reached level 5. The intelligence stat of the EX rank Dragon Mage has increased by 2. Not to be outdone, he leveled up right along with her. The EX rank Coach has reached level 5. The critical rate of the EX rank Coach has increased by 1%. Meanwhile, Jinnu received a gift from the system. Your reward has arrived. Medium tier, Summoning Scroll X1. His eyes widened in absolute shock. Holy crap. A medium tier Summoning Scroll costs a whopping 500,000 won. I just made 500k in 3 minutes flat. While the spirits were cheering joyfully, Jinnu was already thinking about something else. I need to find the next dungeon right away. Congrats on the level up. He tightly clenched his hands into fists. Jinnu felt like a whole new world had just opened up to him. It was finally time to change his life by grinding nonstop. The scene shifted to the front of a massive, upscale luxury building. Park Chong-suk leaned his arms on the desk, gloomily burying his face in his hands. Standing beside him with her arms crossed, I asked, where exactly did you get the confidence to make a bet like that? He replied dejectedly, but that bastard started it first. The director, sitting in the middle, gestured with his hands to calm them down and said, come on, everyone. Please simmer down. Hayu sneered, a mocking smile on his lips as he spoke bluntly. It looks to me like Examiner Park Chong-suk is wasting the budget, so I was merely offering a little advice. I mean, what kind of talent management team can't even cultivate a single decent talent? The talents trained by Examiner Park Chong-suk haven't even been selected as national representatives a single time, have they? Are you acting out like this just because the record for the 3rd dungeon was recently broken? Is that all this is about? No matter how furious Park Chong-suk was, he only dared to vent inside his head. Im-hee-soo, that absolute piece of garbage. I want to say something to fire back, but the rankers Im-hee-soo trains get picked for the national team every single year. He might be an arrogant prick, but the guy actually has the skills to back it up. But I'm not just going to sit here and take this lying down anymore. After thinking it through carefully, he finally spoke up and asked, what are you going to do if the talent I train gets picked for the national team? Hayu tilted his face up, his voice dripping with condescension. Oh, so you want to make a bet on that? There's a maximum of 10 national representative slots available. Let's see whose talent climbs to a higher rank. His expression hardened as he replied, you're on. He leaned in close with a wicked smirk and said, the loser has to publicly admit the other examiner is superior and resign from their post. The penalty for breaking the agreement is 1 billion won. Not to be outdone, Park Chong-suk fired back instantly. Let's draw up the contract right now. The director, sitting in the middle, tried to intervene in a panic. Please, stop fighting already. Not to be outdone, Park Chong-suk fired back instantly. Let's draw up the contract right now. The director, sitting in the middle, tried to intervene in a panic. Please, stop fighting already. He bowed his head slightly, closing his eyes as he replied, I know. Suddenly, Park Chong-suk's fingers froze mid-motion. But I trust Jinnu. The way he operates is bound to provide us with crucial data. Hearing that, she was about to say more, but was cut scoffingly short. Even if you say so. Suddenly, Director Chong-suk noticed something unusual and bolted up from his chair. What's going on? Byung-jin rushed in, completely out of breath, to report, you told me to look into the player who recently cleared dozens of D-rank dungeons, all by himself. That player is Jinnu. Both he and Ji practically screamed in utter disbelief. What? She questioned him again, completely bewildered. A rookie player who registered less than a month ago cleared a D-rank dungeon in under 5 minutes? Park Chang-suk burst into a deeply satisfied laugh. See? I told you so. He was so ecstatic that he threw both hands in the air. What did I say? Didn't I tell you Jinwoo is the absolute GOAT? That guts line is way too outdated anyway. Even though Park Chang-suk was thrilled, a hint of panic still lingered in his thoughts. That's right, I always believed in you. On Jinwoo's end, he stepped out of the dungeon gate. Jinwoo looked around and thought to himself, man, my eye for talent is flawless. Inside the small room, the light from the ceiling cast a glow down. Jinwoo stared at his account balance in pure ecstasy, a massive grin flushing his cheeks red. 16 million won. I actually made a whopping 16 million won. Flashbacks of the past few days flashed through Jinwoo's mind. Grinding like a maniac for 4 straight days through 160 D-rank dungeons. Everyone fighting hard together. Looking at the stack of cash, he couldn't help but cry tears of joy. And this is the cash payout after selling off all the medium-tier summoning scrolls. This truly took my blood, sweat, and tears. Weren't we the ones who actually broke a sweat? Finally, my time has come. Jinwoo bolted upright in bed, running the numbers. All right, first things first, I need to split this money into separate accounts. This account is for living expenses, rent, utilities, food, and other random stuff. And this one is the savings account, putting away 10 million won a month to secure my future. He suddenly looked at his phone, lost in thought. Making 10 million a month feels like an absolute dream. Jinwoo stared at the balance on his phone and finally decided to use it to fund his game, an account exclusively dedicated for player expenses. Every single cent in here is going to be reinvested solely into my summoned beasts. Money is just one part of it. The most crucial thing right now is boosting my own value as a player. While grinding the dungeons, the kids all blew past level 30. So it's about time to gear them up and upgrade their runes. To pull that off, the only way is to grind daily dungeons. Jinwoo pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, but if I want to clear daily dungeons fast, I need a core summoned beast. He opened up the app on his phone. I wonder if there are any good ones for sale on the marketplace. Jinwoo was so startled that his jaw literally dropped. He screamed out loud looking at the price list. What the hell? A C rank goes for an average of 20 million won? Why is it so ridiculously overpriced? Thunderbank is 20 million. B ranks shoot all the way up to 200 million. And as for A ranks and S ranks, you can't even find anyone selling them no matter how hard you look. At this rate, my account is going to vaporize in the blink of an eye. Jinwoo sighed, hugging his phone to his chest. Well, using a high-tier summoning scroll only gives you a 1% chance for a B rank, so I guess the price makes sense. He immediately pumped himself back up. But it's totally fine. Jinwoo tapped around his screen and pulled up someone's profile. He hit dial and pressed the phone to his ear. This is exactly why I prepared a backup plan. Tae-seop suddenly burst through the door, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Examiner!" Park Chang-suk, who was sitting inside, asked calmly, "What's got you in such a frantic panic?" He replied anxiously, "We just received a new request from the player Jinwoo." Just hearing that name made him jump right out of his skin. What? Park Chang-suk's demeanor flipped instantly as he rushed over and grabbed Tae-seop's hands. What did he request? Spill it. Let me hear it. Man, you scare the crap out of me. Why are you so incredibly hairy anyway? He found the examiner's behavior bizarre, but had to roll with it. He said if we agree to his terms, he'll provide new information. Tae-seop held the phone right in front of Park Chang-suk's face. Here, this is the text. It's a shopping list for summoned beasts. After looking it over, his eyes practically popped out of his skull. He wants to buy this entire list? The assistant could only explain the situation. He wants us to foot the bill and buy the whole batch. Park Chang-suk anxiously clutched his head. If headquarters were willing to blow cash on all of this, I wouldn't have been using a C-rank summoned beast in the first place. Did he mention what we get in return if we actually buy these for him? Tae-seop's next words instantly relieved some of his anxiety. He promised to share the secret to clearing daily dungeons in the absolute shortest time possible. Park Chang-suk snapped his head up to look at him. Not just the second or fourth dungeon, but every single dungeon throughout the week? Tae-seop quickly confirmed, yes, sir, exactly. He put his hands on his hips, deep in thought. So, he means he's going to spill everything, not just a single piece. That is one hell of a tempting deal. Park Chong-suk flashed a wide grin, showing all his teeth. All right, I've got a handle on the situation. Let me try talking to the director face-to-face to see what I can do. A little later, he slammed his hand down on the desk in pure frustration. Unbelievable. Those stubborn old geezers are a bunch of senile fools. Park Chong-suk stood up in a raging fury. No wonder our country always ranks dead last. Beck, Jinyu asked, completely perplexed. What is up with him? Ji understood the situation perfectly, so she was completely unfazed by the scene. The proposal was rejected, which wasn't surprising since the request was a bit excessive to begin with. She crossed her arms and let out a sigh, watching him yell to blow off some steam. If only every examiner were as passionate as he is. He stepped forward and chimed in. So what did the director actually tell you, sir? Park Chong-suk's face turned beet red with anger as he barked. The old man said, I have to bring concrete proof or have him put on a demonstration first before they even consider coughing up the cash. Hearing his words made Ji pause to think. How is he supposed to clear the trial without any support summoned beast, though? Park Chong-suk clenched his fists and yelled furiously. If that information is the real deal, wouldn't it cause an absolute massive explosion? It's literally an open-pit gold mine. Yet those idiots at headquarters can't even see its value. Her voice suddenly cut in, calming him down. It sounds like a real letdown, honestly. Selling such a lucrative piece of information to headquarters for a mere 1.3 billion. Don't you think that price tag is way too cheap? Park Chong-suk asked back, completely flustered and hesitating. Only 1.3 billion? Ji placed a finger on her chin, speaking slowly. Hey, examiner. She smiled and made an offer. How about I just pay for this out of my own pocket? Park Chong-suk stared at her in absolute shock. I just remembered. Ji belongs to the family that owns the Daesung Group. Ji the fourth granddaughter of Daesung, South Korea's top mega conglomerate. She was raised with the strict standards of a chaebol heiress. Yet Ji was far more interested in players than in running a corporate empire. And the player who had caught her the most recently was none other than Jinwoo, a total rookie who somehow held an unimaginable amount of information and even had the sheer nerve to haggle with the government. Right? Why don't we just form a private management team dedicated entirely to serving just him? We'll invest heavily to let him extract all the data, and then we'll split the profits. Our approach will be completely different from the current talent management team. He questioned her one more time to be sure. Are you certain? That is an astronomical amount of money. Ji didn't look worried in the slightest, her tone incredibly breezy. Are you actually worrying about my bank account balance right now? Park Chong-suk let out a forced chuckle and replied, Of course not. Ji crossed her arms, her fingers lightly tapping against her sleeve. You don't need to stress about the finances. But before we finalize this, she smiled, laying out her condition. I need to meet with Jinwoo one more time first. Ji sat resting her chin in her hands, her legs crossed as if she were waiting for someone. Hearing a noise, she casually turned her face to look over. The cafe staff bowed to her with deep respect. Please make yourself comfortable, sir. Jinwoo walked in and turned back to look at the guy. Feeling a little anxious, he rubbed his neck and thought, Headquarters is pulling out all the stops to show some sincerity. I'm getting back to you regarding what you requested last time. Shall we meet up in person to discuss the details? I'll send you the address and time. Who would have thought they'd move this fast over just a single piece of intel? 1.3 billion is definitely not chump change. Right now, I'm sitting in a high-end restaurant that puts five-star hotels to shame. Getting treated this well, I don't even know how to act. This intel was definitely worth selling. A voice rang out, snapping Jinwoo out of his train of thought. You're here. Jinwoo glanced toward the voice and saw her standing up. I almost fainted when I looked up her background check. The looks, the family pedigree, the stats, the player genius of the century, boasting astronomical evaluation scores. Who would have guessed that a third-generation heiress of the Daesung Chaebol Group will be working for headquarters? Ji walked over, placing a hand over her heart as she greeted him politely. Thank you for coming. Noticing she was alone, he wondered out loud. Are you by yourself? Ji smiled radiantly and replied, Yes. What I want to talk to you about today has nothing to do with headquarters. It's personal business. The two of them sat down at the table and began chatting. So unfortunately, she rested a hand on her cheek and told Jinwoo, I'm afraid it's going to be tough for headquarters to provide any further support. Examiner Park Chong-suk tried his absolute best, but the opposition was just too overwhelming. Who are you trying to kid? He spoke casually while picking up some food with his utensils. Well, if headquarters is out, then our hands are tied. I'll just secure the #1 spot on my own anyway. I won't be feeding them any more info. Suddenly, I added something that made Jinwoo freeze in his tracks. Instead, I have a counter-proposal. He stopped what he was doing and looked up at her. Excuse me, I placed a glass of water down in front of Jinwoo. Exclusively for you. Jinwoo, I'm planning on launching a private, independent agency. He was a bit taken aback by her words. A one-man agency. Now that proposal isn't half bad. Unlike headquarters, which has to operate with extreme caution, a private outfit answers only to profit, and I can absolutely deliver that profit. But more important than anything else is what I need right this second. A connection with someone who values my intel the most and has the deep pockets for me to leverage. Spoke up again, interrupting his line of thinking. With the professionalism of Daesung backing me, I am ready to support everything Jinwoo needs. Jinwoo couldn't help but get excited, thinking to himself, where on earth could I find a better setup than Daesung? At the end of the day, cold hard cash never lies. He happily took a sip of water before speaking up. We've only met a few times, but you seem like a pretty amazing person. Smiled warmly, returning the compliment. With talent like yours, Jinwoo, that's just a given. Then I'll break down the details along with the contract. If you agree, I'll go check out that vacant plot of land tomorrow. By the way, you should check out the summon you requested. He was a bit stunned by how rushed everything seemed. Wow, that fast? I haven't even signed the contract yet. She suddenly leaned forward slightly, dropping her voice a bit. Well, I've already prepared everything in advance. Regardless of what your final decision is, just consider it a gift. Jinwoo's eyes lit up as he looked at Ji-ah. This is insane. Long live the Chables. The scene shifted over to the side of a mountain. Ajin complained as she walked along. Appa, is he coming out here again today? She looked completely downcast. What has he been so busy with lately that he hasn't even called? I heard he even got his own place now. Suddenly, someone brushed past her, causing her to snap her head up. It was her. Looking at Ji-ah, she couldn't help but admire her silently. Wow, she is drop-dead gorgeous. Wait a minute. Her face looks exactly like someone I've seen on Insta before. Ajin tapped her chin, racking her brain to search through her memories. She instantly remembered the post she had scrolled past. Ajin was so shocked her jaw literally dropped. Wait, isn't that girl you Ji-ah? Under the blinding, scorching sun, heavy panting echoed through the air. Hongyo shouted out, bursting with intense energy. More. You have to push yourself to the absolute limit if you want to grow. Covered in a pool of sweat, a completely gaunt-looking Ramba replied, I'm already at my limit. He seemed to notice something, his eyes instantly scanning the surroundings. Hongyo pulled off his glasses and whispered to the two of them, Quiet, everyone. Someone's coming. Do not speak. Ramba quickly collapsed onto Jinwoo's head. Taking a quick breather, he turned around and saw Ji-ah walking up. You're here. She continuously fanned herself with her hand. Hey there. Looks like you've been working out since morning. Ramba instantly regained her energy and floated up. Yep, just a light workout. Is this your team lineup? So this is the roster you built. There are a few summoned beasts here I've never seen before. Jinwoo waved his hand, signaling them to dismiss. Yeah, they're my main force. Go back to training, guys. I'll introduce you formally later. Ji-ah reached out and pulled something out. All right, first off, I brought you a gift. A system screen suddenly materialized before him, flashing massive letters across his vision. Player Ji-ah is requesting a trade. Please review the offer carefully. Just like the trade feature in Battle of Summoners that supports player-to-player transactions, it allows for quick bulk sales of summons at a discounted rate. I want to swap my A-rank Sky Seal Bear for a different A-rank. Selling 2 500 value items for 2,000 DM reward reset tickets to get a quote. I have a mutated Light Body Technique A-rank available, accepting the trade. Light Body Technique D, Light Pressure Technique. If you dare to scam me and run, he pointed right at the scammer and yelled, that guy just did that. You could literally die from a system window curse. An offer popped up, making Jinwoo pause to think. Oz trade roster. Jinwoo muttered, did she really grab all of them? Do you accept the trade with player Gia? His body was suddenly enveloped in a soft blue light. Trade complete. Deeply grateful, Jinwoo bowed repeatedly. Thank you so much. This is an incredibly valuable gift. Gia smiled brightly and crossed her arms as she replied, don't mention it. She opened her bag and started rummaging around inside for something. She then held the paperwork right in front of his face and asked, shall we get to work? She quickly broke it down so he could understand. I came up with the name for the management agency by combining our last names. 70% of the shares go to Jinwoo, 25% to me, and we'll give 5% to Examiner Park Chong-suk. The Examiner will remain at headquarters and continue to back us up. We also plan to bring Byung-jin and Tae-seop on board as staff. But aren't those two stationed at headquarters? They submitted their resignations this morning because I offered to triple their previous salaries. Jinwoo held the paperwork in his hands, hesitating slightly. I'm incredibly grateful, seriously. But 70% for me? Are you absolutely sure about this? G. R. replied nonchalantly. Just think of it as my way of placing a bet. Even with only 25%, I'm confident I can maximize the value of that figure. Her gaze instantly turned razor sharp. Besides, since this is a one-man agency, voting rights don't really matter. The only thing that counts is the relationship between you and me, Jinwoo. She glanced at him as he was pressing his fingerprint down, thinking to herself, now is the time to cast greed aside and solidify our bond. Jinwoo pulled out a stamp pad, pressed his thumb onto it to get ink, and stamped the paperwork. Seeing this, I was absolutely thrilled. With the contract finalized, the two of them shared a warm handshake. Well, I look forward to a great partnership with you. Likewise, over on Hungyo's side, something caught his eye by pure chance. Once he spotted it, his eyes locked dead onto that single spot. Then, in a sudden flash, Hungyo leaped right in, leaving completely baffled. What was that? A loud shriek echoed from deep inside the tall grass. He grabbed the figure by both ankles and dragged them out with a loud scrape. Hungyo flipped Jean upside down and started shaking her back and forth violently. Autant mode engagé. Spotting her there, Jinwoo asked, Jean, what on earth are you doing here? Jinwoo frowned slightly, questioning her. What do you mean by that? Looking completely disheveled, Jean didn't answer and merely darted her eyes away to avoid his gaze. He instantly pieced it together and said, did you stalk all the way here because you're a fangirl? Hearing that, she quickly fired back in denial. Who's stalking who? I was just curious, so I tag along. Already left, you know. Jinwoo's reproachful tone hit Jean right where it hurt. Then you were clearly chasing after her. He let out a soft sigh, leaning down to ask further. And once you got here, you were standing around sneakily spying on us. Refusing to back down, she yelled back in frustration. Fine, okay. Let's just say I was in the wrong. Jean furiously stepped up to interrogate him. But what about you, huh? How do you two even know each other? Her eyes widened as she bombarded him with questions. You used some sort of trick, didn't you? How are you two even hanging out together? Jinwoo rolled his eyes, silently groaning in utter disbelief. Man, what a massive headache. He paused, lost in thought. The contract includes a clause regarding family, so they were bound to meet sooner or later anyway. Back then, I had made a promise. I was planning on introducing myself to your family anyway, so this actually works out perfect. Finding out the truth, Jean murmured, completely dazed and starstruck. Wanted to meet me? Witnessing the scene, Jinwoo silently added in exasperation, but definitely not right this second. A second later, she suddenly threw herself onto the ground, throwing a total tantrum. Just tell me already. Unable to handle her whining any longer, he let out a sharp sigh. Jinwoo pondered for a moment before finally opening his mouth. Here's how it went down. After listening to the whole story, Jean managed to piece it together. So, to sum it up, you used to be a pretty well-known gamer back in the day, and you're the one who just shattered the record in that low-tier dungeon? She arrived at her conclusion skeptically. And that's how you cross paths with while dropping by headquarters. Uh-huh. He nodded sluggishly in agreement. Yeah, that's exactly it. Ajin fell in a deep thought after hearing that. Her very next question instantly caught Jinwoo completely off guard. I remember you playing some mobile game a long time ago. Was it that one? He hurriedly and frantically denied it. No, it's not that one. That's a totally different game. I only played Battle of Summoners for about a year. Inside, he couldn't help but warn himself. I can't let it slip that I am the Jinwoo god just yet, she exclaimed with pure excitement. Even if it was only for a year for a trash game like that, that's still an incredibly long time. Every single word felt like a needle piercing straight into Jinwoo's heart. Even so, faced with Ajin's teasing, he could only offer a helpless smile. Who would have thought his gaming addiction would actually pay off like this? Looking at the innocent face before him, a thought welled up inside Jinwoo. It's not that I don't trust you. The thought quietly took root in his mind. But unexpected risks can happen at any time. The heartbreaking memories of that year suddenly came rushing back, hardening Jinwoo's resolve. The family members who have taken care of me for the past 3 years, I absolutely cannot let them fall into harm's way. Determination settled deep into his eyes. I need to get much stronger to protect my family first. Then I'll consider making my true identity public. Just then, she suddenly muttered, but still, why are you only telling me this now? Jinwoo scratched his head and replied, casually, I was going to tell you eventually anyway. Besides, it's not like I have anything to hide. I'll explain everything to Mom and Dad later. So, just keep this under wrap for a while. Okay. Ajin questioned him with a bit of a huff. What? You have your own reasons. Got it. Meanwhile, they could only stand there, screaming in utter futility. Hungyo shot a cold glare. The dark elf child, Pokryong, was currently sitting right on top of Ramba. While he was pinning it down, Jinwoo suddenly spoke up. Oh, and one more thing about that dark elf over there. Hearing him mention her, she jumped in surprise, wondering why on earth she was making that kind of face. His voice suddenly dropped to a serious tone. If you plan on raising her, you should track down a dark wolf to pair up with her. Without it, you won't even be able to unleash 10% of her true power. Tapping away on her phone, Ajin repeated in confusion. A dark wolf? There's actually a summoned beast like that. Jinwoo clicked his tongue and added, It makes sense that you wouldn't know, since it's a beer rank. Hearing that, she asked herself in a bit of a helpless slump, how on earth am I supposed to secure a beer rank right now? With that, Ajin hung her head low, tapping away frantically on her screen to look it up. After a short while, she suddenly wailed in utter despair, Appa. Hearing her tone, he asked back suspiciously, What is it? With a completely frozen face, Ajin interrogated him. You seriously expect me to buy this? 500 million won. I'd literally have to starve myself and skip buying clothes for 20 years just to afford it. Glancing at the price tag for the gray wolf, Jinwoo burst into a reassuring laugh, giving her an immediate, unwavering guarantee without a single shred of hesitation. Just relax, I'll get it for you within a month. But the only response he got was her deeply skeptical laugh. We are talking about a whopping 500 million won here. Ajin let out a sarcastic chuckle, half believing him, but mostly teasing. Ever since you became a pro gamer, have you started learning how to flex? Forget it, I'll just save up my own cash and buy it down the road. Under the crisp sunlight, a gentle smile played across Jinwoo's lips. Then he offered a warm, caring reminder, just make sure you don't start crying tears of joy when you actually receive the gift. Having said his piece, Jinwoo turned on his heel and walked away. Training's wrapped up, let's head back. Leaving her staring blankly after him. Sensing that something felt incredibly off, Ajin clutched the dark elf, who is currently completely drained and trembling in absolute terror, and frowned in deep thought. It felt as though her older brother had transformed into a completely different person. The sky was crystal blue, the sun shining brilliantly. A week later, and he were standing together, watching the staff unload some gear. Jinwoo voiced his skepticism. What exactly is all this? She flashed a radiant smile and introduced, This is the gear you'll be wearing every time you run the daily dungeons. Smiled cheerfully as she continued her summary. Our company's very first product is none other than information. Adjusting the gear on himself, he asked back, Information? She couldn't help but brag a little. We are going to sell dungeon clearing video clips for an absolute premium. With that, Gestured toward the gear and explained, and this state-of-the-art equipment setup is absolutely essential to get the job done. There's even a mini camera mounted right on the breast pocket. Once you put it on, the entire surrounding environment will be recorded in full 3D format. She chuckled softly, adding, "It's incredibly lightweight and has great stretch, so you won't feel any discomfort at all." Just a second later, Tae-seop slid his glasses back up, slipping each finger smoothly into the gloves with an almost terrifyingly calm demeanor. In the blink of an eye, a fully geared crew was assembled, completely wrapping up the filming preparations. Jinu's eyes widened the moment he saw it, silently groaning. "Man, this setup is putting way more pressure on me than actually fighting monsters." He gave a slight, awkward nod, testing the waters. "Since this is my very first time entering the second dungeon, I'm not entirely sure if everything will go smoothly. Is it going to be all right?" Offered a gentle, reassuring smile. "Don't worry, we're only going to take the most epic highlights for the final edit anyway." Hearing her answer, he paused and replied softly, "Thank you." Right before stepping through the portal, Jinu suddenly turned his head back to leave a note. "By the way, is it cool if I just break the national record the moment I step inside?" Hearing his question, she blurted out in utter astonishment, "Well, I mean, sure." Inside, she couldn't help but wonder, didn't you literally just say you were worried it wouldn't go smoothly? He's got to be joking, right? Or is that 1.3 billion price tag putting way too much pressure on him? Even so, quickly offered words of comfort. "Just relax. It doesn't bother me at all. Just play comfortably, exactly like back when you were a pro gamer." He flashed a slight smile, quickly agreeing, "Got it, will do." The moment the words left his mouth, Jinu decisively stepped right into the teleportation portal. Thoughts continuously raced through his mind. The national record for the second dungeon stands at 7 minutes flat. Given the circumstances, a pitch-black abyss is waiting on the other side of this door. Jinu wore a highly confident smirk, silently weighing his options. Honestly, breaking this record might just be a total walk in the park. The clear time directly dictates a player's rank, just like in most other games. Because without them, you're pretty much completely useless. It really lives up to its reputation as a total trash game. This is a defense-type dungeon. Normally, you're supposed to hold your ground against an undead army for 30 minutes straight. However, the clear time still holds absolute, critical importance. Calling it a defense mission is just a fancy title. In reality, the whole thing wraps up the exact moment the Lich boss is taken down. Because of that, rushing straight in to execute the boss has become the most widely used meta tactic. Jino lightly tapped the camera on his chest and noted, "Looks like the gear is working pretty well." Because of that, rushing straight in to execute the boss has become the most widely used meta tactic. Jino lightly tapped the camera on his chest and noted, "Looks like the gear is working pretty well. You have configured a total of 3 teams. Which team would you like to summon? Team A, Team B, Team C. Every player can create up to 3 different roster lineups." Jinu made his selection without a moment's hesitation. "I've already split my roster specifically for running regular dungeons, PvP matches, and daily dungeons." A second later, a barrage of system screens popped up in succession. The X-Rank Coach has been summoned. C-Rank Combat Sheriff has been summoned. D-Rank Mini Kong has been summoned. Over on his right flank, 2 more figures materialized. C-Rank Priest of Light has been summoned. D-Rank Golden Pixie has been summoned. Once the full squad was assembled, the system screen flashed yet again. The Lich's undead army is swarming in. Hold the line until reinforcements arrive. A soft blue notification box popped up, displaying clear text lines. Time remaining, 30 minutes. The timer officially entered its countdown phase at 29 minutes and 59 seconds. On the far side, the Lich waved its arms, commanding the undead army to charge forward. Facing the relentless onslaught, Mini Kong beat its chest and let out a massive roar. It snatched up a skull, the raw power in its grip enough to crush it to pieces in the blink of an eye. Mini Kong channeled all its strength and slammed its fist violently into the ground. Looking at the skeletons scattered on the floor, he spoke up with excitement. "Let's go." Jinu swung his arm forward, giving a highly confident command. Move out, everyone. Up in midair, the Lich hovered with a grim demeanor, observing the entire battlefield. Off in the distance, the undead horde was madly rushing over. While Jinnu was speaking, Hungyo's eyes caught sight of the hidden camera. At first, he didn't utter a word, merely giving a slight nod of agreement toward him. Let's just seize the high ground for now. Seeing that, Jinnu could only click his tongue, silently sizing him up. Man, this guy Hongyo is sharp as a tack. The second he noticed we were filming, he shut his mouth right up. Right now, the system screen was displaying a remaining time of 27 minutes and 59 seconds. He took a quick glance while silently running the calculations. It took exactly 2 minutes flat to reach this point. Jinnu's eyes suddenly locked onto a spot where some Gideons were getting swarmed from all sides by monsters, with even more mobs hot on their heels. Without a single moment of hesitation, Hungyo lunged forward, swinging his blade to slaughter the mobs. Over on the other side, Mini Kong was also putting all its back into ripping skulls right off their shoulders. It let out a ferocious roar, winding its arm back to prime a throwing strike. Mini Kong hurled the skull with massive force right into the swarming mobs charging their way. Witnessing that scene, he couldn't help but shudder slightly. Mini Kong and Hungyo seemed to have everything completely under control. Thank God they're my summoned beasts. Jinnu quickly brushed the thought aside, locking his gaze onto the Lich further away. Next, he came to a halt, offering a slight smirk as he gave an order. Sheriff, get ready. A wave of pride couldn't help but surge deep within his heart. This sheriff summon boasts incredible range and pinpoint accuracy. HP -1, HP -2, but because its base damage output was so incredibly garbage, absolutely nobody bothered using it in the past. Some players would look at it, open-mouthed, and question, leaving on AFK for a whopping 32 hours straight, and it still hasn't finished off the target. But thinking ahead to the next scene, Jinnu happily ran the numbers. However, it happens to be the ultimate counterboss for this low-tier second dungeon, because the Lich over there doesn't have much of a health pool to begin with. A split second later, he suddenly raised his hand to halt the action, leaving the sheriff completely bewildered. Hold on. Don't open fire just yet. Jinnu turned toward the back and issued an order. Radiance, cast your blessing. A surge of power instantly enveloped the firearm gripped in its hands. He gave a slight nod, silently reflecting. The utility of this buff line is incredibly simple. Directly opposite, right above its head, was an information screen displaying shadow protection. Jinnu calculated with absolute confidence. It will completely nullify the Lich's ranged attack immunity skill. Seeing that everything was entirely within his control, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile as he spoke up. Perfect. Now fire on my mark. The sheriff instantly raised its weapon, letting loose a relentless barrage of gunfire. At that exact moment, Hungyo was in a state of absolute frenzy, hacking and slashing his way through the undead army. Catching sight of a mob attempting a sneak attack, Mini Kong sprang into motion and lunged straight at it. It delivered a massive downward slam, the sheer, terrifying force shattering the mob to absolute dust. In a mere fraction of a second, the mobs completely swarmed them, cold, sharp spears poised to thrust forward. Mini Kong ground to a sudden halt, its movement freezing dead in mid-motion. Simultaneously, over on the other flank, Radiance was continuously channeling blessings. The two of them relentlessly cast blessings, pumping up the sheriff's power metrics. Living up to all expectations, it continuously spat lead with a completely expressionless face. Hearing the sound of gunfire, Jinnu's face grew slightly pale with a hint of helplessness. Faced with such a tiny trickle of damage indicators, he was completely left at a loss for words. Sure enough, it's exactly as expected. No matter how you look at it, that HP -2 damage looks absolutely pathetic compared to the rest of the squad. Even so, looking at that dead serious expression, Jinnu couldn't help but tell himself, but hey, at least the enemy's health pool is steadily ticking down. Bullets kept flying, but the damage numbers looked like they were barely tickling it. Raining shots down nonstop, it eventually started getting on the boss's nerves. Catching sight of the Lich absolutely blowing its top, he couldn't help but silently comment. Normally, with a base level and rune setup this week, You'd be shooting until the cows come home to get this done. The countdown clock steadily ticked away, leaving 26 minutes and 15 seconds on the board, while Mini Kong's frame was continuously being bathed in a stream of HP plus buffs. Jinna let out a soft sigh and noted, "That is exactly why everyone wrote it off as a slowpoke and just skipped it entirely." Meanwhile, its blessing stacks were continuously racking up. HP plus HP plus HP plus. Witnessing this, he paused slightly and muttered to himself. Then again, in a flash, a mob suddenly leaped high into the air, startling the two of them. Taking advantage of that exact opening, the rest of the horde quickly rushed in to ambush Mini Kong. The mob let out a piercing shriek, a bizarre, twisted laugh that felt like it was tearing right through the air. His gaze locked onto Jinnu, who was wearing an unreadable smile. While he was still lost in thought, a figure suddenly rushed forward. That only applies to ordinary players. Without a single sound of warning, a blade sliced through the monster's head from behind. Jinnu glanced at Hungyo, who was coldly closing in on him, and fell into thought. As for me, I already have Hungyo in my hands. He stood there letting him handle the monsters, his mind constantly calculating. He just needed to use Hungyo's skill to awaken its hidden potential, then equip a rune set with the perfect skills. Jinnu's eyes suddenly flicked toward the police chief as he silently added to his thought. Then even a high-grade lich would only take a single bullet to end. In an instant, the lich suddenly froze, and to the utter shock of the undead army, it abruptly fell over backward. Within a split second, the system screen popped up with a notification. Dungeon cleared. Clear time. For minutes 12 seconds. You had just set a new record in South Korea. You have achieved a special accomplishment. He couldn't help but start bragging. This spoon murder assassin tactic is seriously elite. On the outside, Tae-seop muttered in utter disbelief. I can't believe he actually dared to start his record-breaking run in the second dungeon. Ji-ah quietly pondered, asking herself out loud, isn't it a bit too early to be doing this? She lowered her voice and mumbled, it's only been a week since we handed those summoned beasts over to him. Well, even if he doesn't break the record, we still have to cheer him on. Hearing that, Baekjin just slightly bowed his head and sighed. That's true. Then he suddenly piped up with a probing question. But can Jinnu really break all the daily dungeon records? Seeing that confused look, Byong-jin quickly explained. That's not what I meant. Breaking the second day's record is incredible, no doubt about that. But he didn't even bother to explain how he's going to get through the other dungeons. He looked toward the revenue board and continued. It's not like Korea is lacking players with a year of experience. What if he's just talking big? I'll coldly cut him off. Are you worried? That icy voice instantly shut Byong-jin right up. She paid it no mind, smiling faintly as she went on. Anyway, I'm investing my own pocket money into this. Her next words immediately caused their eyes to widen in shock. Even if what you fear actually happens, I guarantee the careers of you too. The people who trusted me won't be affected. In their eyes, I now looked like a winged angel. Of course, your salaries will stay exactly the same. The two of them hugged each other tight, weeping tears of pure emotion. This really is the dream job. I'm definitely going to give this place my all. She shook her head with a helpless smile and thought to herself, because I can afford to do that. For a brief moment, Jia's eyes turned razor sharp. Thinking of him, she couldn't help but silently comment. Besides, Jinnu is definitely holding a ton of skills back. The question Jinnu asked right before stepping into the warp gate suddenly flashed in her mind. Would it be cool if I just broke the national record the second I walk in? A suspicious thought suddenly crossed her mind. It was almost as if these dungeons were absolutely nothing to him. Right at that moment, an astonished shout suddenly rang out. The record was just broken. What followed were frantic cries of shock. Which record? The second dungeon for newbies took only 4 minutes 12 seconds. In front of the monitor, everyone couldn't help but wonder. He shaved a whopping 3 minutes off the old record. Just what kind of monster did this? Staring right at that familiar face, the person gasped in utter shock. It's Jinnu, who else? Tae-seop couldn't help but blurt out as well. This is seriously insane. The leaderboard was now displayed on the screen. 1. Jinnu 2. Kanbu Jeonol. Byong-jin's eyes popped out as he gasped in pure astonishment. The two of them started chattering away, unable to believe this was actually happening. He's truly amazing. Meanwhile, Ji-ah stood in the back, lost in thought, breaking the record on his very first try. A rush of excitement hit her, making her hands tremble. She already had her answer, so the plan really did succeed. As the battle drew to a close, the sun quietly rose on the horizon, and the warp gate finally appeared. Jinwoo stood there with his hands on his hips, his eyes full of confidence. He turned off the camera, telling himself he still had business to take care of before logging out. Looking at the virtual screen before him, Jinwoo smiled and calculated. From this moment on, the endless grinding journey begins. Right now, a prompt was popping up on the screen. Do you want to auto-battle with this lineup? In BOS, you can just clear the daily dungeon once to enable AFK auto-hunt, meaning, as long as my summons keep repeating the process, the rewards will automatically fill up my pockets. With that thought, he didn't hesitate to hit accept. The next second, Hongyo vanished before his eyes, replaced by Ramba, an EX-grade wind fairy summon. Jinwoo smiled faintly and commanded, Ramba, I'm leaving the grinding for the second dungeon to you. Jinwoo smiled faintly and commanded, Ramba, I'm leaving the grinding for the second dungeon to you. Jinwoo smiled faintly and commanded, Ramba, I'm leaving the grinding for the second dungeon to you. Old memories suddenly rushed back into his mind, like a slow-motion film reel. She collapsed to the ground, groaning in sheer despair. I'd rather go grind. Please, master, let me go grind. All right then. After wrapping up the assignments, he immediately calculated his next move. Great. Now I'll just clear out the remaining dungeons like this. I'm going to live here forever. After that, I'll harvest the loot from the AFK farm. After wrapping up the assignments, he immediately calculated his next move. Great. Now I'll just clear out the remaining dungeons like this. I'm going to live here forever. After that, I'll harvest the loot from the AFK farm. Before stepping through the warp gate, he still didn't forget to give a final instruction. I'm counting on you, Ramba. Ramba, sitting on top of the mini-summon's head, guaranteed enthusiastically. Roger that. Leave it to me. On the other side, the warp gate opened up. Amidst the glow of the warp gate, Jinwoo slowly stepped out. The moment he walked out, he froze in utter suspicion. Slapping him right in the face was the sight of Tae-seop rolling out a carpet with deep reverence. Welcome back. Accompanied by the completely starstruck faces of Ji-ah and Baek Jinwoo. I always believed in you. Jinwoo handed over the gear with a bit of awkwardness. Yeah, all the recorded footage is right in here. He hesitantly piped up to ask, do you need me to help with anything else? She smiled gently and quickly nodded. Absolutely. On the other side, the moment he received the gear, he gasped with deep emotion. Thank you so much. Ji-ah gave a professional reassurance. We will keep this strictly confidential, so don't worry about any information leaking out. But Jinwoo responded with a completely detached, indifferent attitude. As for the new record getting leaked, I don't really care all that much. This caused her to ask back suspiciously. What did you say? He coldly made his demand. Instead, just make sure you protect my family well. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The gangs are still running wild all over South Korea, but since Ji-ah holds the power now, they will probably tighten security. Ji-ah fell silent, lowering her eyes as if calculating something. In the end, she gave a slight nod of agreement. Fine, I will protect them, even if I have to use the entire power of Daesung. Meanwhile, in a certain dark room, Komodo opened its massive maw, ready to swallow its prey whole. While it was happily eating away, a dungeon clear notification popped up over Jinwoo's head. Time, 3 minutes 10 seconds. He smirked with sheer satisfaction. Since I'm recording, I use Komodo to clear the stage. But with this lineup, couldn't I actually set a world record? Looking at Komodo lying over there completely satisfied, Jinwoo silently calculated. I just need to equip movement speed runes on this Komodo and max out the speed buff capability of the Wind Sky Hawk. Then breaking the record is a walk in the park. If I use Hongyo to awaken its potential, it might only take a single minute. With that thought, he immediately pressed the stop recording button. Once everything was settled, Jinwoo instantly turned around and stepped into the warp gate. So that wraps up the recording for the third day. The fourth dungeon. The fourth dungeon is where you farm defense runes. It has a very unique trait, and that is, shivering violently, he wrapped his arms tight around himself and screamed internally. It's so freezing here that it makes you shudder, and it cuts my movement speed down drastically. Jinwoo complained while reaching his hand out to make a selection. It's freezing to death out here. At the same time the two creatures appeared, the system screen popped up. Summoned C-grade Ice Cat. Summoned B-grade Wind Skyhawk. The next second brought a barrage of other notifications. Summoned B-grade Titan Golem. Summoned C-grade Horned Fairy. Summoned EX-grade Dragon Mage. The moment the Ice Cat appeared, it quickly dispelled the biting cold. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In this place, you absolutely must have a summon that possesses a cold-resistant skill, and among them, the Ice Cat is the #1 choice. Jinwoo cast his gaze into the distance. Let's see. On the other side, a mob of monsters was frantically rushing toward them. Showing zero fear, he calmly spoke up. Titan Golem. Receiving the order, the Titan Golem excitedly swung its arms. Amplify the Golem's protective armor. And without stopping, Jinwoo immediately turned to call the Wind Skyhawk, silently plotting in his mind. Let's use the Skyhawk speed boost skill, so we can glide through this quickly. The Wind Skyhawk gently flew over and landed on its shoulder. The Titan Golem also reached its hand out, so the three of them could step on. Waiting until the whole group was securely seated, it accelerated and bolted off. The fierce wind slammed into his face, making him turn pale. Jinwoo quickly covered his mouth in sheer agony. The alertness is seriously intense, but I'm getting so dizzy. Whoever holds out until the end wins. Meanwhile, those monsters launched their attacks first, firing a relentless barrage of ice spheres. The Titan Golem nimbly dodged and weaved through them. He smirked with deep satisfaction and thought to himself, the Titan Golem really is beyond reproach when it comes to being a meat shield. Even so, another thought suddenly popped up, but that's still not all of it. It watched quietly for a brief moment and then leaped upward. Watching the Titan Golem easily scale the high cliff wall, he couldn't help but marvel. By taking shortcuts that only a golem could take, I've saved a massive amount of time. Then Jinwoo suddenly turned over to give a signal. Pokryong, get ready to fight. Pokryong didn't answer, only casting its eyes upward. Sensing the right timing, the hand gripping the cliff wall suddenly tightened. The Titan Golem launched itself powerfully into midair. Right after that, a bright red warning screen flashed. Boss! Warning! Warning! The bosses appeared. The moment the monster spotted them, it let out a ferocious roar. Seeing the tense situation, he hurriedly called the Horned Fairy. The Horned Fairy quickly flew over his head and cast her magic. Jinwoo commanded while observing the battlefield. Pokryong, strike now. Instantly, a raging fire was summoned. The fire dragon rushed forward, closing in on the boss in the blink of an eye. The moment the roar ended, the monster was completely engulfed in a sea of flames. The system screen quickly popped up. Boss defeated. Dungeon cleared successfully. Time, 4 minutes 22 seconds. He couldn't contain his joy and cried out. Awesome. After the battle, the whole group took a temporary breather. Jinwoo hummed happily. Yet another new record has been established. He abruptly froze, his face turning pale before the horrified stares of the entire group. Jinwoo collapsed, crying out, "Motion sickness! No, wait, I lost the golem." And on the newspaper, the headline clearly read, "New national record set. Low-grade web dungeon new record of 4 minutes 22 seconds. Who is Jinwoo?" From that exact moment, everyone wore a skeptical look upon reading the article. Jinwoo, that particular girl wondered with a bit of doubt. Isn't this the person who cleared the 3rd dungeon before? Now, the media was left with only one single question. 20 News. Who is Jinwoo? Inside the cafe, whispers and chatter kept echoing. Who on earth is Jinwoo? You seriously don't remember? He's the guy making those wild claims on the forum about breaking Kong Jian Ho's records. Oh, I remember now. In another place, similar questions were being thrown around. So, he just set another new record? Yeah, he actually managed to overtake Kong Jian Ho. Sweeping his gaze across the screen, he let out a highly skeptical remark. He doesn't look like a top ranker at all. News articles were being published nonstop. Daily dungeon records smashed by Jinwoo. a skyrocketing rookie player. The record wall of the third dungeon officially crumbles before the name Jinnu. It's Jinnu again, shattering the clear time for the fourth dungeon. Whispers of gossip naturally followed. Unbelievable. This is completely unprecedented. All eyes were now fixed entirely on the name Jinnu. The director muttered with a bit of a headache. If it really is Jinnu, the secretary at his side quickly chimed in. Sir, he's exactly the one Examiner Park Chong-suk mentioned earlier. He said he would provide information if we handed over the summons to him. He slightly raised an eyebrow and inquired. Is he the one Examiner him? Hee-soo fiercely opposed. The secretary immediately confirmed. Yes, it's him. Back then, we refused to pay up without getting the information first. The director leaned back exhaustedly. But it looks like everything he said was the absolute truth. He asserted with utter conviction. That is definitely the case. He didn't say a word, only letting out a brooding sigh. Recalling the scene back then, the director thought to himself regretfully. Thinking back, Imi-su's words actually made sense at the time. Recalling the scene back then, the director thought to himself regretfully. Thinking back, Imi-su's words actually made sense at the time. But the more he thought about it, the more the director felt a deep sense of regret. If only I had agreed to back Jinnu back then, not only would I be cheered by the public right now, but I would have also scooped up a massive pile of votes. He shook his head in deep misery, silently blaming. Old man Imi-su is completely senile. His judgment of people is garbage. To think he personally kicked away a gold mine of good fortune right in front of his face. Yet the director still spoke up. First off, where is the secretary? He replied while handling his tasks. Right here, director. He quickly made a decision. Find a way to get in touch with Mr. Jinnu once again. Hearing this, the secretary asked back in confusion. Sir, are we taking the initiative to contact him directly? A look of fierce determination flared in the director's eyes. Exactly. At first I thought it was a scam, but it turned out to be the real deal. We must pull him over to our side at all costs. A look of fierce determination flared in the director's eyes. Exactly. At first I thought it was a scam, but it turned out to be the real deal. We must pull him over to our side at all costs. And running the third dungeon will yield enhancement potions. He strode forward with absolute certainty through the warp gate. A desolate desert landscape unfolded right before his eyes. The fifth dungeon drops skill books. These books don't help you learn the special moves of the summons, though. Even less so any hidden skills that only a trainer can unlock. But it still drops a lot of pretty solid moves, so it's well worth grinding. Thanks to that, I can just skip it and don't need to run the Sunday dungeon anymore. At the Sunday dungeon, a thank you note was presented. Thanks for your hard work. It's best if we never meet again. An exhausted Jinnu and Ramba cried out in unison. Awesome, it's finally quitting time. Both the Sunday and fifth dungeons drop the exact same skill books, but running the fifth one yields way more. With that thought, he smugly calculated. That's enough of a warm-up. Maybe I should go practice a bit more. Since there's no need to constantly grind these places, I decided to give the whole team a break on Sunday. So what exactly is that incredibly easy fifth dungeon? Amidst the landscape of shattered rocks and earth, the system suddenly blasted a signal. Warning, warning, warning. The bright red screen cast its glow. The boss monster is revealing itself. Looking at the monster before him, he couldn't help but think to himself, it's a place where you have to plunge straight into a death match with the boss immediately. Jinnu complained dejectedly. The boss here has a defense stat that is utterly absurd. The standard strategy usually involves using a B-grade White Wolf to trigger a defense reduction skill. However, he didn't follow the beaten path at all and quickly summoned everyone. A massive hand slammed down onto the ground, followed by a heavy stomp. Staring at the majestic Titan Golem, Jinnu's confidence instantly surged. If you're strong enough to just crush it with raw damage, then it doesn't even matter. He lightly raised his hand and turned off the camera. This video probably can't be sold. Jinnu couldn't help but sigh. If I just bring out a lineup full of monsters to beat the crap out of it like this, where people even go to learn from it? Today's menu, stir-fried Earth Golem. He introduced with a cheerful laugh. First, everyone, pull out your high-tier summons. Just take it easy, like pulling caviar out of the fridge. Doesn't everyone just happen to have a frog sitting in their pocket? Hearing this, The audience instantly showed their dissatisfaction. All right, just shut the whole shop down already. Jinwoo couldn't help but sigh. If I just bring out a lineup full of monsters to beat the crap out of it like this, where people even go to learn from it. Today's menu, stir-fried earth golem. He introduced with a cheerful laugh. First, everyone, pull out your high-tier summons. Just take it easy, like pulling caviar out of the fridge. Doesn't everyone just happen to have a frog sitting in their pocket? Hearing this, the audience instantly showed their dissatisfaction. All right, just shut the whole shop down already. In the end, he had to wrap it up. Anyway, it's not like there aren't any tricks to breaking the record. With that thought, Jinwoo climbed onto its hand while saying, "Hey, Titan Golem." In the end, he had to wrap it up. Anyway, it's not like there aren't any tricks to breaking the record. With that thought, Jinwoo climbed onto its hand while saying, "Hey, Titan Golem." In line with Jinwoo's thoughts, the two golems clashed with each other. That's exactly why I had to call out the Titan Golem. In line with Jinwoo's thoughts, the two golems clashed with each other. That's exactly why I had to call out the Titan Golem. Pokryong, Hungyo, Jinwoo commanded directly. Focus on taking its head off. In a split second, the two golems locked in fierce combat. But the next second, its arm was suddenly sliced clean off. Before anyone realized it, Hungyo had already landed on the Earth Golem's arm. He calmly sheathed his sword while it stared back in sheer disbelief. Before the Earth Golem could even react, it was hacked into tiny pieces. Up in midair, Pokryong also raised her staff high, summoning sacred fire. She coldly prepared to deliver the finishing blow. The flames instantly transformed into a roaring dragon and plummeted down, immediately engulfing the Earth Golem. In the end, only its scorched body remained. With the battle over, Pokryong landed right on the Titan Golem's shoulder. A barrage of notifications followed. Boss monster defeated. Dungeon cleared successfully. Dungeon cleared successfully. Jinwoo pumped his fist in pure excitement and cried out, "I just shaved a whole minute off the national record." With that, he looked down at Hungyo and marveled. Hungyo is honestly so broken he ruins the game balance. Even so, Jinwoo could only cross his name off the list. Even though he's that strong, I don't plan on taking him and the main lineup into this 5th dungeon. He looked around, lost in thought. I just need a single, well-trained Pokryong. Looking at Pokryong staring up at him with sparkling eyes, Jinwoo thought to himself with pride. She's got more than enough power to clear the highest grade dungeon in a heart. Looking at Pokryong staring up at him with sparkling eyes, Jinwoo thought to himself with pride. She's got more than enough power to clear the highest grade dungeon in a heartbeat. Hearing his voice, Hungyo gave a slight nod, while Ramba happily waved her hand in greeting. Amidst the rocky ruins, his voice rang out filled with immense relief. All right, let's go for another round. A short while later, Jinwoo stepped through the warp gate once again. Right at that moment, someone suddenly approached to ask, "Excuse me, are you the player, Jinwoo?" Looking at the two strange men, he responded with a bit of caution. "That's me." One of them respectfully handed over a business card and introduced themselves. "We are from the Secretariat under the Director's office." The moment Jinwoo saw the business card, he spoke up. "I see." Not wanting to get tangled up in a long conversation, he immediately asked, "Is there something you guys need from me?" Meanwhile, he couldn't help but wonder. "I thought the discussions with headquarters ended ages ago." The secretary quickly explained, "Our side has carefully reviewed the proposal you brought forward last time, Mr. Jinwoo." His monotonous voice continued to drone on. "Seeing as you've achieved such impressive results, we are looking to partner with you." Jinwoo cut him off instantly. "Oh, that thing." He waved his hand slightly with a smirk, turning them down. "Yeah, forget about it." Hearing this, the two of them stared with wide eyes in absolute shock. "What did you say?" Seeing their reaction, Jinwoo let out a scoffing laugh. "Reviewing and delivering results, my foot." The image of Ji-Ah with her angel wings flashed in his mind. "I'll pay you 13 billion straight up. Just trust me." Right behind her was the director, saying his piece. "Let me review this. Just place your trust in headquarters." The more Jinwoo thought about it, the angrier he got. What kind of guy do they take me for? Do they think I'm a total pushover? They talk a big game, but they're the complete opposite of Ji-Ah. With that thought, he spoke up, startling the secretary. Furthermore, Jinwoo explained with a completely nonchalant attitude, "I already have a management agency. If you want to talk business, just contact over at UBX directly. Once he finished speaking, he walked away decisively. That's all. Catch you later. Leaving the secretary completely dumbfounded. UBX, he asked back in total disbelief. What the hell is UBX? The secretary voiced his confusion. He just brought it up. Don't tell me it's someone from the Daesung group. He frowned slightly and barked an order. Investigate this immediately. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread. For some reason, it felt like they had just thrown away a golden opportunity. On the message screen with Jinwoo, the bureau chief inquired rather frantically. Are you awake yet? You must be sound asleep. Out of nowhere, I found myself missing you so much. If only I had met you sooner. I've fallen for you, Jinwoo. Jinwoo coldly sent back a single thumbs up alongside a notification message. Jinwoo has left the chat room. The next day, right in the heart of the city, Jinwoo stood comfortably soaking up the sun on a rooftop. He suddenly whipped around and mumbled, "It should be about time by now." The next day, right in the heart of the city, Jinwoo stood comfortably soaking up the sun on a rooftop. While other dungeons require your summons to do the fighting. Master, you're such a total noob. Wait up for me. Here, the player must personally overcome the challenges for it to count as a clear. Without a second thought, Jinwoo made his decision. I need to get right to training. With that thought, he quickly pressed the summon button. In an instant, the surrounding space warped completely. The system screen popped up, summoning B-grade Sky, Flying Dragon. Jinwoo walked slowly over to the railing and looked down. The moment he saw the sheer height, he couldn't help but think to himself, thanks to my shield, I don't have to worry about falling to my death, but this is still a total thriller. Then Jinwoo suddenly spoke up. Hey, Sky. Sky quickly lowered itself. He climbed aboard, asking, Let's go, you ready? At Jinwoo's command, it quickly took off into the air, straight ahead to the East Sea. The sudden zero-gravity sensation caught him off guard, making him squeeze his eyes tightly shut. But very quickly, Jinwoo opened his eyes. Looking down at the miniature city unfolding beneath him, he let out a surprised exclamation. This is way more fun than I thought. With that thought, he happily gave the command. Awesome. Let's roll. A short while later, at the coastal waters, Hongyo blurted out the second he spotted him. Oh, my master, he suddenly bellowed with immense pride. Your flying skills are absolutely elite. You truly never disappoint me. Jinwoo thought to himself with a bit of embarrassment. Overpraising me like that just puts on the pressure. But out loud, he quickly deflected. It's really not that spectacular. But Hongyo loudly protested. No, I am dead serious. At this moment, Pokryong chimed in quietly. But it really is the truth. She recounted with sheer admiration. At first, the two of us struggled like crazy just trying to ride a flying dragon. An image of the two main summons, looking utterly miserable, suddenly popped up. He thought to himself, completely speechless. Come to think of it, back during the Summoner War, Hongyo and Pokryong used to ride dragons and sky dolphins too. Pokryong didn't hesitate to pile on the praise. You really are Saint Jinwoo. You are completely worthy of being our master. You're just too awesome. Looking at her like that, Jinwoo's heart totally melted. So cute. All right, thanks everyone. Meanwhile, Hongyo mumbled gloomily on the side. Why isn't anyone praising me? Talk about blatant discrimination. He quickly turned his face away. Just let it go. Scanning the vast sea before him, Jinwoo asked quietly. Next up is learning to ride the sky dolphin, right? She answered briskly. You bet. He showed a humble attitude. Learning from experienced folks like you guys is the fastest way to improve. I'm counting on you both. Pokryong continued enthusiastically. I'll do my absolute best. He also tightened his grip and replied. Orders received, Master. A few days later, at the 6th dungeon. By this time, Jinwoo had teleported into the 6th dungeon. A confident smile played on the corners of his lips. This was a place dedicated to farming special runes. Jinwoo called out while warming up. Wind Skyhawk. On the virtual screen, text was currently popping up. The running challenge will begin in 10 seconds. Reach the finish line as fast as possible. This was the exact place that had earned him the God of Speed title. The moment the Wind Skyhawk appeared, it heard his command. Buff me with that haste spell. Jinwoo lowered his center of gravity, preparing to sprint. At the same time, the countdown appeared. 3, 2, 1. The exact moment the countdown hit 1, a sharp glint flashed in Jinu's eyes. The signal having been given, he blasted forward like a rocket. Up in midair, gun barrels suddenly revealed themselves, pointing straight down. He zipped forward, nimbly dodging and weaving through the hail of bullets. In a split second, a bullet grazed Jinu's arm. He agilely leaped up, landing squarely on the golden tiles. Now that I'm experiencing this firsthand, it feels incredible. It's way more fun than just watching it through a computer screen. A thrill of excitement sparked in Jinu's eyes. It was time to enter the first hidden path. Before his eyes was a blinding light where the horizon met the vast sea. Jinu smirked, calculating his move. Normally, you're supposed to cross the water and just keep sprinting straight ahead. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly launched himself high into the air. Jinu flipped his body, diving straight down into the sea. He smiled radiantly and called out loudly, "Sky Dolphin, come on out." A dolphin erupted from beneath the waves. Summon sea-grade Sky Dolphin. The moment Jinu grabbed onto it, he nimbly closed his eyes and held his breath. The next second, the two vanished into the deep sea. Admiring the dazzling underwater scenery, he couldn't help but think, if I use the dolphin to travel underwater, I can bypass a whole mess of obstacles up there. Jinu narrowed his eyes slightly as the two prepared to breach the surface. The instant they blasted out of the sea, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sky Flying Dragon!" Spotting that familiar figure, Jinu quickly climbed off. From this point on, he channeled his strength and leaped off the dolphin's body. Jinu landed effortlessly onto Sky's back. It was going to be an aerial show. The two nimbly dodged every single attack. We just need to fly right past the remaining traps, and it's over. In the blink of an eye, the finish line appeared. His eyes widened in sheer excitement as he roared, "Clear!" Following Jinu's triumphant shout, the system screen popped up instantly. "You have reached the finish line." The system rejoiced with congratulations. Dungeon completed. Time, 2 minutes 16 seconds. Right after that, a spectacular fireworks display filled the screen. "Congratulations on breaking South Korea's national record. You have achieved a special accomplishment." A forest ablaze under a crimson sky. The scene transitions to the 7th dungeon after the 6th has been cleared, with a massive monster roaring amidst the fierce flames while burning creatures scatter in panic. A falcon swoops straight down. Flames devour the forest as all the monsters are wiped out, clearing the dungeon in just 3 minutes and 40 seconds. The footage shows towering cliffs under the twilight as the Sunday dungeon is cleared with similar speed. Jinwoo stands with his arms outstretched, his summoned creatures unleashing their power on the enemy, while a beam of light strikes the target direct. A white-haired figure with glowing eyes is bleeding from the face, his head jerking sharply from the impact. Hungyo stands holding a glowing blue sword with the others behind him, the supreme leader defeated and the dungeon cleared. Hungyo closes his eyes calmly with Ramba sitting on his head, saying, "This fight was really tough," while she replies, "This is the fruit of our training." And Jinwoo helps Pokrion to her feet, adding, "Everyone did a great job." He wipes the sweat from his forehead, lets out a sigh, and breaks the South Korean national record by clearing all low-level dungeons. A clear time of 14 minutes and 50 seconds appears on screen as he says, "Now, if we keep grinding them, the clear times will get even shorter. Let's focus on growing our strength until we can challenge the mid-level dungeons." He tilts his head back to look at the gigantic tower soaring into the sky and says, "I need to clear up to the highest level dungeons, collecting runes and skills to a certain degree, and only then will I have enough stats to challenge the trial tower." He glances sideways with a faint smile as the others stand nearby, then asks, "Are 2 years enough?" Hungyo grabs Ramba by the hand, and Jinwoo looks at the system interface and says, "By the way," a UI pops up filled with items, and he continues, "High-tier summoning scrolls are one thing, but what should we do with these clear rewards?" The scene cuts to Beck's office, where is sitting at her desk holding a phone. The phone screen displays news about Jinwoo breaking records in daily dungeons, with the broadcast questioning who on earth he is and declaring that the whole world is going crazy over Jinwoo. She leans back in her chair with a calm smile and says, "Well, remarking that it's only natural since he broke every single dungeon record in just a single week. She turns her head toward Byung-jin, who is sitting at his desk, and calls out, "Yes, ma'am," as he responds. She asks how the video editing progress is going, and Byung-jin scratches his head nervously, saying he just finished it. TC-op looks up from behind his computer screen and asks if there's a problem. Ji-ah sits at her desk holding a device and says, "It's not a problem, but even while making it, I could hardly believe it. Do you guys want to see?" She looks at the monitor playing underwater footage and explains that she didn't include the Thursday and Sunday dungeons in the video per Baek Jinwoo's request. She and the two men stare intently at the screen with serious expressions. One person reacts in shock as a close-up shot shows a hand gripping tightly onto an underwater dolphin, while a voice rings out, "What the hell?" And a blinding beam of light spreads across the sea surface, the water rippling outward in the dazzling glow. A massive wyvern flies upward with Jin-woo sitting on its back, and the voice continues, "This is absurd." Ji-ah sits stunned while Bong-jin says, "His strategy and execution are on a completely different level, almost like a circus," prompting her to ask, "Is this real?" Byung-jin says with a strange look, "Even movies couldn't film something like this," adding that even if they sold it, people would curse them out because no one else could replicate it. Ji-ah looks straight ahead with calm eyes as a voice chimes in. "That just proves how good Baek Jinwoo is." She grips the armrest of her chair tightly and says, "Before selling these videos," with Byung-jin standing behind her, she continues, "Buy up all the summoned creatures that appear in them," leading him to remark that she's thinking of cornering the market first. Ji-ah turns slightly with a confident smile and says, "That's right, because we need to maximize our profits based on this information." Byung-jin leans forward, typing on a tablet with a surprised expression, and asks, "So within our current budget, we'll try to..." Before Ji-ah cuts him off, "No, don't worry about the budget. Just buy them all." Ji-ah turns back with a confident smile and gestures, "If we fall short, I'll borrow under my own name." Her hands fly across the keyboard at lightning speed. She sits at her desk with a serene smile as she continues typing. In a stylized scene, a character with a dollar sign stands at the desk opposite Ji-ah while a voice screams, "You Ji-ah, call the branch manager here." In the same stylized scene, two men in suits kneel beside a pile of cash and say, "We've approved it to the maximum limit. I can even give you my watch," while the other says, "Just tell us whatever you need," while she smiles with her eyes closed and says, "I borrowed the money and bought up all the summoned creatures." She taps the keyboard and declares, "Now it's time to sell the information." Prices and conditions for the dungeon strategy information are displayed, showing a screen full of strategic data for all daily dungeons being put up for sale, including Baek Jinwoo's. Byung-jin leans toward the screen and asks, "Is it really okay to sell this so cheaply?" To which Ji-ah calmly replies that the strategy info is just bait to sell the summoned creatures. She turns her head slightly with a faint smile and says, "This is also for the development of South Korea, so selling it a bit cheap is fine." Top turns his head toward them from his desk and asks at what price they should list the stockpiled summoned creatures. She smiles confidently and says, "Set C rank at 200 million and B rank at 1 billion. TCOPE turns around with a shocked expression and says, "That's 10 times the current market price. Isn't that too expensive?" Countless glowing summoned creatures float in a dark space. A voice speaks up. As this information spreads, these summoned creatures will ultimately become something everyone needs, so the price will naturally rise. More summoned creatures appear as the voice continues. "Since we hold most of the supply, people will have no other choice but to buy." The cursor clicks the post button and the voice echoes now, signaling that it's time to reap the rewards of trusting and investing in Baek Jinwoo. The sky brightens as a building comes into view, and a voice calls out, "Ma'am." The two men lean forward with astonished expressions, staring at the screen and saying, "This isn't a dream, is it?" While Ji-ah sits below smiling. The monitor displays sales revenue reaching 377 billion. A brilliant beam of light bursts from the screen, causing the two men to cover their faces as a voice says, "We haven't even started yet." "What the hell?" Ji-ah's hands tremble on the keyboard while the two men behind her cheer, and the voice continues, The summoned creatures bought for Baek Jin Woo only cost 1.3 billion, and now they've turned into this. Sits with her eyes closed, taking a deep breath to calm her excitement while the two men crash backward into the wall behind her. She sits at her desk facing the monitor and says, "The business feasibility has been proven." And as the two men look at her in shock, she adds, "Now we start large-scale investing," prompting one of them to reply, "Huh?" She turns her head with a confident smile and says, "First off, shall we go buy a building?" She looks back at the two men kneeling on the floor and asks, "Why are they looking so pathetic?" as they remain slumped on the ground, replying, "Because of Baek Jin Woo and those glasses." Jin Woo sits alone on a park bench, holding his phone. The phone screen displays Baek Jin Woo's account balance of over 54 million. He smiles down at his phone with sparkling lights surrounding him, while Ramba clings to his shoulder with a shocked look, saying, "In just 1 week of selling high-tier summoning scrolls, you made 54 million, to which she asks, "How many cream cakes is that?" He leans back against the bench with a happy smile and says, "Dungeon rewards really are sweet," while Ramba points at herself and asks, "Did any EX rank drop from that pile?" Jinwoo looks straight ahead with a serious expression and says, "Ramba, did you forget?" He lies flat on the ground, surrounded by a pile of summoned creatures and debris, groaning. Memories flash of him and Ramba tearing open summoning scrolls, and as he leans back against the bench, he explains that they tore through tens of thousands of scrolls, and still nothing came out. Jinwoo sits holding his phone while Ramba cries out, "Just thinking about it hurts like hell." He adds, "Besides, right now, instead of opening new summoning scrolls, it's time to focus on upgrading the summoned creatures I already have." He looks down at his phone and says, "By the way, I should also sell all the miscellaneous junk I got from grinding. Should I ask Jia?" He raises his phone, and the screen displays Baek Jin's contact info. Jin stands amidst a crowd while he ponders. Come to think of it, Jin sells runes. From now on, there'll be a steady stream of stuff worth selling, so I might as well hand it all over to Jin. His fingers tap rapidly on his phone's keyboard. Jin hands money to her mother under the streetlights, while thinking that she can share the profits with her, especially since her mother helped pay a portion of his medical bills. She smiles brightly while holding the stack of cash in her hands. He types on his phone and sends, "Hey Jin, can we meet up for a bit?" He looks at his phone and follows up with, "If possible, come to the empty lot," smiling faintly as he thinks now is the right time to repay her. The scene shifts to a cafe where a girl is standing near the entrance. A blonde girl covers her mouth with her hand, laughing and asking if her new boyfriend is a player, while another girl replies and asks about his summoned creatures, specifically if he has a beer rank. A girl raises her cup to take a sip and says she doesn't know, but he told her one is coming soon, prompting another voice to chime in. Maybe he'll gift her a summoned creature or a rune later, adding that they're totally jealous. Jin lowers her gaze, closes her eyes, and lets out a soft sigh. She slowly raises both hands while speaking with an awkward smile, and when the girl next to her looks at her and asks what's wrong since she doesn't look too good, Jin replies that she was just zoning out. Jin looks at her friend with a small smile as a voice tells her to share her worries, saying talking about it might make her feel better. She closes her eyes, her face flushing slightly, and says, "Guys, I'm really touched, but my brother is actually the player everyone's been talking about lately." Jinwoo stands with his back to a high-rise building, money fluttering around him as he says, to keep this a secret for now. Jin stares in shock and stammers, "What?" gripping the edge of the table with a tense expression and breaking out in a sweat, while her friend smiles, and Jin wonders how on earth she's supposed to tell them that he even started a company to sell information. She grabs her hair with both hands and shakes her head in frustration, thinking he must have his reasons. Even so, Jin stands awkwardly between the two of them as they look at her worriedly and ask what her brother has been up to lately and if he's busy, causing her to stammer in response that she doesn't know anything. She aggressively pulls her hair with an angry expression, flames blazing behind her back as she thinks how annoying it is to keep secret from her parents while unable to just blurt out. Jin imagines herself screaming and thrashing wildly while actually sitting at her desk, staring down at her phone with a flustered expression. She looks at the screen, showing the text message about meeting at the empty lot. She stares at her phone with wide eyes, wondering what other bombshell he's about to drop on her. She stands up from her seat and says she has to go first, leaving her friends looking at her in surprise. Jean turns back toward them, clasping her hands together. And as her friend says, "We were supposed to have dinner together," she apologizes and says, "My brother is calling." A girl leans forward with a surprised expression and asks if her brother just woke up from a coma and whether he's doing okay now. Jean raises her hand as she walks out, saying she'll explain the details later and treat them next time they hang out. An empty outdoor area with cliffs under the daylight. Jean stands holding her bag, looking straight ahead, and asks what on earth is going on. A wildcat shoots a stream of energy toward the red monsters, flames bursting out between them. Two figures sprint forward at high speed with a wyvern flying overhead. Fairies flutter around a golem while it tries to catch them. Hungyo stands holding a whistle and observing calmly, while Jean realizes he is the one who overwhelmed her shadow elf last time. He turns his head to look at Jean while she stands frozen in place. Jean looks at him with a blank expression while he turns his face away and ignores her, prompting her to ask, "Is he here?" She turns her head with a surprised expression and calls out to her brother, asking what all of this is. He stands shirtless with a towel draped over his shoulders, drying his head as a rear-angle view shows his muscular physique. Jean looks on with a confused expression and asks what this is, wondering to herself if his body has always looked like that. A frail, sickly version of him holding a phone with trembling hands flashes through her thoughts as she recalls. "You were just lying in a hospital bed on 4 drips, unable to lift anything heavier than a phone." Jin Woo wraps the towel around his neck, turns back to look at her, and asks, "Are you all right?" Jean leans forward with a shocked expression, points at the summoned creatures behind him, and shouts, "Brother, what are those summons?" When he asks, "What's wrong?" and she replies that their market prices have skyrocketed insanely recently. The summoned creatures and their values are displayed. Combat Sheriff and Priest of Radiance at C rank for 200 million, and Sky Wyvern, Wind Falcon, and Titanium Golem at B rank for 1 billion. As she notes, they are extremely hard to get due to zero supply. Jean narrows her eyes with a tense expression and thinks to herself, "Wait, why does he have such rare ones?" Jin Woo stands in front of a high-rise building while she thinks about rumors saying these summoned creatures appeared in videos sold by Ubek. He turns his head slightly with a faint, wry smile, leading her to gasp, "Ubek." Jin's eyes widen sharply in utter shock as she stares at him and stammers, "No way." Jin Woo stands with his arms crossed, looking at her, and when she asks, "Brother, did you break the daily dungeon records using these summoned creatures?" he simply replies, "Yeah." She asks, "Where on earth did you get them?" And he responds, "Remember Ms. Jia from back then?" Jean claps her hands excitedly and replies, "Jia. Of course I remember," while Jia appears right behind her, covering her mouth with a giggle and asking, "Are you Jin Woo's younger sister? You're so cute." She remains with her hands clasped, staring straight ahead with a blank expression as he says, "She gave them to me." Cold sweat breaks out across Jin's face as she screams, "She gave you expensive things like that?" And looking at Jin Woo standing in the distance, she asks, "Don't they belong to the company?" To which he answers, "Nope." She stands frozen stiff with a dazed expression while Jin Woo faces her and says, "Anyway, you got here pretty fast." Jin raises a fist near her mouth, looks at him with a surprised expression, and asks, "Right, why did you call me here anyway?" Prompting him to ask, "Are you still selling runes these days?" A hand opens up over a glowing blue interface filled with rune icons as she answers, "Yeah, I sold a few yesterday," before asking, "Why do you ask?" He answers, "Well, about that," and sweeps his hand forward across the glowing interface, causing items to spill all over the ground while Jin's eyes pop wide open in startlement. A massive pile of dungeon reward appears between the two of them, and as they both stare at it, she yells, "What in the world is this?" While he explains that these are the rewards he got from clearing dungeons, asking if she wants to take a look. Jean picks up a rune, holds it right up to her face to inspect it, and says it's a swiftness rune. Right, but the stats are a bit. A chibi version of herself pops up reacting, Oh, this cleave rune has a rare drop chance for critical probability. This one will sell for a high price. Meanwhile, Jin Woo stands with his arms crossed, smiling, as she squints one eye holding the blue rune and says, this one has crit rates scaling off defense stats, which is a bit weird, though she thinks to herself, still, the stats aren't bad at all. Jin Woo figures it's because Jin sells runes every single day, and as she stands facing a large holographic market board covered in charts and labels, he adds that she has a razor-sharp eye, even remembering all the low drop rate rune effects, and quickly judging the value of skill books and materials. She sits on the ground, waving her hand tiredly next to a summoned creature beside a sign reading, sleep less to save the family, while he remarks that she even recognized his summoned creatures instantly, joking that she must practically live inside the marketplace. She holds the book with both hands and looks up in surprise when he calls her name. Jin Woo faces her with a gentle smile while she clutches the book to her chest, and he says, I'm going to hand all of this over to you. Want to try selling it? Causing her to gasp. You want me to sell it? She looks off to the side with a blank expression while thinking, I'm actually confident I can sell them really well. Jin stands in front of a storefront with a confident, closed-eye smile, thinking that at the very least she's second to none, having proven her business flair time and time again. A smaller version of her hands a phone to Jin Woo as he turns around, her inner thoughts continuing. Ever since she was little, no matter what game she played, she always found trading way more fun than hunting monsters. Books and colorful stones are scattered across the ground as she thinks. But if she sells all of this, farming for runes won't even be necessary anymore. Jin leans forward with a determined expression and says, wait, but wouldn't it be better if we just focused entirely on selling? She adds, the thing I'm most concerned about is... While Jin Woo looks straight ahead with a neutral expression, Jin looks at him with a slightly anxious look and asks, so what's my commission? She lowers her gaze with a serious expression, thinking to herself, I've got to think about my own future too, reasoning that doing it for free once or twice is fine, but it can't be like that every single time. Jin Woo crosses his arms, breaks into a calm smile, and asks, how much do you want? Jin stands with her eyes closed and says, usually large wholesalers take about 8 to 10%, but since it's you... She raises her hand with her fingers spread out. She holds out her hand, gesturing 5 fingers, and says, I'll only take 5%. How about that? Jin Woo closes his eyes with a small smile and says, 5%? Come on, between us. Jin slumps down with a single drop of sweat rolling down her cheek, reacting in total silence. A hand pops up holding up 2 fingers. Then she stands staring straight ahead with a bewildered expression. Jin Woo stands with a radiant smile, holding up 2 fingers as he says, I'll be generous and give you 20%, so do your best to sell them well. Jin stands petrified, her eyes widen to the size of saucers, and her mouth hanging open as she stammers. 20%? Jin Woo stands behind her, smiling with his eyes closed as he repeats, between us, Jin, prompting her to reach her hands forward in sheer astonishment and scream, You're giving me that much? He turns his back, gives a casual wave of his hand as he walks away, and says, I'll give you plenty of good runes in the future, so get ready to be busy, leaving Jin standing behind him breaking out in a sweat and thinking, in the future, meaning this isn't just a one-time thing, but a long-term gig. Jin leans forward with a flushed face and a shocked look, thinking, selling all that stash with a 20% commission. She clutches both hands tightly against her chest, stands still, and bows her head as she watches his retreating back, saying, guess I really don't need to farm runes anymore. Jin Woo walks away with a faint smile while she wipes her tears with her sleeve behind him. Jin flashes a brilliant, teary-eyed smile and declares, I'm going to become a professional merchant. A fierce swirl of flame spins with Pokryong at the center, while Jin Woo stands safely inside a protective barrier, having handed over all the dungeon rewards to Jin so he can focus on leveling up Pokryong. A staff with a glowing core is thrust forward as energy gathers intensely around it. A massive, dragon-shaped wave of fire sweeps across the battlefield as she casts explosive dragon wave. Jin Woo stands calmly inside the barrier with a gentle smile. Pokryong grips her staff tightly with a concentrated expression as the narration explains that the essential requirement to become a powerful player is having a strong damage dealer. She steps forward one pace while holding her staff, and Jinwoo says, "Great job, Pokryong." He reaches out his hand to pat her head, making her flinch slightly, and continues, "At this point, you can clear D-rank dungeons with your eyes closed." "That's amazing." She smiles softly with flushed cheeks and says, "Thank you, master." Jinwoo touches his chin, thinking it's been quite a while since he started running dungeons with just Pokryong alone. Ramba stretches out her hands in a panic with tears streaming down her face as he remarks, "Hongyo must be putting the others through intense training." He waves his hand as he walks away, while Ramba gets crushed underneath a giant cooking pot with the other summoned creatures standing nearby. The narration noting that summoned creatures can wander around for several hours without a player and can even unsummon themselves. They walk side by side through a dimly lit cave as he says, "Come to think of it, Pokryong," to which she replies, "Yes, Lord Jinwoo." He and she walk deeper into the cave while he asks, "Is there anything else you want?" just as a goblin watches them closely from behind a boulder. The goblin leaps forward with its mouth wide open and its weapon raised high to launch an ambush. Her eyes widen sharply as she reacts to the incoming attack. Pokryong spins around and swings her staff, sending a trail of blazing fire ripping across the ground to strike the goblin dead on. They resume walking side by side as she raises her head and says, "What I want," prompting him to reply, "Yeah, like what Hongyo or Ramba have." Hongyo lifts heavy weights with a blank expression while Ramba happily hugs a loaf of bread. Jinwoo raises a single finger with a smile and gestures toward them as he speaks. Pokryong clutches her staff tightly and hesitates, but Jinwoo encourages her, "Just say it freely, anything at all." She closes her eyes with a gentle smile and says, "I'm already more than happy just being able to help Lord Jinwoo like this right now." He places a hand over his chest with a touched expression. He rubs her head repeatedly while laughing and says, "Oh, come on. Tell me at least one thing, like something you want to eat, for instance." He leans forward slightly with a calm smile, noting that summoned creatures normally don't need to eat or drink. Pokryong sits at a table with everyone else as he mentions that he's eaten alongside regular humans before. She takes a bite of pizza next to Hongyo, while he points out that seeing Ramba go crazy over cream cakes means they definitely have a sense of taste. Jinwoo holds a slice of pizza in his hand and says he couldn't possibly leave them behind and selfishly eat delicious food all by himself. Pokryong stands facing Jinwoo in the cave, and as he looks at her, he wonders out loud which of the foods she's tried so far was her absolute favorite. An image of a strawberry cream cake pops up as he figures she's a bit shy, so she probably prefers desserts. Jinwoo smiles as she says there is actually one thing, and when he looks at her and asks what it is, a plate of fried chicken accompanied by a cold mug of beer appears while she holds her staff, reacting with surprise as she stammers, "Fried chicken." He stands facing forward and says, "That's right. So, Pokryong, what skill are you planning to learn next?" The stages of the explosive dragon secret arts are displayed. Yun, transform flame, and destroy, as she points with her staff and says, "Dragon mage secret arts. Yun." She grips her staff tightly with both hands and smiles brightly as Jinwoo tells her, "All right, the day you master that skill, we'll take a day off from special training." She closes her eyes with an excited smile as Jinwoo faces her and adds, "Yep, on that day we'll throw a chicken party for the whole group," making her reply, "I'd love that so much I'll work extra hard so we can take a break." Two chibi versions of her stand side by side for comparison, showing that the chicken pile is much smaller than the rest pile, while Jinwoo looks on with a drop of sweat, thinking she's way more excited about the break than the actual chicken. The cave is empty with beams of light shining down as Jinwoo concludes, "Well, whatever works," noting that having the motivation to try hard at anything is what's truly important. The scene shifts to three people standing outdoors, looking out toward an excavator and several buildings. One person gasps, "Whoa," as Jia stands with her arms crossed between two men, and when Byong Jin asks how on earth she even managed to find a spot like this, ma'am, she replies that she bought it from an old grandfather and will build the Ubiek building right here on this very spot. She points toward the construction site, explaining that this section will house the offices, while over there will be dormitories and apartments exclusively for the employees. She stands with her back turned next to Byung-jin, stating that she's going to build underground bunkers beneath all the buildings, causing him to look at her in shock and ask, "An underground bunker?" To which she confirms, "That's right." She recalls Jin Woo telling her to just focus on doing a good job protecting his family, and resolves to keep that promise no matter what. Stands with one hand on her hip as her hair flutters in the wind. The wide-open vacant lot stretches out beneath the sky as she thinks to herself that since he likes wide-open spaces, setting up the training ground right over there will be absolutely perfect. Byung-jin turns his head slightly as she asks, "Did Byung-jin get the summoned creature I mentioned?" To which he replies, "Yes, ma'am." A glowing wolf emerges amidst blue energy as it steps forward, and he says, "Here is the shadow wolf you requested." Byung-jin stands beside the sitting wolf and asks, "Why this specific summoned creature?" While the other two stand facing him, crosses her arms and says with a smile that she has someone specific to gift it to. The scene shifts to several people sitting around a table at a restaurant. Pieces of meat sizzle on the grill, smoke rising upward as someone calls out, "Jean." Jean smiles as two girls react excitedly to the food, saying how delicious it is and asking if they're really being treated at such a fancy place. To which Jean replies, "Of course, order whatever you want." She holds her chopsticks and smiles gently as her friends remark that being a top player really makes a different class. Her eyes are shown in a tight close-up as she says, "It's all thanks to my brother." Countless glowing items float in midair, including books, armor, and potions, and, as the narration notes, the sheer volume of items her brother handed over is massive, with many possessing incredible stats. A crowd reaches out, thrusting their business cards toward her while shouting, "The stuff here is the best," and begging for priority contact. And as the narration adds, thanks to him, her customer base grew at a rapid pace. A hand holding chopsticks stops dead in midair as someone asks, "Hey, do you guys know Baek Jinwoo?" The blonde girl smiles and answers, "Yeah, he's super famous lately, and he even broke his own record again." Jean freezes up anxiously, then closes her eyes with a smile while holding her chopsticks, thinking to herself that her brother really is amazing, while everyone else chimes in. At this rate, is he planning to challenge the world record too? It's seriously unbelievable. And as Jean sits there with her eyes closed and a blank expression, someone adds, "He's really handsome too, isn't he?" The two girls lean forward excitedly, smiling and saying he definitely has a girlfriend by now, right? Adding that they're so jealous of his girlfriend, while Jean sits completely petrified, her eyes widened and twitching as she thinks, "Handsome my foot. Is there any other Baek Jinwoo I don't know about?" One girl gestures as she asks if Baek Jinwoo has an Instagram, while another says he works at Jia's company, so surely he must be on her following list, prompting Jean to hunch over in a cold sweat, chewing her food as she mutters, "Yeah, whatever you say." One of the girls' eyes widen in sudden surprise. A phone screen is held up displaying an account list as someone yells, "Found it." The two girls lean in close over the phone with shocked expressions, pointing and saying, Jean, isn't this your account? Why is following you?" Causing Jean to face them in a cold sweat and stammer, "What?" Jean grips her phone with both hands with a tense expression and insists they must be seeing things. The phone is held up again, showing Jia's profile status as following, proving she really is following her. Jean looks down at her phone with wide eyes, muttering, "She follows me like a fan. But since when did I follow her back?" She stares straight ahead with sweat dripping down her face, thinking to herself that it must be because she's his family member. The two girls sit at the table smiling excitedly, clasping their hands together as they stare intensely at her, while Jean in the foreground breaks out in a nervous sweat and stammers. The girls aggressively lean across the table toward Jean while demanding, "What is this? Explain," and asking if they know each other and if they're super close, leaving Jean sitting stiffly with a blank expression. A hand grips a phone standing upright as it buzzes violently with a shrill ring. Jean holds her phone with a tense, sweat-covered face and stammers, "Hold on a second," while the blonde girl next to her claps her hands excitedly and urges, "Spill it." She stares down at her phone with a blank expression as a text message from pops up on screen. Her eyes widen drastically as she glares at the phone, reading another text from UG, asking if she's free tomorrow. She leaps up from her seat, throwing her hands up and yelling, causing surrounding diners to turn and stare, while a voice asks what's going on and a staff member calls out, "Ma'am." A quiet street stretches out beneath the bright morning sky. A sleek black sedan glides smoothly onto the road. Jean clasps her trembling hands together as a voice echoes, "It's been a while." Sits behind the steering wheel, flashing a playful wink as she says, "Get in," prompting Jean to blurt out excitedly, "Yes, ma'am." Jean blurts out excitedly, "Yes, ma'am." The black sedan pulls away from the curb and cruises down the street while Jean wrings her hands anxiously and stammers, Gia drives with a calm smile, while Jean sits stiffly beside her in absolute awe as Gia says, "You want me to meet your family, right?" To which Gia adds, "That's right. Jean Woo's been quite busy lately." Gia smiles gently while driving and says, "First, I asked him if I could send gifts under you Beck's name, and he said yes." Jean looks at her with sparkling eyes and asks, "Oh, so you're going to deliver them in person?" To which Gia calmly replies, "Yeah, because I'm the CEO." Jean sits in silence with blushing cheeks, thinking that normally sending things by mail would be enough, and wondering just how much Gia cares about her brother to come all the way herself. She glances over with an incredulous look of envy while Gia drives with an amused smile, Jean thinking to herself that Gia coming in person makes her genuinely jealous. Gia tightens her grip on the steering wheel and asks, "I'm showing up without any notice. Will your parents mind?" Jean smiles brightly from the passenger seat and reassures her, "It's totally fine. I already told my parents to stay home today because I have someone special to introduce to them." She recalls how her parents constantly interrogated her about Jean Woo while she kept insisting she knew nothing and wasn't even sure if he was still alive. Jean crosses her arms with a proud, booming laugh, declaring that Jean Woo is definitely number one in the entire world when it comes to being clueless. The black sedan parks beside a modest apartment building under the bright afternoon sky. The elevator display lights up with the number 5 as the doors slide open. Jean unlocks the apartment door, gestures inside, and announces, "We're home." She steps inside and calls out loudly, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Gia follows right behind with a slightly tense expression, quietly looking around the small living room and thinking to herself, "It's so small." Her gaze shifts over to the simple kitchen and dining table. She looks around with a faint smile, noting that this is truly a place where real people live. Jin's parents stand near the doorway with surprised expressions, and her dad asks, "Jean, you're back." Recognizing the guest her daughter brought home, Yuji stands with an elegant smile and greets, "Hello, sir, ma'am," leaving Jin's dad staring in utter shock as he stammers how she could have such a beautiful friend. She places a hand over her chest and says politely, "It's a pleasure to meet you both." Jin's parents stand completely petrified with dumbfounded expressions as Yuji introduces herself as a representative of Ubek, making them repeat her name in sheer disbelief. Steam rises from a teacup on the table as a trembling voice asks if all of this is real. Jin's parents sit rigidly at the table with utterly shocked expressions as they realize that Jean Woo is a famous player and the woman sitting right in front of them is the CEO of his company, as well as someone connected to the Daesung Group. Ji smiles calmly across the table and says, "Yes, I'm visiting you both today in my capacity as the CEO of Ubek." Jin's parents panic with overwhelmed expressions, calling her an esteemed guest in their cramped home, while Jin quietly realizes that her parents have always viewed her like that. Ji addresses Jin's father with formal honorifics, causing him to jump in a panic and respond all tense. With a composed expression, Ji explains that under the contract terms, Ubek has a binding obligation to look after both him and his wife. Jin's parents stare blankly in disbelief and echo, "Both of us?" Ji slides a thick Ubek document folder across the table and politely asks them to take a look. As it opens, the pages clearly outline personal bodyguard services, a brand new house, living expenses, medical care, and comprehensive full support from Ubek for every conceivable need. Their eyes bulge wide in absolute astonishment as they read through the benefits, right until a highlighted line catches their eye. monthly living expense support of 10 million won. Completely overwhelmed, they can barely believe the numbers and ask if this is real, while Jia smiles warmly, gestures reassuringly, and tells them to accept it without hesitation, leaving Jin sitting nearby, equally stunned by the sheer scale of what Jia is offering. Jia calmly tells Jin's parents that compared to Baek Jinwoo's extraordinary achievements, this support package is actually quite small. She flashes a radiant smile, mentioning that she also prepared a few small gifts, which throws her already overwhelmed parents into an even deeper panic. A holographic inventory window pops up right in front of Jia as she explains that Jinwoo told her Jin's father loves summon creatures. A holographic inventory window pops up in front of Jia. She explains that Jinwoo told her Jin's father is a huge fan of summon creatures. A brilliant flash of blue light erupts inside the room as a summoned creature manifests right before everyone's eyes. It's a diamond golem, a B-rank summon, which Jia explains is roughly the size of a pebble golem, but vastly more powerful. The adorable crystal golem cheerfully strikes a cute pose in front of Jin's dad, whose eyes sparkle with excitement as he emotionally expresses his heartfelt thanks, saying he never imagined receiving something like this thanks to his son. Jia turns her attention to Jin's mother and says she prepared a gift for her as well, leaving the mother standing dumbfounded that she's getting a gift too. Jia turns to Jin's mother and announces that she has a present for her as well, causing her mother to stand frozen in shock. Her mother immediately falls in love with the tiny, adorable creature, gently holding in her hands as her cheeks flush with happiness. Jin watches everything in utter astonishment and jokes that her parents are way too lucky, though she jumps in surprise when Jia calmly informs her that there's a gift waiting for her too. A massive white wolf materializes, surrounded by deep blue energy, its glowing eyes staring straight ahead with regal majesty. Jin stumbles backward with trembling hands, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she's witnessing. She shrieks in sheer shock at the shadow wolf sitting right in front of her. Jia smiles and says Jinwoo knew she would love it, causing Jin to burst into tears as she hugs the shadow wolf tightly and jokingly demand a refund later. While her parents remain in a dazed stupor, wondering if they're really allowed to keep all these incredible gifts, as Jin excitedly promises to make her brother treat their parents even better from now on. Jia covers her mouth with an elegant giggle, softly calling Jin cute, while Jin's mother nervously insists they can't possibly accept this much and suggests everyone sit down for a meal together, to which Jia happily agrees, saying she's already picked out a restaurant. A traditional restaurant sits nestled beneath the bright sky. The family sits together inside the restaurant as someone remarks that Jin used to spend all his time playing games instead of studying. But look how it's all paid off now. Jin's parents smile warmly at each other, reminiscing about how Jinwoo played games for a terribly long time, and whenever he got hooked on something, he dove into it with terrifying seriousness. Jin chuckles while eating, saying everyone is blowing her brother out of proportion, since he achieved all of this in just one single year. Jia quietly takes a sip of her drink nearby, her eyes widening sharply when Jin's dad corrects Jin, saying, Jinwoo actually played for at least 10 years. Jia leans forward in shock and asks Jin's dad if Jinwoo really played for 10 whole years, while Jin looks off to the side with an incredulous expression. Jin's dad crosses his arms across the table, trying to recall, and figures Jinwoo probably started playing all the way back in middle school. Jin's dad stands silently inside Jinwoo's dark room. Jinwoo is slumped over his desk fast asleep, and as the father recalls, he once sneakily checked the game after finding his son passed out while playing. Jinwoo remains fast asleep next to his device as the father remembers the game's name was Battle of Summoners, noting how Jinwoo would stare intently at the screen until late in the night, standing guard behind him with worry as he remembers how his son kept playing straight through high school. Jin turns to her dad with a look of utter disbelief and loudly asks if all of that is actually true. Jia listens quietly beside them, both she and Jin falling into a stunned silence as the terrifying realization hits them that only one kind of person could possibly play a single game for 10 straight years. The two of them sit completely petrified in their chairs amid a heavy, suffocating silence as the exact same thought echoes in their minds. Baek Jin-woo might actually be that legendary player. A cloaked figure materializes directly behind Jin-woo as mystical energy swirls wildly all around them. And the name God Jin-woo flashes across the screen amidst a moment of tense realization. Sunlight streams down over the apartment building as a peaceful morning begins. Jin-woo sits cross-legged in his room with a massive inventory window floating right in front of him. The inventory is packed to the brim with leveled-up summon creatures like the Titanium Golem, Frost Cat, Horned Fairy, Wind Falcon, and Lava Drakes. The inventory is packed to the brim with leveled-up summon creatures like the Titanium Golem, Frost Cat, Horned Fairy, Wind Falcon, and Lava Drakes. He picks up his phone and decides to get in touch with Ji-ah. He texts Ji-ah that he plans to tackle the mid-level dungeon next week and asks if they should prepare for recording. Ji-ah instantly replies that she's been waiting for this news forever, leaving Jin-woo staring at his phone in surprise as the ping message vanishes in an instant. Ji-ah excitedly tells Jin-woo that all he needs to do is put on his gear and clear the dungeon just like before, since the entire marketing strategy is already fully prepared. A giant promotional advertisement pops up showcasing a discounted dungeon clear video along with strategy guides. Jin-woo stares blankly, wondering to himself just when on Earth she managed to prepare all of this. He texts back a brief reply that it sounds great, deciding to leave all the marketing completely in Ji-ah's capable hands. Ah-jin happily hugs the wolf tight while gushing to Jin-woo about how incredible it is and how Ji-ah was the one who gave it to her. Ji-ah smiles warmly from across the table as Jin-woo recalls hearing from Ah-jin that Ji-ah even came to their house in person. Ah-jin hugs the wolf tightly, tears streaming down her face while her parents stand in shock right behind her. A faint smile spreads across Jin-woo's face as he realizes that things are indeed completely different from dealing with the government. Holding his phone in hand, Jin-woo quietly thinks that joining Baek was definitely the right choice. 1 week later, flames and debris explode across the battlefield as a giant enemy collapses defeated before Jin-woo and Pokryong. A system window pops up announcing the dungeon clear with a completion time of 6 minutes and 27 seconds. Jin-woo crosses his arms and smiles with satisfaction after just finishing up another mid-level Monday dungeon. Newspapers and online articles are flooded with news stories asking who on earth Baek Jin-woo is, and while Tales of the Records, he keeps breaking spread everywhere. Jin-woo claims he doesn't really care much about any of that. His expression hardens into silent focus as his attention shifts toward a different issue entirely. Pokryong floats right beside Jin-woo, holding her staff and admitting that she still hasn't truly mastered the Yun skill yet. Pokryong stares straight ahead with a bewildered look and asks why things keep turning out like this. Jin-woo notices that she's been acting a bit strange lately, crossing his arms beneath the shade of a tree. Hongyo remarks that Pokryong seems to be pulling some tricks. Sitting right next to him with a blank look on his face, Jin-woo asks what he means by that, prompting Hongyo to explain that Pokryong's mana and control should already be more than enough to use Yun. Staring straight ahead in silence, Hongyo states that if the skill isn't manifesting, it means Pokryong is deliberately holding it back on purpose. Still thoroughly confused, Jin-woo asks if Pokryong really has any reason to do something like that. A summon creature points out that lately Jin-woo has only been taking Pokryong along in dungeons, leading Jin-woo to quietly admit that's true. Jin-woo looks at him with a blank expression. Hongyo guesses that Pokryong simply loves getting attention. A girl hugs a small summon creature close to her chest, as Hongyo explains that all summon creatures instinctively crave attention from their player. Watching Jin-woo from afar, Pokryong is terrified that if she improves too fast, their relationship might change. Clutching the front of her clothes tightly against her chest, Pokryong quietly worries that she won't be able to go into dungeons alone with Jin-woo anymore after this. Jin-woo stares straight ahead in silence, letting out a soft sigh of contemplation. Chuckling awkwardly beside Hongyo, Jin-woo admits that the situation is pretty complicated yet strangely touching. As leaves flutter past in the wind, Jin-woo asks what they should do next. Hongyo suggests changing up their training method, pointing forward with a confident smile as he says he's got a great idea. Beneath an orange twilight sky, someone suddenly calls out Jin Woo's name, making both him and Hongyo turn their heads in surprise. Smiling brightly, Pokryong has finally learned the Yun skill, leveling up to 42 and unlocking explosive dragon secret arts. Yun, which allows her to build up power for the explosive dragon wave. Staring forward in astonishment, Jin Woo admits that he was skeptical at first, but Hongyo's plan actually worked wonders. In a chibi-style explanation segment, Hongyo tells Jin Woo to stop bringing Pokryong into dungeons until she learns Yun, while Jin Woo awkwardly wonders to himself if that method would really work. Jin Woo flashes a faint smile and admits that one way or another, Hongyo's insight is certainly one of a kind. With a fairy sitting right on top of his head, Jin Woo hums softly to himself. Jin Woo rubs Pokryong's head and praises her for all her hard work, and she happily thanks him in return. Looking down at Pokryong with a gentle smile, Jin Woo admits he probably should have scolded her for playing tricks. Pokryong beams brightly as he realizes that what the summoned creature wanted felt just like a quest, so granting it couldn't hurt, and he chuckles to himself. Jin Woo says Pokryong just wanted to spend more time by his side, so he couldn't stay mad for long, before pulling out a black card and saying, "All right." Holding the black card high in the air with a smile, Jin Woo announces that since Pokryong succeeded, they're taking a break from training today to throw a chicken party. Gripping the card happily, Jin Woo thanks Ms. G after recalling her explanation that the card can be used for living expenses with a limit of 1 billion per year. Jin Woo suddenly freezes up as the phrase "break from training" echoes loudly inside his head. Hongyo stares straight ahead with a look of absolute shock as the word "rest" floats ominously over his head. Glancing silently at the exhausted summoned creatures, Jin Woo realizes that Hongyo literally cannot live without training. Letting out a sharp cough, Jin Woo decides it's best to set down some clear rules from now on. Pokryong and Ramba's eyes light up with excitement as Jin Woo declares that whenever anyone learns a new skill, they get a full day off from training along with the party. Hongyo stares straight ahead in sheer panic, while Pokryong and Ramba celebrate right behind his back, causing him to blurt out, "But Lord Jin Woo." Jin Woo faces Hongyo and reminds him that resting is also a form of training, emphasizing that team unity is crucial as well. Hongyo's eyes suddenly light up with enthusiasm as he loudly agrees that unity is indeed a form of training, while Jin Woo silently thinks to himself how simple-minded the guy really is. Hongyo's eyes suddenly light up with enthusiasm as he loudly agrees that unity is indeed a form of training, while Jin Woo silently thinks to himself how simple-minded the guy really is. The whole group gathers around the feast while Jin Woo stands nearby, even the summoned creatures happily eating and drinking together. Pokryong stares with round eyes at the piece of fried chicken in her hand, exclaiming how delicious it is. Ramba happily sips a tiny sip from a tiny cup right next to Hongyo. Watching the party unfold with a warm smile, Jin Woo checks in on everyone else. A summoned creature gives a cheerful thumbs up while eating, leading Jin Woo to quietly observe that everyone seems to be having a great time. Jin Woo turns toward the sunset, thinking to himself that his bare minimum preparations are finally complete. With a serious expression, Jin Woo decides it's finally time to step foot into the trial tower. The trial tower looms before him as the ultimate in-game content of the game, overflowing with boundless treasures, rare gear, and rewards that completely dwarf anything found in ordinary dungeons. But all of that comes with a heavy price, as the narration warns that the tower's brutal difficulty has claimed countless lives, turning it into a literal graveyard for players. Sitting across from Jin Woo inside the meeting room, G.R. reacts in stunned disbelief, shouting, "What?" A drop of sweat rolls down her face as she asks if he's really planning to enter the trial tower already. Jin Woo calmly confirms it, stating that he only intends to challenge up to the 10th floor for this run. Remembering that even national rankers have never managed to reach that far, she hesitates and remarks that's true, but the chilling images of fallen players flash across her mind as she explains that countless people have perished trying to conquer that floor, and even the rankers lucky enough to make it back alive describe it as absolute hell. Facing Jin Woo across the table, She asks him one last time if he's absolutely sure, to which he calmly replies that he was already planning to start around this time anyway. Watching Jin-woo sit there with total composure, she thinks to herself that anyone who can remain this relaxed while preparing to enter such a dangerous place must truly be God Jin-woo. Recalling that he once climbed all the way to the 100th floor, she realizes the very first floor of the trial tower must feel like absolute child's play to him. A cloaked figure stands with its back turned toward Jin-woo as a reminder of their previous agreement to pretend to know nothing until he voluntarily reveals the truth. Gathered around the dining table, the rest of the group remarks that Jin-woo hates drawing attention to himself and even begged them to keep it a secret from his family. In a comedic moment, Ji-ah enthusiastically declares that she'll be waiting for Jin-woo, making him break out into a clear look of embarrassment. With a surprised expression, she listens as Jin-woo tells her he has no plans to wear recording equipment this time around. Jin-woo folds his hands and listens quietly as Ji-ah brings up the topic of selling information, which he firmly and decisively turns down. The fairy mage and swordsman appear side by side as the narration explains that an EX rank is naturally required to conquer the trial tower, but communication skills turn out to be the next crucial fact. The mute fairy throws a dramatic temper tantrum while Jin-woo sighs, muttering that if your teammates can't even talk to you, it's just going to slow down progress. Ji-ah rests her chin in her hand, deciding that aside from information, there are still plenty of other things to sell, and that prioritizing Jin-woo's wishes comes first. She agrees to let Jin-woo do whatever makes him the most comfortable, and he thanks her for her understanding. Fidgeting with both hands, Jin-woo hesitates and says it might not be a fair trade, but she leans forward across her chair and asks if she can ask a favor of him in return. Jin-woo repeats in surprise, "A favor?" as she informs him that the National Representative Selection Tournament is coming up in just 2 months. Rubbing his chin in thought, Jin-woo remembers she's talking about the preliminary tournament. As images of fighters and monsters flash by, Jin-woo confirms it's the tournament used to select the national team for the World League. A glowing shield appears along with the announcement that whoever gets chosen will earn the right to compete in the tournament held at the end of the year. Crossing his arms, Jin-woo asks if someone can still participate in the tournament, even if they don't belong to an official guild or headquarters. Ji-ah smiles across the table and explains that while Yu Beck isn't an official guild yet, having a letter of recommendation from a councilman makes participation entirely possible. A chibi-style scene pops up as she recalls Judge Cha-suk previously suggesting that Jin-woo should become a national representative director. Jin-woo's expression turns serious as he states that he could probably breeze through the preliminaries without running into too much trouble. Dark silhouettes of formidable rivals surround him as Jin-woo notes that world rankers would still be tough opponents given his current level of power. A faint smile crosses his face as he quietly adds that this is only true for right now, though. Enveloped in a fierce swirl of flames, Pokryong appears as Jin-woo points out that there are still 8 months left in the year, meaning if she manages to learn predation within that time frame, she might even be able to go toe-to-toe with a world ranker. Ji-ah smiles brightly with excitement, saying that joining the national team will come with massive support. Jin-woo knows the government spares no expense for top players, and hearing this, he admits he's searching for funds to acquire another EX rank summon. Towering stacks of summoning scrolls appear as Jin-woo immediately asks how much support a national representative actually receives. His eyes widen in astonishment upon hearing that outstanding performers can even receive priceless supreme summoning scrolls. Leaning forward with intense interest, Ji-ah listens as Jin-woo quickly agrees to join the selection round. She can hardly believe he accepted so easily, and the two shake hands to seal the agreement. Smiling brightly, Ji-ah thanks Jin-woo for accepting. Still holding her hand, Jin-woo sits in silence while she continues smiling at him. Across the table, he simply replies, "All right," while the two keep a firm grip on each other in an enthusiastic handshake, and a fiery staff with a glowing red core rises amid swirling flames. While the two keep a firm grip on each other in an enthusiastic handshake, and a fiery staff with a glowing red core rises amid swirling flames. Pokryong hesitates and replies, "Yes, A close-up of her eyes and sweat on her face reveals clear tension. Turning her back to Jinwoo while gripping her staff tightly, she nervously says there is something she needs to tell him. With both hands clutching her staff, she stammers, actually, looking away with a shameful expression. She admits that she liked going into dungeons with Jinwoo so much that she pretended to struggle with learning Yun. She apologizes, saying the others probably wanted to be by his side too, while Jinwoo stands in silence inside the cave, listening to her confession. Seeing the tears in Pokryong's eyes, Jinwoo reflects that rewarding her instead of scolding her might have actually made her feel guilty. He gently places a hand on her head and says, "No, Pokryong." Smiling as he pats her head, Jinwoo tells her not to blame herself so much, explaining that he is actually grateful she told him in advance, and right now, she's the person he needs the most. Pokryong's eyes widen in surprise at his words as she listens to Jinwoo say it's only natural that he spend the most time with her. Facing each other, Pokryong hesitatingly asks if it's really true, and Jinwoo smiles and replies, "Yeah." With a cheerful smile, Jinwoo begins explaining the reason why, while Pokryong grips her staff tightly as Jinwoo reminds her that she is an EX-rank summon creature. Jinwoo smiles as the other summon creatures gather around him, saying he cherishes the dungeon group as well, but nothing compares to an EX rank. Jinwoo gives an awkward smile as the others clamor and beg him to keep bringing them into dungeons too. Jinwoo asks Pokryong if she's used to Yun now, and she confidently replies that it's enough now. With a faint smile, Jinwoo says that's enough for today and announces that tomorrow they will immediately tackle the trial tower. A massive tower stretches high up into the dark sky as he announces their next destination, the trial tower. Standing before the entrance of the tower amidst a swirling black dimensional gate, Jinwoo confirms his identity as a participant of the trial tower. Holding out his ID card, he hands it over to the staff member after being asked to verify his identity. The staff member takes the card, checks it, and confirms it is indeed Jinwoo. As the warnings are explained, an image of the trial tower appears along with a notice that anyone who fails to return within a week will be considered missing, and after a month, declared dead. Jinwoo simply gives a light nod and replies, "I understand." Standing before a staff member outside the building, he asks if his participation is being kept hidden from the press, and the other person assures him it will remain confidential. The tower looms imposingly over the restricted area as the staff member explains that not only reporters, but even civilians are forbidden from stepping into the open space right in front of him. Jinwoo stares straight ahead in silence, thanking them and mentioning that what he worries about the most is keeping it a secret from his family. A warm image of his smiling family flashes through his mind, accompanied by the thought, if they knew he was challenging the trial tower, they would undoubtedly worry sick. The dark dimensional gate ripples and twists as the staff members grant him entry and wish him a safe tower climb. Standing right before the entrance, Jinwoo raises his head and stares up at the gate in silence. With two nearby staff members watching closely, he steps directly into the swirling stream of dark, ominous energy. A ruined town stretches out beneath a dark sky, its buildings damaged and smoke rising into the air. His boot touches down on the stone-paved path as he arrives at the new location. Jinwoo looks around, a single drop of sweat rolling down his face, before muttering, "Walls." A skeletal starving ghoul with glowing green eyes appears ahead, with countless others crowding the ruined street, making him wonder if literally every single one of them is a ghoul given how many there are. A system notification pops up stating that a maximum of 3 teams can be deployed in the trial tower and prompts him to finalize his setup. Reviewing the roster, he notes that the teams are fully prepared and equipped with the best possible runes. Golden energy washes over Jinwoo as he activates the setup and calmly says, "All right." He stands amidst the crowd of allies and giant summons, shouting out, "Let's go, guys." A new quest appears. Escape the ruined Chrome City, currently occupied by ghouls, accompanied by a curse restricting the use of flying summons. Pointing at 2 summoning cards, Jinwoo decides to stow those 2 away first. The White Whale and Wyvern vanish back into their cards as he remarks that flying summons are restricted and there isn't any water around here anyway. With the rest of the squad lined up behind him, Jinwoo orders Hong Yeo and Ramba to initiate the agreed-upon plan, and both immediately agree. Ramba hurries to follow Hong Yeo, flapping her glowing wings and calling out for them to wait up. Watching the two leave, Jinwoo flashes a smirk and says he has zero worries about those two getting caught by ghouls. Hong Yeo sprints across the rooftops with green energy swirling around her as Jinwoo explains that the ghouls inside the trial tower are actually the slowest monsters in terms of movement and attack speed. A ghoul raises its head in confusion as debris comes crashing down from above, while Jinwoo notes that this massive weakness comes with a heavy trade-off. A ghoul crawls along the ruined street. A massive boulder smashes straight down onto its head, yet the damage counter pops up as 0 as Jinwoo remarks on their absurdly high defense and attack power. A ghoul snarls and raises its long, venomous claws, prompting Jinwoo to warn that even a slight scratch from these things spells major trouble. Pushing off the ground with his foot, he concludes that trying to kill every single ghoul here is just a total waste of time. Jinwoo streaks past the ruined street with his summons trailing behind, ordering everyone to break through the alley up ahead. From behind, the team watches him sprint ahead as he reminds them not to fight every single monster individually, but rather focus entirely on their weak points. A fairy and a hooded mage cast spells in unison, while a red dragon unleashes a massive stream of fire sweeping across the road. Multiple dragons breathe torrents of fire simultaneously, scorching the battlefield as Jinwoo notes that the sheer number of enemies is completely overwhelming. Keeping a calm expression while running, he mentions that the first floor is a breeze if you know the way. A figure stands atop a rooftop as Jinwoo figures it's about time they turn back. Holding a scroll high in the air with a radiant smile, Hong Yeo eagerly reports, "Master, I found it." Leaping back toward the group, Hong Yeo receives praise. "Good job, Hong Yeo." Jinwoo, Pokryong, and Hong Yeo all study the map together as Jinwoo says, "Let's see." Using the church as a landmark, he analyzes the ruined city and pinpoints the group's exact location. Pointing at a spot on the map, Jinwoo says that means they are right here. The map shows the exit is very close by, but reaching it requires pushing past a giant ghoul boss. Smiling with confidence, Hong Yeo volunteers to hold down the giant ghoul boss. Ramba pokes Hong Yeo in the cheek and complains about it hurting, asking Jinwoo to buy her 100 cream cakes once they get outside, to which Jinwoo tells her to hold on just a bit longer. Suddenly turning his head forward, Jinwoo repeats the giant ghoul boss. A faint light flickers in the distance at the end of the city as he notes that the giant ghoul must be hanging around right over there. An image of the towering giant ghoul looking down over the ruined city appears as Jinwoo explains that the conventional tactic is to let two teams draw the boss's attention. A portal opens up behind the group as a few survivors prepare to evacuate. Following the usual routine playbook, Jinwoo narrows his eyes. Glancing toward his summons, he states that such strategies are only meant for people who don't have an EX rank by their side. Turning to Pokryong, he asks if she's still stacking up her link stacks. Pokryong nods in confirmation, reaching her 5th stack as dark red energy swirls violently around her staff. And Jinwoo tells her, "Keep stacking them up as we move." Enveloped in rising flames, Pokryong agrees instantly, while Ramba stands nearby complaining that it's way too hot. From far across the ruined city, the giant ghoul stands alone amidst a cloud of dust as Jinwoo continues. Even something like a giant ghoul is no exception. A confident smile crosses Jinwoo's face as he declares they can wipe it out in a single hit. A swarm of ghouls rushes forward with wide-open jaws. The ghouls charge straight toward the golem as it races across the battlefield. Pointing down the road, Jinwoo shouts loudly, "This way." The frost cat dashes down the frozen path, while the giant stone golem advances right behind. The frost cat lets out a chirp as freezing energy swirls all around its body. Looking through the scope, the combat cop locks onto the massive wave of incoming ghouls. The frozen ghouls shatter into pieces as the bullets hit their mark, shards of ice scattering through the air as he grins and raises a hand. Jinwoo praises them. "Great job, Frostcat and Combat Cop." Jinwoo pauses for a second as he looks ahead. The boss monster rises up from amidst the rubble of collapsed buildings, its mouth gaping wide open as a warning echoes. It's coming. Standing atop the palm of the titanium golem, Jinwoo says, I'll leave the rear to you, titanium golem. The titanium golem drops down right in front of the ghouls, towering over them, and causing the entire horde to raise their heads in sheer astonishment. The golem scoops up an entire cluster of ghouls in its massive hand. It smashes its fists together, crushing the ghouls trapped in its hands. Jinwoo stands calmly beside Han Yeo and calls out to him. Han Yeo turns back to look as Jinwoo asks, Ready? And replies, Yes, I am ready. A gentle smile appears on Jinwoo's face as he thinks there's no reason to be nervous when this is only the first floor. Pointing forward, Jinwoo commands, Clear them out quickly. Ramba, keep buffing. Pokryong, prepare the explosive dragon wave. Both summons answer simultaneously as green light gathers around the fairy's staff, and Jinwoo commands, Han Yeo, herd them into range. Surrounded by swirling green energy, the fairy concentrates as Jinwoo instructs that every single strike of the explosive dragon wave must hit its mark. And Han Yeo replies, Yes, master. Han Yeo sprints straight toward the towering boss monster, his sword drawn and ready. The boss's reflection flashes in Han Yeo's eyes right before a blinding explosion erupts ahead. Han Yeo's sword slashes straight through the boss's arm amidst a burst of blood and debris. He lands behind the giant boss's back after delivering the blow. He casts a calm glance at the boss and remarks that it is painfully slow. The giant boss roars as its glowing red eyes fill the entire frame. Han Yeo leaps high into the air as the boss reaches out toward him. Blood streams down the boss's injured arm as it collapses heavily to the ground. The boss's two massive knees slam hard into the earth, shattering the ground beneath. Spinning in midair, Han Yeo shouts loudly, calling out to Pokryong. Pokryong stands with her staff raised high as blazing fireballs spin in a circle around her. With a cold gaze, Pokryong declares, I'm coming up. Blazing flames swirl around Pokryong as she unleashes her spell, the explosive dragon wave. A massive wave of fire crashes straight into the boss. And Jinwoo observes that no matter how strong its defense is, it means nothing against this attack. The boss's outstretched arm vanishes beneath the fury of the raging flames. Engulfed in the blazing onslaught, the creature roars, and Jinwoo calls it an overwhelmingly terrifying strike as Han Yeo tightens his grip on his sword hilt. The boss staggers backward from the blow. A flash of red light cuts across the monster's neck. A fleeting smile crosses Jinwoo's face as he watches the attack unfold. Standing atop the fallen monster's corpse, Han Yeo looks back as Jinwoo praises the group. Good job, you guys. Grinning with a clenched fist, Jinwoo wonders if 10 minutes have even passed yet, and boasts that he would definitely take first place if there were a time trial in the trial tower. As the ruined path falls silent, he urges everyone to keep moving forward, and the group answers in unison, yes. A rolling torrent of fire erupts straight into the ghoul horde, devouring them in a sea of flames. Han Yeo and Jinwoo stand side by side, intently studying the map. Grinning, Jinwoo points toward a collapsed section of the wall. Glowing green energy swirls around the summons as the fairy, and the priest casts support spells for the entire party. Han Yeo stands ready with his sword while the other summons gather around him. An explosion tears through the wall, sending debris flying in all directions. Standing amidst the rubble after escaping the ruined, ghoul-occupied city of Chrome, Jinwoo remarks that they cleared it out pretty smoothly, while Ramba complains that she can't feel her arms at all. Just then, a notification pops up. Your reward has arrived. A purple cube slowly descends amidst shimmering light and awards him a random rank fusion blueprint box. Staring fixedly at the floating reward box, Jinwoo witnesses the congratulatory notification. A system message announces that the first floor of the trial tower has been conquered, while Han Yeo holds tight to the struggling fairy, threatening to make her do extra strength training as the others beg them to stop fighting. Holding the tiny fairy beside him, Jinwoo calls out to the group, "Hey guys," then smiles brightly with the reward box in hand, praising the team's hard work and saying, "It's time to head back." Han Yeo, Ramba, and Pokryong freeze up as the atmosphere suddenly turns surprisingly cheerful. Grinning brightly, all three answer together, "Yes." A black dimensional gate hangs suspended between two guards outside a modern building. One of the guards looks at the gate in utter confusion, wondering if someone is about to come out and realizing the name isn't on the schedule. Jinwoo steps out of the gate as someone holding a clipboard recognizes him as the player Jinwoo. The guard stands stunned as Jinwoo calmly praises them for a good job, thinking to himself that it hasn't even been 20 minutes since he went in. The two guards look at each other in sheer shock, insisting that such a thing is impossible and they've never seen a player clear a trial this fast. Then ask how he managed to come out so quickly. Looking genuinely perplexed, Jinwoo asks if coming out fast is actually a problem. As Jinwoo walks away, one guard hastily reassures him that it's nothing like that, and Jinwoo remarks that he's glad there's no issue. The two guards stand frozen in place as Jinwoo casually mentions he's leaving and plans to come back tomorrow. Looking at each other in astonishment, they wonder if he's really returning tomorrow and planning to challenge the second floor right away. Walking away, Jinwoo leaves behind the two guards muttering that something insane is happening, though one of them still tries to convince himself it's just his imagination. A fleeting smile crosses Jinwoo's face as a voice remarks that he's definitely going to do something big very soon. Sunlight pours down over a modern office building as the scene shifts away from the tower. Inside the office, Yujia sits alone at her desk. During her break, she suddenly remembers the rainbow snail. Holding the B-rank rainbow snail in her hand, she remarks that it must be getting good use right about now. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's mother holds the rainbow snail with a warm smile, noting that it was originally just one of the summons collected as business merchandise. Thinking back, Jia feels she can spare her share and gift the rainbow snail to Jinwoo's mother. The narration explains that despite being a B-rank summon, the rainbow snail has absolutely zero combat capability. Because of this, it was practically forgotten by players who only cared about combat summons. But everything changes when the rainbow snail places a tentacle onto the palm of a woman. The woman immediately freezes in shock, and the narration reveals that Daeseong recognized the value of the rainbow snail's mucus long before anyone else paid attention. As a water-like effect flows across the scene, the woman gasps in astonishment as her hands, damaged from hard labor in dungeons, have become soft and firm. Not only that, the company has already begun researching this mucus as a high-end skincare product. Smiling to herself, Jia remarks that once the business is fully rolled out, the rarity and value of the rainbow snail will become completely immeasurable. Even so, she admits that giving it away is genuinely a not-so-small loss. The scene shifts to Jinwoo's house, where Jia tells herself it doesn't matter since she gave it to the mother of God Jinwoo. A sudden scream startles the household as a man hurriedly rushes over to ask what's wrong. Looking into the mirror, Jinwoo's mother stares at her reflection in utter disbelief after realizing the wrinkles where she applied the mucus have completely vanished. Beside her, the rainbow snail poses stylishly with a pair of sunglasses, as if proudly showing off its handiwork. Holding the mirror, Jinwoo's mother listens to her husband joke that she looks like she's returned to her youth. Even she herself is stunned by the results, remarking that the effect is this powerful despite using only a tiny amount. Looking at the remaining mucus, she points out that ordinary mucus has never produced any special effects, prompting the little summon beside her to react. The rainbow snail collapses onto the table, completely exhausted, accompanied by a notification explaining that all its mucus has been used up and it requires a 24-hour recovery period. From this, she realizes that only mucus directly secreted by the summon itself carries special properties. Clenching her hand, she can't help thinking about how astonishing the results would be if applied consistently. Elsewhere, Yujia gives a thumbs up and enthusiastically dubs herself God Jia, while Jinwoo's mother cries tears of gratitude as she thanks her for the gift. Right after that, the scene shifts to a quiet training area surrounded by cliffs and trees. Jinwoo sits in front of a reward chest, while his summons gather nearby. And with the wind fairy resting on top of his head, he complains that this game really is just full of RNG trash items. Staring at the unopened chest, he wonders if this is genuinely the reward for clearing the first floor of the trial tower. Ramba tries to keep an optimistic attitude, telling him something useful is bound to pop out once opened. The chest springs open immediately, sending a few low-rank items floating up into the air. Looking at the results, Jinwoo notes that with RNG-based rewards, the drop rate for duplicate items is naturally very high. With his expectations already lowered to the bottom, he figures the first floor reward can hardly be anything special. Just then, Hong Yeo calmly suggests that they should focus on their training first. Jinwoo looks at him in confusion while Ramba instantly objects, pointing out that they literally just cleared the trial tower. Glancing at them, Hong Yeo explains that before long, they'll be heading toward the 10th floor, but the party's current combat strength is nowhere near enough to deal with the 10th floor boss, One Eye. He immediately grabs Ramba by the collar and orders her to stop thinking about resting and get ready for training, causing her to scream and beg Jinwoo for help. Watching the scene with a fleeting smile, Jinwoo dismisses the disappointing rewards, deciding they aren't even worth bothering with. Dressed like a strict coach, Hong Yeo declares that the light workout will consist of 100 push-ups, while Jinwoo thinks to himself that the strength of his new summons is what truly matters. Right at that moment, purple light flares up around the chest as he activates the random rank fusion blueprint box. A brilliant flash of light appears, and the item inside is finally revealed. A system notification announces that Baek Jinwoo has received a blueprint for a guaranteed B-rank summoning scroll. The reward leaves him completely dumbfounded. Holding the blueprint in one hand, he stares at the info window and wonders what a guaranteed blueprint actually is. After reading through the details carefully, he is shocked to discover that it can create a B-rank summoning scroll guaranteed to summon the exact B-rank he wants. A new thought instantly flashes through his mind, and he wonders if acquiring an EX rank summon might actually be possible. Recalling that among the 10 summons eliminated in the patch, 2 of them were B rank. The hazy images of the Gale Assassin and the Rune Dwarf flash through his thoughts. Both of them have the potential to significantly boost the team's strength. Even so, Jinwoo quickly realizes the real problem lies in how the system classifies their rank. Gripping the blueprint tightly, he understands that if those summons are considered EX rank, this blueprint won't allow him to claim them. Glancing toward the exhausted summons, another possibility soon forms in his head. Watching Hong Yeo put everyone through training, he remembers those summons originally came from lower rank draws and wonders if that might still give him a chance. His thoughts drift to Daldal's overwhelming combat capability and Luan's exceptional rune crafting talent. A virtual selection screen appears in his imagination as he pictures choosing between the two and knowing that either way, he'll receive a massive advantage. Unfortunately, the excitement doesn't last long. The moment he remembers the insane materials required to craft the summoning scroll, reality immediately sets in. The system interface highlights a unique item called the King's Certificate, instantly locking his focus onto the toughest requirement. The terrifying image of the boss One-Eyed from the trial tower flashes in his mind as he remembers that the King's Certificate can only be obtained by defeating the boss that appears every 10 floors. Since this is a bound and untradeable item, he realizes there's only one way to get it. He must conquer the trial tower himself. An annoying memory surfaces of players complaining that even if they wanted to help, no one can hand the King's Certificate over to someone else. Sitting silently on the ground, Jinwoo sinks deep into thought. Finally, a look of determination shows clearly on his face as he stands up and decides that choosing a summon can wait. Right now, only one thing matters. He needs to strengthen his summons and conquer the trial tower. Stretching out his arms, Jinwoo calls everyone together to defeat the 10th floor boss, One-Eyed, before thinking about anything else. Hearing this, Hong Yeo immediately gets excited at the thought that Jinwoo will be joining the training too, while Pokryong lies collapsed and weakly asks when they finally get to go home. Jinwoo casually replies that they can go home after Ramba burns off all the calories from the cream cake she ate today, causing Ramba to instantly freeze in horror with tears welling up in her eyes. Right after that, a scream echoes across the city square. The director receives a notification on his phone confirming that Baek Jinwoo has cleared the first floor of the trial tower, accompanied by his official registration profile. Clutching his head in frustration, he asks if they still haven't managed to contact Baek Jinwoo by now. His thoughts briefly drift back to Jia, who had once apologized with an awkward smile, explaining that even though Jinwoo belongs to them, they don't actually control him at all. Chang Shik even mocks the situation, telling the director he should have listened to him since Jinwoo slipped out of their control long ago. The memory ends with the image of Jinwoo looking back with a look of disdain after being told to go through Yubek. Back in the present, an employee reports that they've tried every possible way to contact Jinwoo, but all attempts have failed. The director quietly realizes that securing someone like Jinwoo to their side would net them a massive influx of votes. Visualizing Jinwoo dressed in a suit, he notes that besides his overwhelming talent, he's handsome enough to become a genuine superstar. Suddenly, another employee bursts into the office and urgently calls out to the director. Raising his head from his desk, the director asks what's wrong, and the employee excitedly reports that Baek Jinwoo has conquered the trial tower once again. The two stare at each other in silence for a moment, before the director casually leans back in his chair with a cup of coffee in hand, figuring the second floor must be just as easy as the first. He smirks and asks how long it took Jinwoo to clear it. Sweating from tension, the employee hesitates before explaining that it's not just the second floor. Jinwoo has actually cleared all the way up to the 9th floor. The moment he hears Jinwoo reach the 9th floor less than an hour after entering the tower, the director spits out his coffee in pure shock. He instantly collapses onto the floor while surrounding employees rush over to support him. Still trembling, the director mutters that Jinwoo only cleared the 1st floor yesterday, yet going from the 2nd to the 9th floor took less than an hour, which to him is simply impossible. Holding the official record file, the employee insists they personally checked the archives and confirmed all logs are authentic. The report also reveals that Jinwoo cleared floors 2 through 9 without leaving the tower even once, with the narration noting that not even half of South Korea's rankers have ever touched the 9th floor. Although official ranker evaluations only happen at the start of each year, a record like this practically guarantees Jinwoo a spot among them. Still sprawled out on the floor in shock, the director whispers Jinwoo's name and confesses he wants to recruit him so badly it's driving him crazy. The employees do their best to calm him down as the atmosphere in the office grows intensely awkward. The story shifts to Jinwoo's bedroom. Lying sprawled out on his bed, Jinwoo groans that clearing 9 floors in one go has genuinely exhausted him. Looking at his summons, he tells them they all worked extremely hard and deserve a proper rest. Completely spent, Jinwoo decides he'll check his rewards tomorrow, while the summons happily agree that it's finally time to relax, with the little fairy instantly pressing her face against his stomach and sighing that she's so tired she feels like dying. Just as everyone settles down to rest, a strict voice suddenly announces that even though their master is resting, they're not allowed to rest, causing the others to turn and look at the speaker in utter confusion. Ramba quickly objects, asking if they're seriously planning to keep training after Jinwoo explicitly told everyone to take a break. Hong Yeo gently places a finger to his lips and reminds her that their master is sleeping, so she needs to lower her voice. Still complaining, Ramba insists Jinwoo ordered everyone to take a full day off. Hong Yeo calmly calls out her name, before reminding her that during the battle against the giant ghoul on the 7th floor, her attack speed buff expired at a crucial moment. He also points out that she even stopped to take a short break during the fight against the Ghoul Lord on the 8th floor. Embarrassed, Ramba asks why he's paying attention to tiny details like that, throwing both hands up in the air and arguing that making a tiny fairy swing a staff all day long is completely unreasonable. Crossing his arms, Han Yeo firmly replies that even seemingly minor mistakes could one day cost their master his life. Ramba refuses to accept it, insisting that even without her buffs, Jinwoo could still easily defeat the Ghoul Lord. Staring straight into her eyes without a hint of hesitation, Hong Yeo reminds everyone that their master will continue climbing the tower. And as an image of Jinwoo falling flashes across his mind, he explains that the difficulty will only keep increasing. If Jinwoo keeps climbing while his summons keep making mistakes like this, those errors will eventually cost him his life. Those words make Ramba instantly fall silent. Without changing his stern expression, Hong Yeo turns to Pokryong, pointing out that she missed 2 attacks on the 5th floor, 1 on the 7th, and 2 more on the 9th. Quietly lowering her head, Pokryong admits she was in the wrong. Gripping her staff tightly, She listens as Hong Yeo explains that making mistakes is completely normal, but ignoring those mistakes after realizing them is the real problem. As both summons brace themselves, Hong Yeo simply states, therefore, calmly puts on his hat and straps on a pair of sunglasses. Finally, hanging a whistle around his neck, he completes the look of a ruthless coach. Blowing a sharp whistle, Hong Yeo declares that today's schedule will be another round of hell training. Ramba and Pokryong are left completely speechless. Surrounded by fierce flames, Hong Yeo stands proudly with his hands on his hips while the two desperate summons call out Jinwoo's name. Suddenly, Jinwoo wakes up drenched in sweat, wondering why it suddenly feels so hot, and sits up as the scene transitions to the following morning. Sitting on the couch, Jinwoo quietly opens his inventory to check the rewards from the trial tower. Scanning the list, he immediately realizes the tower has rewarded him with several extraordinarily valuable items. One special reward catches his eye: 10 essences of light, which are guaranteed to sell extremely well since they are currently in short supply. His attention then shifts to 3 supreme-tier summoning scrolls. Among the loot, one item stands out above the rest: the supreme-tier Speed of Light rune. Meanwhile, Ramba collapses from exhaustion while Hong Yeo continues standing over her like an unwearying drill sergeant, making Jinwoo realize this rune is clearly meant for her. The explanation reveals that in-game runes are graduation runes required for any summon to reach their absolute maximum potential, and the supreme-tier Speed of Light rune happens to be one of Ramba's mandatory graduation runes. Smiling to himself, Jinwoo decides to prioritize upgrading that rune so Ramba can graduate ahead of everyone else. Using 2 supreme-tier rune selection tickets, he instantly obtains 2 more supreme-tier Speed of Light runes. Looking at the newly acquired runes, Jinwoo remarks that he only needs 3 more to complete the full set. He decides to hold onto the universal polishing agents until he collects all 6 runes, leaving only the intermediate skill book selection tickets for consideration. While Ramba desperately struggles against Pokryong's relentless attacks during training, Jinwoo decides to save the intermediate skill selection tickets since they will still come in handy later. After closing his inventory, he confirms he has selected everything he intends to sell. A fleeting smile crosses his face as he decides it's finally time to visit a Jin after a long absence. The story shifts to a Jin smiling gently beneath the shade of a tree. The scene shifts to the bustling player district. Arriving at the player district, Jinwoo suddenly halts in surprise. At a booth, a Jin is chatting with a woman wearing a hat. The moment she spots him, a Jin's face instantly brightens as she calls out to him. Pulling down her mask, Jia turns back to look in surprise. Stepping closer to them, Jinwoo asks what she is doing here, and Jia explains that a Jin has also decided to partner with Yubek, planning to continue farming runes. A Jin reveals she is learning from Yubek to improve her marketing and customer management skills. And with Yubek's help, she will finally have some extra free time. When Jinwoo reminds her that she once said trading is more fun than farming, a Jin casually explains that she still needs time to let her elf wolf go hunt. With absolute confidence, a Jin proudly declares that a wolf and an elf combined will become an elf wolf. Jia just offers an awkward smile as Jinwoo calls her name. The two girls stand side by side with smiles on their lips as a Jin thanks Jia for her help, leaving Jinwoo to quietly wonder just when they became so close. Crossing his arms, he decides that a Jin partnering with Yubek probably isn't a bad thing after all. Glancing toward Jia, he asks if the commission rate he promised a Jin remains the same, only for Jia to reveal that she actually wanted to discuss that exact matter with him. Jinwoo immediately agrees to keep the 20% rate for a Jin and tells her to handle the rest however she sees fit. With a Jin taking on the role of director and more employees joining the team, he quietly accepts the new arrangement. Turning back to Jinwoo, a Jin asks if he came to sell more items today, and he confirms that he did. The two immediately dive into work like seasoned merchants while Jia stands amidst the chaos, watching. Just a minute later, the transaction is completed, leaving a Jin sprawled out on the floor and wondering if Jinwoo's calculation and registration speed is superhuman. Once the work is done, Jinwoo says there is something he is looking for, and Jia eagerly tells him to name whatever he needs. Holding a tablet ready, Jia listens as Jinwoo requests 10 high-tier summoning scrolls and 10 world tree leaves. Ajin's expression completely shatters when he adds 3 supreme-tier speed of light runes to the list. Looking back in utter astonishment, Ajin thinks that acquiring such rare runes this fast is something even Yu Beck would struggle to do. Jia's eyes sparkle with confidence as she tells him to leave everything to her and promises to gather them all within a month. Clenching her fists with determination, she declares that she'll get them even if she has to use Daeseong's influence, while Jinwoo simply thanks her. Raising his hands, Jinwoo says he has something he wants to give Ajin and Jia as glowing items begin materializing on his palms. 2 glowing books float in the air as Jinwoo hands them to Ajin and Jia, causing both of them to look up in surprise. Holding the book in her hand, Ajin realizes it is an intermediate skill book selection ticket capable of teaching a new skill to one of her main summons. The chosen skill appears before their eyes. Desperate Call, a skill that can forcibly summon a designated player once per day. Clutching the book tightly to her chest, Jia listens as Jinwoo tells her to set him as the designated player so she can call him whenever she is in danger. Looking at Jinwoo and Ajin standing side by side, she wonders if he ranks her among the people he wants to protect. Hugging the book close to her body, she feels as though all her efforts have finally paid off. The system confirms that both Ajin and Jia have designated Beck Jinwoo as the target for Desperate Call, and he immediately presses the accept button. Smiling gratefully, Jia thanks him while Ajin promises she will definitely use the skill if anything happens. Jinwoo smiles, thinking that he still needs to grow stronger so he can protect them whenever they call, while already considering gifting the same skill to his parents. Elsewhere, workers continue sorting and moving boxes in a busy warehouse. A diamond golem effortlessly carries a towering stack of crates as it steadily transports cargo throughout the warehouse. Watching the working golem, the workers admit that no matter how many times they see it, it's still impressive. Jinwoo's father smiles proudly as he praises his son. The diamond golem then lifts a giant refrigerator with ease, prompting him to remark that even 50 versions of himself couldn't lift that. Crossing his arms, he listens to a worker wonder why someone would use such a precious summon for warehouse work instead of selling it. The construction site echoes with cheers for the diamond golem as the workers point out that this summon has become famous across construction sites and could be sold instantly if put on the market. His expression freezes in shock upon hearing that the golem is valued at around 1 billion won. Tapping on his phone, he can't believe that a diamond golem is actually worth 1 billion won. An online post quickly confirms that renting a diamond golem really does cost around 1 billion won. Staring down at his phone, he trembles as the final number begins to sink in. His imagination immediately jumps to a larger house where the whole family and even the dog could live much more comfortably. The delusion expands further as he pictures taking his wife out on a date and driving around the city in a luxury limousine, now buried under a mountain of money in his daydreams. He wonders if 1 billion won means he can finally do everything he ever wanted. A look of determination shows clearly on his face as he murmurs that perhaps this really is the moment. His gaze stops on the sign of the Beck Brothers Fried Chicken Restaurant, as he decides this time he will turn his dream into reality. Standing behind the counter in his imagination, he pictures running a successful fried chicken joint named after his children. When he suddenly chuckles to himself about becoming a boss, the others can only look at him in confusion. Clenching his fists, he declares that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing the diamond golem's confused reaction only makes him thank Jia even more enthusiastic. Caught off guard when Jinwoo's father calls his name, Mr. Kim turns back to look with a puzzled expression. Hugging the diamond golem, he declares that he's going to sell it to stake everything on his dream restaurant, and asks if Mr. Kim wants to start over together from scratch. At home, Jinwoo's father tells his wife that he heard the diamond golem Jia gave them is worth 1 billion won, leaving his wife stunned as she gasps. What? 1 billion? Holding a newspaper in his hand, he reveals that he wants to sell the golem to finally open the fried chicken restaurant he has always dreamed of. While the family is eating dinner, his wife worries that selling such a precious gift is going too far, but he insists this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The conversation is cut short when Jinwoo suddenly calls out to them from the doorway. Looking over from the dining table, his father asks why he's back so early, and Jinwoo replies that he has something to give the two of them. Surprised by his words, his father asks, "Give to us." After watching the rainbow snail learn the desperate call skill, his father asks if using it this way is correct, and Jinwoo confirms that it is, with the rainbow snail proudly declaring it will never look down on Qianyang peppers again. Jinwoo hands the skill book to his father and urges him to learn it too, although his father reluctantly agrees. Jinwoo notices his uneasy expression and asks if something is wrong. Hugging the diamond golem in silence, his mother pats her husband's shoulder gently and calls out softly, "Dear." After letting out a long sigh, he finally says, "The truth is," grinning. Jinwoo asks if he still wants to open a fried chicken restaurant, and his father immediately admits that he does. His mother explains that frying chicken has always been his lifelong dream, while his father awkwardly confesses he hesitated because the diamond golem was a gift from Jinwoo. Jinwoo smiles and tells them they can open the restaurant without selling the diamond golem, then asks them to wait a minute as he takes out his phone. Jia answers almost immediately, and after greeting her, Jinwoo's parents are stunned to realize he is speaking directly to the granddaughter of the Daeseong group. Without hesitating, he asks how much dividend money Jia can access, and she tells him to wait a moment. Jia soon reveals that Yu Baek can easily cover up to 50 billion won, leaving Jinwoo surprised at how much the company has grown. He replies that he only needs 1 billion won. While his parents stand frozen in pure shock, Jia immediately agrees and asks if something happened. Jinwoo simply explains that it's for personal reasons. Knowing Jia would only try to help him even more, he decides not to rely on her any more than necessary. Still on the call, Jia says she'll calculate the taxes and transfer exactly 1 billion won, telling him to reach out anytime he needs anything else. After thanking her, Jinwoo ends the call while his parents are still trying to digest everything they just heard. He called out, "Dad," making his father jump. Turning to him, Jinwoo said that 1 billion won would soon be transferred to his account, so he could open a fried chicken restaurant. When his father refused to accept the money, Jinwoo insisted it was simply the responsibility of his son. He told his dad to register his skills on the diamond golem instead of selling it, adding that it would also be useful for the shop, which brought his mother to tears of pride. Jinwoo pointed out that carrying heavy barrels of cooking oil and raw chicken was truly exhausting, and hearing that, his father couldn't help but remember that just a few months ago Jinwoo was still lying in a hospital bed. Noticing his mother crying, Jinwoo asked if she was okay, only for her to rush forward and pull him into a tight embrace. Holding his mother in his arms, he heard her say how proud she was of the man he had become, making him wish he had done something like this for the two of them much sooner. Seeing the emotional embrace, his father cleared his throat softly before thanking Jinwoo. At that moment, memories of his children happily eating fried chicken he made flash through his mind. The next day, training continued as usual, with Hong Yeo shouting loudly that they still had 50 rounds left. With flames burning fiercely behind him, he revealed his brutal training regimen, where each explosion simultaneously counted as a round, leaving Ramba stunned to learn there were still 50 rounds to go. During the workout, Jinwoo checked a message from his dad about naming the shop Beck Brothers Fried Chicken, making him chuckle at the name. Picturing his father happily preparing for the store, he smiled, realizing that becoming a player was definitely worth it. A voice suddenly called out to Jinwoo while the exhausted summons were still automatically muted. Yu Jia appeared at the training grounds and greeted him with a smile. As she walked closer, Jinwoo asked what brought her there, and Jia replied that she wanted to exercise a bit before work. He pointed out that there were plenty of good gyms nearby and wondered why she came all the way out here. But Jia just smiled and joked that working out together in the fresh air felt much more romantic than going to a regular gym. She then revealed that she had something she wanted to give him, sparking Jinwoo's curiosity. Holding out her glowing hand, she told him not to be surprised. A trading window appeared as she handed over 3 supreme-grade rune polishes along with a supreme-grade rune, leaving Jinwoo speechless for a moment, staring at the brilliant supreme-grade rune. He was completely struck dumb. As Jia explained that, she had scoured trading boards across the entire world just to find one. With a gentle smile, she said she wanted to give it to him as soon as possible. Jinwoo could only look at her in silence. Bowing his head, he thanked Jia for everything she had done, acknowledging how much effort she put into getting such a rare rune, and she cheerfully replied that she was just fulfilling his request. After checking the rune details, he realized it was the supreme grade speed of Light Rune, one of only 100 in existence worldwide. This rune increased attack speed by 300% when a full set of 6 was equipped, plus an extra 200% for staff-wielding summons. Unable to contain his excitement, Jinwoo decided to use the rune immediately and asked Jia to train with Hong Yeo while he was away, prompting her to ask, "Where are you going?" Before she could stop him, he dashed toward the enhancement center, leaving Jia staring after him in confusion. Reaching the enhancement center in a flash, Jinwoo rushed inside without wasting a single second, determined to enhance his newly acquired rune. After registering the supreme grade speed of Light Rune, he immediately began the enhancement process, using backup runes along with the polish. He was determined to maximize the rune's potential. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed the enhancement. Green energy enveloped the rune, as its levels skyrocketed past levels 2, 3, 4, and continued all the way to the maximum level 10. The enhancement process completed successfully, and Jinwoo could only stare at the fully enhanced supreme grade rune. Its final stats activated the complete speed of light set effect, while simultaneously increasing intelligence by 84% and 60 points, alongside agility by 72% and another 60 points. He covered his mouth in shock as he realized the rune had become unbelievably powerful. Thinking about equipping it on Ramba, he could barely contain his excitement. The moment she equipped it, the Wind Fairy received the complete speed of light set effect, and because she fought with a staff, her attack speed soared to a terrifying 500%. Watching her spin around at incredible speed, Jinwoo joked that he didn't even need a fan anymore. Knowing this was just an endgame rune, he realized Ramba would become even more terrifying once she leveled up and unlocked her future abilities. Looking back at Jia's smiling face, he quietly realized that none of this would have been possible without her. Touched that she had found such a precious rune so quickly just for him, he grew even more certain that she would continue to support him in the future. After thinking for a moment, he realized he might finally be able to trust her enough to tell her everything. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Jia was desperately running in circles while Ramba and Pokryong chased closely behind. The next morning, the sky was clear, as the Wind Fairy danced in midair, while Jinwoo remarked that in-game runes really hit different. Beside him, Ramba happily swung her staff and said it felt just like old times. Looking on with a satisfied smile, Jinwoo realized that all of Ramba's in-game runes were finally fully equipped, meaning she was probably ready to challenge the 10th floor of the Trial Tower. Hong Yeo suddenly grabbed her by both shoulders and praised how much her staff-swinging technique had improved, catching Ramba off guard and making her look up in surprise. With a mischievous smile, Hong Yeo promised to unlock her hidden potential soon so she could become even faster, causing Ramba to shiver in fear. Closing his eyes to observe the two of them, Jinwoo thought that with the right rune, even Hong Yeo could probably clear the 20th floor with ease, though there was no reason to rush as reaching the 10th floor was enough for now, especially since his summons were growing stronger faster than expected. Right at that moment, someone called his name. Turning around, Jinwoo saw Jia smiling and asking if he had arrived before everyone else. He wondered if traveling far every day just to train was tiring, but Jia just smiled and said she actually found it refreshing. While the summons continued training nearby, she explained that if they worked that hard every day, she had to put in the exact same effort herself. Watching the Wind Fairy dart across the training area, she remarked that Ramba's in-game rune must have made an astonishing difference since her speed had clearly improved immensely. Jinwoo quietly thanked her. Beaming brightly, Jia said the rest of the summons would likely become just as strong once they received their own in-game runes. She then told him that if he ever needed help with anything, he should never hesitate to ask. Returning her smile, Jinwoo sincerely thanked her. Remembering when he first received those runes, he couldn't help thinking that his past self definitely never would have imagined someone like Jia trying so hard for his sake. Recalling everything she had done for him and his family, He finally realized she had never acted purely out of simple kindness or a desire to invest in his future. She had truly striven to earn his trust from the very beginning to the end. With his mind made up, Jinwoo decided it was finally time to show her that all her efforts hadn't been wasted. Clenching his fists tightly, he told Jia there was something he wanted to tell her, and looking surprised, she softly replied, "Yes?" Jinwoo explained that what he was about to reveal was a secret meant for her ears alone. The unexpected seriousness left Jia completely stunned and nervously. She wondered if he was about to confess that he was actually the god of Jinwoo. Instead, Jinwoo simply turned toward the summons. "You guys." The summons immediately gathered around him. Looking at them, he calmly announced that from now on, they were free to speak in front of Jia. She blinked in confusion, and before she could ask how a summon could possibly speak, Ramba suddenly blurted out that she thought she was going to die from holding back her silence for so long. The other summons eagerly introduced themselves, thanked Jia for helping Jinwoo collect runes for them, and even asked her to bring cheesecake next time, leaving Jia completely speechless. Pointing at the talking summons, she stammered that she had no idea what was going on. Jinwoo awkwardly apologized, explaining that there was still a part of the truth he had to keep secret. Still holding the wind fairy, Jia stared in utter disbelief and insisted that summons couldn't talk. Trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, Jinwoo awkwardly suggested they get back to training, while Jia, unable to take her eyes off the summon in her hands, said it felt like her pet dog had suddenly started speaking human language. Cradling the stunned Ramba, she quietly wondered if these talking summons had something to do with the god of Jinwoo. A few days later, the scene shifted to the trial tower. Jinwoo stood outside the swirling spatial gate along with a few companions. A recording device was clipped to his jacket. Pulling up his fingerless gloves, he muttered softly, "All right." After making a final adjustment, he announced that it was time to step inside. Looking toward the gate, Jinwoo explained that this time he was wearing a recording device at Jia's suggestion. Earlier, Jia had asked if he would consider recording his run through the 10th floor of the trial tower. Caught off guard, Jinwoo wondered if doing so would reveal too much. Jia smiled and admitted she knew he had been avoiding recording because of his summons. She reassured him that the footage wasn't meant to be sold, but rather kept until the day he became truly famous. She even imagined screening it at a future God of Jinwoo press conference, complete with headlines revealing that his summons could actually talk. Jinwoo wasn't convinced that every part of it would paint a good picture. Even so, he decided that recording everything now would be easier than trying to recreate it later. When he briefly thought about placing system restrictions on the recording, he quickly dismissed the idea. He trusted Jia enough not to need any conditions. Looking at him with a worried expression, Jia gently told him not to get hurt, and Jinwoo reassured her with a confident smile. The others also wished him luck, urging him to clear the floor safely and above all to be careful. He simply waved and smiled, promising to return safely. Watching everyone send him off, Jinwoo realized they seemed even more nervous than he was, and looking up at the towering structure, he understood why. Inside the tower, a single mistake was enough to cost someone their life, making their worry entirely natural. A confident smile appeared on his face. Naturally, his veteran instincts told him there was absolutely no way he would fall on the 10th floor. A few seconds later, he stepped through the gate. A system notification immediately flashed with the mission: defeat the S-rank boss, One-Eyed. Jinwoo stepped into a battlefield reduced to ruins. Almost immediately, a massive silhouette caught his attention. A giant one-eyed monster let out a thunderous roar. Its huge eye locked onto Jinwoo as its massive jaws hung wide open. Shaking off all distractions, he reminded himself that now was not the time to lose focus. Opening the summon interface, he prepared for battle. One by one, his summons appeared before him, ready to challenge the 10th floor boss. Ramba puffed out her cheeks when Jinwoo called her name. With a determined shout, she swung her staff, sending swirling green energy across the battlefield as powerful buffs blanketed every summon. Drawing her own staff, Pokryong announced she would prepare Link as well. At Jinwoo's command, the stone golem rushed forward, while the rest of the summons focused on holding the line until their stacks were fully charged. One-Eyed retaliated with a massive claw sweep. The crushing blow slammed into the golem, sending it sliding across the battlefield. The combat police officer immediately opened fire, while the dragons unleashed billows of roaring flames. Bullets, fire, and glowing slashes slammed into the towering monster, forcing it onto the defensive. Observing the battle unfold, Jinwoo knew the moment was approaching. Another sweep knocked the summoned lizard backward, but he kept waiting, surrounded by swirling green energy. Hong Yeo grinned. Just a moment longer. Stamping his foot on the ground, he boldly declared, "I'll make my move." Hong Yeo finally acted, charging straight toward One-Eyed. One-Eyed instantly locked its target onto him and swung its long arm out to block his path. The monster roared in anger, but Hong Yeo easily backflipped over the incoming attack, leaving it momentarily stunned by his speed. A thin green thread flashed past One-Eye's giant eye. Even though it hit dead on, Jinwoo observed that One-Eyed took almost no significant damage. But that didn't matter. Stamping the ground, Hong Yeo launched himself straight onto One-Eye's body. The monster growled as Hong Yeo's slashes tore across its massive eye. Ramba cheered him on as the relentless series of attacks continued. Watching with confidence, Jinwoo explained that even weak attacks become devastating when they land hundreds of times per second. Unable to stand the endless cuts, One-Eyed covered its injured eye and let out a roar of pain. Standing on the monster's back, Hong Yeo sneered that it couldn't even catch him with its eyes wide open, so trying it with its eyes closed was even more foolish. His blade shredded the boss's fingers. In a blur of attacks, so fast it forced One-Eyed to shriek in agony. Ramba excitedly asked if that was enough or if she should keep swinging her staff, and after receiving a thumbs up, she happily shouted that she would keep going. One-Eyed finally collapsed to the ground, and Hong Yeo calmly announced, "Done." Turning back with a wide grin, Jinwoo gave his next order, Pokryong. Pokryong immediately answered, gathering blazing mana around her staff as countless fireballs swirled into formation. The flames transformed into the shape of a roaring dragon and charged straight at One-Eyed. Engulfed in a sea of fire, One-Eyed let out a thunderous scream. Watching the towering flames swallow the boss, Jinwoo could only murmur, "Wow." A reward chest appeared as the system announced that One-Eyed, the 10th floor boss and S-rank monster, had been defeated. Remembering how many times he had died trying to beat it in Battle of Summoners, Jinwoo wondered why it had been so easy this time. Another system notification followed, congratulating him on conquering the 10th floor of the Trial Tower, and Jinwoo realized just how big of a difference accurate information made. Another thought crossed his mind as he looked at the summons while Hong Yeo gave Pokryong a thumbs up of approval. Surveying the battlefield, Jinwoo wondered if the real reason for this overwhelming victory was the power of EX-rank summons and endgame runes. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the staff watched the results in utter astonishment as someone remarked that he had actually cleared the floor in just 10 minutes. A flashback to an hour earlier showed the team wondering why Jinwoo hadn't said a word during the entire meal, with one person impatiently asking if they finally got to watch the recording. When the remote was picked up, the simple reply was, "Well then, I'll play it." Everyone immediately glued their attention to the screen, watching the battle unfold. Byong-jin admitted the situation looked terrible and couldn't understand how Jinwoo had cleared it in just 10 minutes. Another staff member agreed, equally unable to explain what they were seeing on the screen. In the recording, Hong Yeo announced, "Master, I shall make my move." Both of them froze in shock when Hong Yeo spoke, blurting out in disbelief, "His summon is talking." They watched One-Eyed being relentlessly slashed by Hong Yeo. The two staff members fell silent, too stunned to digest what they had just witnessed. Unable to believe their eyes, they blurted out that a talking summon had to be some kind of system bug, while Jia calmly remarked that their shock was entirely understandable. A hurried staff member asked if Jia had known about this beforehand, and she admitted she had only found out recently, adding that she still didn't understand how the summons could speak. Watching the footage, the team could only admit that the more they worked with Baek Jinwoo, the less they understood who he really was. They pointed out that between commanding a talking summon and clearing the 10th floor in just 10 minutes, even the country's highest-ranking players couldn't pull off such feats. They even joked that people might actually believe the god of Jinwoo had returned, causing the two staff members to freeze as the name god of Jinwoo suddenly caught their attention. A chain of absurd thoughts raced through their minds, linking the god of Jinwu with Jinwu, making them wonder if there was actually a connection between the two names. They quickly stopped Jia, asking if she was seriously talking about the god of Jinwu, while she let out an exhausted sigh. Standing up from her chair, she admitted she wasn't entirely sure, but said there was a high probability that Baek Jinwu was actually Go-gun, leaving the staff stunned as they asked if she had known beforehand. She confessed she had suspected it for a long time, but purposely chose not to tell Jinwu, deciding to pretend she knew nothing until he brought it up himself. She asked the two of them to keep it a secret as well, and after a moment of hesitation, both agreed. Smiling to herself, she believed that as long as Yujin had Jinwu, the management agency could become the best in the world. Looking out the window, she even wondered if they might surpass Daeseong one day. Afterwards, inside the crafting station in the player zone, Jinwu opened his inventory to check the random reward he received for clearing the 10th floor. His gaze immediately stopped on an ultimate summon scroll, and he joyfully discovered that the highest ranking summon scroll had actually dropped. Remembering that even when he was Go-gun, he had only ever owned a handful of these. Jinwu felt grateful for his luck and decided to keep the precious scroll safe first. Even though he desperately wanted a roll for an S-rank summon, he knew the odds were extremely low and he wasn't lacking in money anyway. Instead, he decided to handle the guaranteed summon scroll first, the one that guaranteed a B-rank summon or higher. He began experimenting with a crafting blueprint, wondering what would happen if he combined the King's Certificate with the Supreme Grade Summon Scroll he had been saving up. He then considered adding the high-grade Summon Scroll gifted by a Jin along with the World Tree Leaf. The blueprint confirmed that a guaranteed Summon Scroll could be crafted with an 80% success rate, but warned that all materials would be destroyed upon failure. Taking a deep breath, Jinwu accepted the risk and confidently began the crafting process. As the progress bar slowly filled up, he anxiously prayed for a successful craft. The success notification finally popped up, and he received the guaranteed summon scroll, letting out a shout of joy as a wave of relief washed over him. When everyone walked into the crafting station, they looked over with a confused expression, guessing that he had either succeeded or completely failed a single fusion. While Jinwu collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed with happiness after the successful craft, and lying there in thought, he began wondering which summon he should choose with this scroll, and considered discussing the decision with his summons. Pokryong asked if he wanted to hear their opinion on which flawed summon to pick with the guaranteed scroll. He confirmed he did, wanting advice from his closest advisors before using such a precious item. Ramba eagerly cheered because she was certain the scroll would yield at least a B-rank summon. With the decision made, he activated the guaranteed summon scroll, beginning the process of choosing his new companion. He found himself inside a mental summoning space, surrounded by the images of all the summons he didn't yet own. The system reminded him to focus his thoughts, because choosing who to summon now rested in his hands. He weighed two flawed B-rank summons he had lost in the past, the assassin-type Gale Assassin and the crafting specialized Rune Dwarf. Lost in thought, he was startled when the cards of his lost summons materialized before his eyes. Unexpectedly, the system marked Gale Assassin as an EX-rank summon, confirming the scroll's power, and the Rune Dwarf was also revealed to be EX rank, giving him an unbelievable choice between two top-tier summons. Thrilled at the prospect of reclaiming such powerful companions, he and his summons celebrated with equal excitement, with Ramba excitedly pulling his hair and shouting that another EX rank was joining the team. Lost in cheerful deliberation, he wondered aloud which powerful old friend he should choose. He sat down to think seriously about this difficult decision, acknowledging that whichever one he picked would be a massive asset. Ramba immediately voted for the Rune Dwarf, whom she affectionately called Luan. She argued that with a master crafter, they could produce any high-grade rune they wanted. Hong Yeo and Pokryong listened as she stated that being the only one equipped with endgame runes was actually driving her crazy, and she wrapped it up by pointing out that with Luan, both Hong Yeo and Pokryong could finally own the powerful runes they deserve. Jinwu agreed with her logic, realizing that the dwarf would eliminate the need to farm runes and could even craft unique ones, and sensing victory, she eagerly urged him to pick Luan. But just as he was deliberating, Hong Yeo intervened by grabbing Ramba's wings, firmly expressing his objection, and angrily, The fairy called him a jerk for daring to touch her wings, while Hong Yeo insisted they had to prioritize summoning Gale Assassin, reasoning that Gale Assassin's massive combat power was essential to protect their master, who was vulnerable in direct combat. He pointed out the group's current weaknesses, noting that Pokryong still hadn't unlocked his full potential, and added that both he and Ramba needed time to build up stacks, leaving their master exposed right at the start of battle. Jinwoo acknowledged this point, realizing that an assassin-class enemy would pose a severe threat to himself. Hong Yeo further added that with the upcoming national representative selection trials approaching, Gale Assassin skills would be immensely useful. The terrifying silhouette of Gale Assassin appeared, emphasizing its role as an unforgiving warrior. When Ramba reminded them that the three of them were already strong enough to compete at the highest level, Hong Yeo still scolded her for her arrogance, and explained that their current dominance was only because South Korea's overall player level was low compared to global powerhouses like the US. Hong Yeo delivered a harsh reality check, asserting that by the standards of their old world, they were still too weak. But there was something more important than equipment, and when she asked what that was, he prepared and delivered his final, unanswerable argument, declaring that above all else, their master's safety was the absolute top priority, leaving both Ramba and Pokryong stunned. Persuaded by the solid logic, Jinwoo agreed that Gale Assassin was the right choice to guarantee his safety. Even Pokryong was convinced, agreeing that Gale Assassin was the better option, leaving Ramba disappointed. Knowing she had lost, Ramba gave in for the sake of Jinwoo's safety. With the decision locked in, Jinwoo cheerfully announced his choice, Daldal, the nickname he gave to Gale Assassin. The system confirmed his selection, announcing that player Baek Jinwoo had acquired the EX rank summon, Gale Assassin. A vortex of dark green energy swirled up, signaling the arrival of the new summon. From within the vortex, Gale Assassin emerged. In a threatening posture, a bony Grim Reaper holding a giant scythe. Jinwoo warmly welcomed his long-lost companion, Daldal, who responded with a low growl. The terrifying-looking creature seemed to quite enjoy the attention, letting out satisfied rumblings. Jinwoo remarked that he couldn't understand non-human summons, right as Ramba shivered from the chilly atmosphere it gave off. The system displayed Gale Assassin stats, confirming it as an isolated undead-type EX rank summon. He rejoiced upon seeing its powerful skills intact. Assassination for stealth and critical hits, along with Gale for area of effect damage, instantly recognizing its potential. Knowing that once trained, Daldal would become an assassin so fast and naked I couldn't keep up. He turned to his training expert, and Hong Yeo confidently confirmed that he could take charge of training the new summon. Without delay, Hong Yeo immediately ordered the new summon to demonstrate the Gale skill. The two powerful summons faced each other, ready to begin the harsh training session. Hong Yeo exuded a terrifying aura, easily overpowering the newly summoned creature's will. Jinwoo watched in amazement and admitted that Hong Yeo's overwhelming charisma was truly a versatile skill. Switching to coach mode, Hong Yeo swore to unlock Gale Assassin's true potential. As the summon was dragged off to train, Ramba smirked and welcomed the new companion to training hell. And now safely in possession of his new summon, he resolved to pour all his energy into preparing for the upcoming event. The team schedule was set. They would farm dungeons daily and spend the rest of their time focusing on training Daldal. With only a week left until the national representative selection trials, he steeled his resolve for the challenge ahead. He was fully aware this would be a massive event, and with the whole country watching his debut, he stood firm, ready to prove himself on the national stage. Meanwhile, online forums were already boiling with debates over the trials, with many skeptics doubting the rookie Baek Jinwoo. However, his fans quickly stepped up to defend him, citing his records of clearing low and mid-tier dungeons. Tuning out the online noise, he looked ahead with a confident smile, determined to sprint straight to the top.